Chapter 2501. Kong, with a terrifying explosion, the world was filled with white light, and nothing could be seen anymore. Duan Hongchen, who was rushing towards Wukong and preparing to blow himself up, suddenly frowned as an extremely uneasy feeling surged from the depths of his heart. Because Wukong had blown up the primordial astral wind one step ahead of him. What is he doing? Before he could figure it out, the aftermath of the shattering world had already spread in all directions. This was the impact of the primordial astral wind's self-destruction. Wherever the violent astral wind passed, everything turned into nothingness, no longer existing. Even this strange world suddenly collapsed, with cracking sounds coming from every corner. It seemed that it would not be able to hold on for long. Not good. Duan Hongchen seemed to have realized something and hurriedly reached out to madly press a few key acupoints on his body, immediately stopping the self-destruction. Huff huff huff, the astral wind blew, blowing him from side to side, like a lone boat in the middle of a stormy sea, in danger of capsizing at any time. Fortunately, the divine Wood Baiyi's source strength had been guarding him, providing him with a little protection. Even so, his clothes were torn and his flesh was badly mangled. Releasing his divine sense, he clearly noticed that Wukong's skeleton had disintegrated after the primordial astral wind's self-destruction, gradually turning into dust. This skeleton that belonged to the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, which had been sleeping for tens of thousands of years, was finally completely destroyed today. In other words, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor Wukong, would never be able to reconstruct his body again. However, Duan Hongchen did not feel happy at all. On the contrary, he felt that the situation had become even more serious. Hong long long, the sound of the sky collapsing and the earth cracking could be heard. This strange world finally could not hold on and completely collapsed. A huge black hole formed, and in less than 10 breaths, it swallowed everything here and then disappeared with a slight flicker. In the void corridor connected to the black hole, Yang Kai was dizzy and drifted along with the flow, a look of lingering fear on his face. He had just broken through to the Emperor realm. Just as Yang Kai was rejoicing in his new strength and the transformation of his Emperor Qi, the aftermath of the battle between the two great emperors actually destroyed this strange world. He didn't even have time to escape before he was sucked into the void corridor by the black hole. Even though he was very far away from the battlefield of the two great emperors, he was still heavily injured at this moment. After being swallowed into this place, it took a long time for him to gradually recover. There was a look of fear on his face. He didn't know what had happened between the two great emperors. Previously, all his attention had been on the breakthrough and promotion. By the time he noticed that something was wrong, everything was already a foregone conclusion. What happened to the great emperors? Was he dead or alive? Duan Hongchen had a deep relationship with the Azure Sun Temple. After all, Temple Master Wenzi Shan was brought up by Duan Hongchen, and Yang Kai was also a registered disciple of the Azure Sun Temple. Naturally, he would be concerned about his situation. Even without this layer of involvement, the great emperors of the secular world had no regard for life and death. For tens of thousands of years, they had constantly cut off their cultivation and entered the shattered star sea to search for Wukong. Their approach of caring for the common people was enough to make people respect them. The terrifying power just now was very likely to be produced by something exploding. The only thing Yang Kai could think of was that the great emperors of the secular world chose to self-destruct in order to perish together with Wukong. Thinking so, Yang Kai's expression darkened, feeling that the great emperors of the secular world had really perished. He coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood. Taking out some healing pills from the space ring, Yang Kai ate them like eating beans, then sat down cross-legged and released his divine sense to check his situation. Looking at himself, Yang Kai was suddenly startled. Because when he used his divine sense, he noticed that there was a pair of gloomy eyes staring at him, and that gaze was not coming from around, but from inside his body. Yang Kai's face changed drastically as he formed a seal with one hand and shouted, "Condense." The next moment, his soul avatar appeared in his knowledge sea. In his knowledge sea, a figure appeared out of nowhere, standing quietly above the tumbling seawater, looking around with great interest, a look of wonder on his face. Yang Kai looked at the figure, gritted his teeth with an ugly expression, and shouted, "Wukong." Hearing the shout, the figure slowly turned around, revealing the face of a middle-aged man. This person's appearance was dignified, as if he had a natural noble majesty, and his eyes were shining brightly. Although Yang Kai had never seen this person's face, he still recognized his identity at a glance. The great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor, Wukong. Yang Kai's heart sank to the bottom. He hadn't even noticed how the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor had broken through the defenses of his knowledge sea and broken into this place. If it weren't for the other party having no intention of hiding at all, he likely would have been kept in the dark. Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine and his soul tremble. Wukong was also a soul avatar at this moment, but his soul avatar was even tougher than Yang Kai's, almost corporeal. "Junior, this king's name is not for you to shout." Wukong coldly snorted and suddenly sent an invisible shockwave towards Yang Kai. This shockwave was obviously a soul attack, and its power was extremely terrifying. Yang Kai's face changed and he waved his hand, raising the seawater below to form a protective barrier in front of him. With a loud bang, the shockwave slammed into the seawater, stirring up the entire knowledge sea and not calming down for a long time. Yang Kai's face paled as he took a few steps back, staring at Wukong vigilantly, and quickly said, "Wukong, get out of here, otherwise don't blame this young master for being impolite." Wukong's soul avatar suddenly appearing in his knowledge sea gave Yang Kai a very bad feeling. Naturally, he didn't dare to let him stay here. Letting him spy on some of his secrets was a small matter, but he was afraid this guy had some ulterior motive. "Impolite to me?" Wukong glanced at Yang Kai and sneered, "These words sound new, I haven't heard them for a long time, but since this king has come, he naturally won't leave easily. What do you want?" Yang Kai looked at him coldly. Wukong chuckled and said, "Why ask when you already know the answer? Junior, you seem to be a smart person, don't tell me you don't know the purpose of this king's visit?" Listening to him say this, Yang Kai's face became extremely ugly. What he feared most really happened. Wukong said, "This king's body has been destroyed by that old fart in Duanhongchen. Without a body, no matter how strong this king is, he is just a wandering soul. Junior, your body is good, this king likes it very much. Obediently hand it over to this king and this king will take you to witness what is called the peak of the martial Tao." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said, "You want to possess me?" Wukong coldly snorted and said, "Why make it sound so unpleasant? This king just needs a body. If you cooperate, this king won't devour your soul and let you stay here, but if you don't cooperate, this king doesn't mind letting you know what the gap in strength is." Yang Kai sneered, "This is my knowledge sea. Are you sure it's okay for you to boast so shamelessly?" Wukong looked at him in astonishment, then slowly shook his head and said, "Stubborn." After saying this, he no longer paid attention to Yang Kai, but turned his head to look around again. After a moment, he nodded and said, "Junior, the strength of your soul is indeed extraordinary. It's not comparable to the ordinary the Emperor realm, and it's actually a mutated soul fire, which is in line with this king's requirements. It's really surprising that you can cultivate to this level." He acted like he was the host, openly commenting, not caring about how Yang Kai felt. Yang Kai wanted to sneak attack him, but he didn't dare to act rashly. This kind of old monster who had lived for God knows how many years, his strength and means couldn't be measured by common sense. If the sneak attack failed, the situation would be even more passive. While looking around, Wukong's eyes suddenly narrowed as he fixed his gaze in a certain direction and whispered, "That island." He stared blankly at the seven-colored island floating in his knowledge sea, revealing a look of suspicion and surprise as he looked at it seriously. After a long time, his body suddenly shook as he exclaimed, "Soul-warming lotus." It's actually the soul-warming lotus. Even though Wukong was experienced and knowledgeable, and was even known as the #1 master in the star boundary, he couldn't help feeling a little emotional at this moment. He stared at the seven-colored soul-warming lotus with a fiery gaze and said with a bitter expression, Junior actually has the soul-warming lotus. Yang Kai coldly said, don't make a fuss. Wukong laughed loudly and said, I really didn't expect that this king would be able to see the soul-warming lotus here. In the past, in order to find it, this king had walked through countless stars' territory, but to no avail. I didn't expect to see it here today. It's really a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. Humph, why are you so happy? It's not yours. Yang Kai looked at him contemptuously. It'll be this king's in a bit. Wukong seemed to be in a good mood and didn't care about Yang Kai's ridicule. He greedily looked at the soul-warming lotus for a while before nodding, good, good, with this soul-warming lotus, this king can perfectly fuse with your body. There's no need to worry about any backlash. In time, it won't be difficult for this king to return to his peak. He seemed to have foreseen the light of the future and was in a good mood. As he spoke, he turned his head and looked around again. When he saw the sky full of stars, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and say in surprise, Junior, I didn't expect you to have so many good things. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat and he said, you know this thing? He was naturally referring to the star in the sky full of stars. This star was obtained by Yang Kai a long time ago. Each of the stars here corresponded to the stars in the Hangluo star field. When Yang Kai was wandering in the Hangluo star field, he used the star in the sky above his knowledge sea to identify directions and paths. Otherwise, with such a large territory, he would definitely get lost without any guidance. It was just that he never understood what this star was and why it corresponded to the entire territory. At this moment, when he heard Wukong say this, Yang Kai couldn't help but want to inquire. Wukong glanced at him with a smile and said meaningfully, you should have come to the star boundary from the territory of the lower plains, right? Yang Kai frowned and said, that's right. There was no need to deny this, so he readily admitted it. Chapter 2502. That's right, Wukong nodded, this star should be something you obtained from that territory. You can see that? Yang Kai looked at him in astonishment. Wukong smiled, it's not that this king has good eyesight, but that such a star can only be born in that territory. Why is that? Yang Kai quickly asked. Although he couldn't wait to drive Wukong out of his knowledge sea, it was rare for him to encounter someone who could answer his questions, so he naturally seized the opportunity to ask clearly. It wouldn't be too late to drive him away after he finished asking. Wukong pondered for a moment before opening his mouth. In this world, all things have an origin. Grass and trees have grass and wood origins, divine spirits have divine spirits origins, and even those bright stars have stars origins. The power of origins is the source of power, infinitely mysterious and infinite. The world force is the power of heaven and earth, a power that has existed since the birth of heaven and earth. If a cultivator like us can learn a thing or two about it, we will benefit immensely. Yang Kai listened attentively with a meticulous expression. Although the heaven-devouring great emperor was a person who was condemned by many, it was undeniable that his strength was obvious to all, so it was an extremely rare opportunity to listen to his lecture. Wukong stretched out his hand and pointed to the sky above his knowledge sea and said lightly, this star is also an origin. Yang Kai whispered, this is also an origin? Wukong smiled slightly and said, naturally, and it is not an ordinary origin, it is the origin of the territory of this star. The origin of the territory of this star? Yang Kai's eyes suddenly widened. Wukong said, you can think of it as the origin of the entire territory of this star. With your current ability, I'm afraid you don't have the ability to refine it. If you can refine it, you will find that it has infinite uses, but you probably won't have this opportunity. The origin of the territory of this star. Yang Kai muttered repeatedly, then asked humbly, what's the use of refining it? Can it be like the origin of the stars of this star, bringing benefits to a cultivator like me in terms of cultivation? Wukong snorted, this is only a small part of its use. If a cultivator has a complete origin of the stars of this star, then his cultivation speed will be much faster than other cultivators, because the origin can help a cultivator to comprehend many things. Such a starting point, for example, a cultivator with a complete origin, a cultivator with a complete origin. The origin of the stars of this star is 10 times, or even hundreds of times more than a complete origin of the stars of the star. He Wukong's SSE had the complete origin of the stars of the stars of this. The benefits were not small, but now Wukong was saying that the origin of the stars of this star's territory was hundreds of times more powerful than the origin of the stars of this star, which naturally shocked him. In addition, if you can refine the origin of this star's territory, it is equivalent to having the entire star's territory recognize your existence, and you can become the master of this star's territory. Everything within this star's territory will be under your control, and you can decide whether to live or die with a single thought. Yang Kai said thoughtfully, "Isn't that the same as being a star master?" When he was Shadowed Star's star master, he could control the entirety of Shadowed Star. He could control the situation on Shadowed Star with a single thought and could even travel to any location on Shadowed Star, regardless of the barriers of space. According to Wukong, if he could become the master of this star's territory, he could also have many of these conveniences. Yang Kai's mind couldn't help becoming excited. The star in his knowledge sea was the star of Hangluo star field, if he could completely refine it. If he could fully refine it, he could become the master of Hangluo star field and control the entire Hangluo star field in his hands. You can say that. It's just that the effects are magnified many times over. Wukong nodded before changing the topic. However, it is not so simple to refine the origin of a star's territory. This king destroyed countless stars' territory in the past and found several stars' territory origins, but never succeeded in refining them. Why is that? Yang Kai asked in surprise. Wukong grinned and said, "Because the stars' territory origins were unwilling to accept this king swallowed them all in a fit of anger." The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. Wukong continued, "If the star's territory origin still exists, no matter how badly damaged the entire star's territory is, there will be a day when it will be restored. However, if the star's territory origin is destroyed, then this star's territory will truly be finished, just like a person's soul. Once the soul is destroyed, it will never be able to reincarnate." Outrageous. Yang Kai spat. Wukong coldly snorted, "Those who dare to resist this king, no matter what they are, never have a good ending." While speaking, he coldly looked at Yang Kai, containing a great pressure, as if he was warning Yang Kai of something. Yang Kai pretended not to see and was about to ask some more secrets when his expression suddenly changed. Wukong said lightly, "All right, enough with the small talk. This king is in a good mood, so he casually chatted with you. Now obediently offer up your body and this king can spare your life." Yang Kai laughed and said, "If you want my body, take it yourself." Wukong slowly shook his head and said, "Seeing that you are a promising talent, I wanted to spare your life, but since you are so stubborn, there is no need to keep you alive." Saying so, he waved his hand and in an instant, an arrow-like attack suddenly took shape and shot towards Yang Kai like a bolt of lightning. Yang Kai's face changed and he was alarmed. His entire knowledge sea tumbled and the seawater below rose up, forming a strong barrier in front of him. Wukong snorted, "This king is the heaven-devouring great emperor, great emperors. Even if I have been weak for tens of thousands of years, my strength is not something a junior like you can resist. If you don't want to suffer, then don't make such useless efforts." As if to prove what he had said, when the attack came, all the defenses along the way were unable to stop it at all and were all shattered. Yang Kai only felt a tearing pain in his soul and quickly retreated while constantly using his spiritual energy to resist. Hong hong hong. After a while, Yang Kai flew around his knowledge sea several times before the arrow-like attack was resolved. His face was filled with difficulty and his soul avatar was somewhat dim. Obviously, he had suffered serious injuries. Fighting in this knowledge sea, no matter who won or lost, Yang Kai would not have it easy because this was his knowledge sea and everything that was destroyed here was related to him. You can block this king's attack, but can you block this king's second or third attack? Wukong looked at Yang Kai disdainfully and raised his hand, preparing to launch another terrifying attack. Yang Kai did not show much panic on his face and just looked at Wukong playfully. Compared with an old monster like you who has lived for tens of thousands of years, this young master is indeed a bit tender, but even if this young master is not your opponent, others may not be. Others? Wukong furrowed his brow when he heard this. Just as he was wondering who Yang Kai was referring to, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. As soon as the figure appeared, it slammed its palm towards him. Wukong did not expect that someone would launch a sneak attack on him in such a place and was caught off guard. With a loud bang, Wukong let out a muffled groan and his soul avatar flashed wildly as he hurriedly fled. After regaining his footing, Wukong looked back with a pained expression, and when he saw the appearance of the person who had launched the sneak attack on him, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Old bastard, didn't you blow yourself up? Why aren't you dead?" The person who had strangely appeared behind Wukong and launched a sneak attack on him was none other than the great emperors of the secular world. Yang Kai did not know what kind of communication he had with Yang Kai, but Yang Kai had quietly let his soul avatar in. In the knowledge sea of a newly promoted cultivator in the emperor realm, the soul avatars of two great emperors were gathered. This kind of thing was simply unprecedented. Duan Hongchen coldly snorted and said, "As soon as you stuck out your butt, this old master knew what you were going to do. Before this old master blew himself up, you blew up the astral wind in order to interfere with this old master's vision and perception and use your golden cicada shell shedding technique. Your skeletal body has been destroyed, so if you want to continue living, you can only use possession, and there is only one person here who can allow you to possess. If this old master could not guess that you were here, then this old master would be an idiot. Bastard!" Wukong shouted with a ferocious expression, no longer as calm as before. With his ability, it would be easy for him to possess Yang Kai, but now, Duan Hongchen's soul avatar had also come in, so his wishful thinking could not be carried out. If he wanted to possess Yang Kai and regain his own body, he would have to first get past Duan Hongchen. This old man looked like he would rather die with Wukong than let Wukong off easily. Wukong was terrified. "Wukong, you will die today whether you want to or not, it is not up to you." Duan Hongchen coldly looked forward with a resolute expression. Previously, in order to kill Wukong, he was even willing to use self-detonation, so his words now carried a lot of weight. After tens of thousands of years of friendship, you can't even tolerate this king. Wukong roared with a sullen face. Duan Hongchen's eyes did not carry the slightest emotion as he said indifferently, "It is not this old master who cannot tolerate you, it is you who cannot tolerate yourself. Since ancient times, those who commit injustice will bring about their own destruction. If you had wholeheartedly done good in the past, how could today's situation have occurred? Don't preach to this king." Wukong roared and said angrily, "This king sees the world more clearly than you do. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Hongchen, don't make things difficult for this king today. This king will not cause trouble for you in the future. This king will also not touch anything related to Duan Hongchen." Duan Hongchen said indifferently, "Are you begging for mercy?" Wukong's expression turned ruthless as he gritted his teeth and said, "Don't look down on this king. This king is only giving you a chance to choose." Duan Hongchen sighed and said, "It seems that we really have nothing to say. This is really a sad thing." At this point, the two great emperors suddenly fell silent. They just looked at each other, and when their gazes collided, there seemed to be sparks dancing. The seawater below seemed to be disturbed as it kept bubbling. Yang Kai said with an ugly expression, "You too, if there is anything you want to say, why don't you go out and talk about it?" This was his knowledge sea, and these two people looked like they were going to fight here. Yang Kai felt a little scared. How could his knowledge sea withstand a fight between great emperors? If they really fought here, he would definitely not have a good ending. However, these two people's leg hair was thicker than his thigh. He wanted to chase them away, but he was powerless. Chapter 2503. Whether it was Duan Hongchen or Wukong, both turned a deaf ear to Yang Kai's words. "Hey, I'm talking to you." Yang Kai looked at the two bitterly. "Can't you give me some reaction?" Wukong said coldly, "Tell him to get lost, and I'll leave this place immediately." Duan Hongchen shouted in a low voice, "You have the nerve to say such words to fool a child, Wukong, you're getting more and more shameless." He spat at Wukong, then looked straight at Yang Kai and said, "Kid, you have to be patient. Today, the two of us are going to fight to the death here. If your soul is destroyed because of this, it can only be said that your luck is not good. If you're lucky enough to survive, you'll benefit immensely." Yang Kai sighed and said, "Forget it, Senior Hongchen, you can do whatever you want. This junior will take care of himself." Duan Hongchen laughed and said excitedly, "Good, with your words, this old man can do his best." As soon as he finished speaking, he formed a seal with both hands and suddenly pointed at Wukong. Wukong's expression changed greatly, and he shouted, "Are you serious?" Duan Hongchen's face was cold, and he said coldly, "Do I look like I'm playing with you? This is really infuriating, Duan Hongchen, don't think you can leave this place alive today. Even if this king's divine soul is injured, this king will destroy your soul. Even a rabbit would bite when cornered, let alone the famous heaven-devouring great emperors." After being cornered by Duan Hongchen again and again, and even his divine soul was chased into this place, Wukong also had no way out, and when he shouted, he had to give it his all. As they spoke, the two of them were already fighting. In an instant, the sea of knowledge was turbulent, and the sea was set off monstrous waves. The two figures crisscrossed back and forth in the sky above Yang Kai's sea of knowledge, and they were locked in a fierce battle. This was a battle of divine souls. It was more dangerous than an ordinary life and death battle. The moves used by the two of them were all divine sense secret techniques, and as their divine senses collided, rings of light visible to the naked eye burst out one after another. Yang Kai's sea of knowledge was completely unstable. As soon as Duan Hongchen made his first move, Yang Kai's figure had already flickered and directly arrived at the center of the island transformed by the seven-colored soul-warming lotus, Soul Lotus's power. Seven-colored light shone brightly, enshrouding him within it. Two great emperor-level soul avatars were fighting in his knowledge sea, so no matter how well he hid, it was impossible for him to remain unscathed, because he himself was the battlefield, and the only thing he could rely on was the seven-colored soul-warming lotus. In the past, 7 to Hongchen's, to the territory to the other star territory in the past, and Yang Hong was, in Hong Yang, to the Hong Sea soul to search, in Hong, in the past Hong and to Hong Yang. Was to Hong Yang, in his. Under the cover of the seven-colored light, it was like a solid defense. The aftermath of the two great emperors' bombardment only caused ripples to appear on the seven-colored light, unable to hurt Yang Kai at all. Perceiving this, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel relieved. He was really afraid that even the soul-warming lotus wouldn't be of any use. If that were the case, then he really would be doomed this time. However, even with the protection of the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai still had a splitting headache. His soul avatar was constantly trembling uneasily, as if his whole body was being torn apart. Every attack by Duan Hongchen and Wukong. It was like a sharp blade cutting into his body, inevitably causing him some wounds. The soul-warming lotus played a wonderful role. When the tearing pain came, a gentle force would spread throughout his body, like an invisible hand, gently soothing Yang Kai's pain. It allowed him to settle down in a very short period of time. Gradually, Yang Kai also got used to this feeling. He no longer felt much pain and began to focus his attention on the two great emperors. He didn't need to observe too much, as every move of the two great emperors was imprinted in his mind, and he could see it clearly. If it were any other place, Yang Kai definitely couldn't do this, but this was his knowledge sea, and everything was within his perception. No matter how fast Wukong and Duan Hongchen were, or how fierce their moves were, he could clearly feel them. Yang Kai watched in amazement, unable to take his eyes off of them. Because the two great emperors were using all mysterious and unparalleled soul secret techniques, as well as the wonderful use of soul power. No wonder Duan Hongchen had said that if he was lucky enough to survive, he would benefit immensely. So it was like this. In this situation, no matter how the two great emperors used their secret techniques, it would be difficult to escape Yang Kai's observation. Moreover, Yang Kai could completely understand the mystery of their secret techniques, which was much more effective than the careful teaching of a close master and disciple. It was like being enlightened. It was as if the two great emperors were doing their best to teach Yang Kai all kinds of divine technique, without holding anything back, and Yang Kai could learn it as soon as he tried. After watching for a while, Yang Kai was greatly shocked, because he found that his understanding and use of soul power was simply not on the same level as the two great emperors. He could use the same amount of soul power to break a boulder, but the two great emperors could split a mountain. This was the difference between them. Yang Kai was excited, knowing that this rare opportunity had given him a very high starting point. Even if he had not broken through to the Emperor realm and was still in the third-order Tao Source realm, the strength he could now display was several times stronger than before. If soul power could be used so wonderfully, then Source Qi was naturally the same. Yang Kai suddenly shouted, "Senior Hong Chen, don't hold back, this junior is fine." After watching for a while, he found that Duan Hong Chen was completely at a disadvantage, completely suppressed by Wukong, forcing him to constantly retreat above his knowledge sea. It was not that Duan Hong Chen's soul power was inferior to Wukong's, but Duan Hong Chen was still a little cautious and did not dare to use too much soul power, so he did not want to implicate Yang Kai. Don't be fooled by his bold words just now. Since a person had the heart to care for the common people, he would naturally care about any life. Hearing this, Duan Hong Chen took a moment to glance at Yang Kai, and after seeing the seven-colored soul-warming lotus transformed into an island, his eyes lit up and he laughed. Good, now this old master has no more worries. He obviously saw the soul-warming lotus's true form at a glance and knew that with the soul-warming lotus protecting Yang Kai, even if he and Wukong fought fiercely, Yang Kai would not be affected too much. As soon as he finished speaking, his aura suddenly soared, turning the situation around in an instant. He fought back and forth with Wukong, enjoying himself very much. More and more violent attacks were launched, causing Yang Kai's knowledge sea to become turbulent, but his soul avatar was protected by the soul-warming lotus, so no matter what happened to his knowledge sea, he would not suffer too serious injuries. Yang Kai gradually became immersed in the mysterious soul secret technique and the use of soul power, unable to extricate himself. He felt as if a new door was slowly being pushed open in front of him, allowing him to see the dazzling light inside. The two great emperors also became fiercer and fiercer, both of them riddled with wounds. Above their soul avatars, light flashed wildly, both winning and losing. This was a battle of life and death. Without seeing life and death, there would be no stopping. As time passed, the power that the two of them displayed gradually weakened. Clearly, it was because they had exhausted too much of their strength and were heavily injured. The tumbling knowledge sea began to gradually calm down, no longer as crazy as before. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai, who was immersed in the mysterious feeling, suddenly heard a low shout in his ear, "Boy!" Yang Kai was startled and immediately pulled himself out of the state of enlightenment. Looking over, Yang Kai couldn't help being stunned. Because at some point, the two great emperors who were fighting to the death had stopped. The two soul avatars were intertwined, each of them using some kind of secret technique to seal the other's movements. It was as if two wrestlers had fallen to the ground, their bodies twisted into a twist. The two soul avatars were dim and their auras were weak, as if they could be extinguished at any time. Duan Hongchen's expression was solemn and Wukong's face was gloomy, but neither of them was willing to let go of the other. "What is Senior's command?" Yang Kai asked solemnly. "Use your strongest soul secret technique to attack us, preferably one that can destroy our souls." Duan Hongchen gritted his teeth and shouted. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. Wukong's expression also became cold as he glanced at Yang Kai and snorted disdainfully, Duan Hongchen, you're an old fool. What kind of secret technique can a trifling newly promoted Emperor Realm Master use to hurt us? Duan Hongchen grinned and said, this boy is not an ordinary person. Since you dare look down on him, I'll teach you a lesson. Wukong said disdainfully, then this king will have to wait and see. Duan Hongchen snorted, boy, what are you hesitating for? This old thing wants to see what you're capable of. Why don't you open his eyes? Yang Kai hesitated, Senior. Duan Hongchen didn't wait for him to finish and shouted, if Wukong is reborn, the tragedy from tens of thousands of years ago will happen again. This old master has waited for tens of thousands of years for today's opportunity and has long been prepared to perish together with him. If we miss today, we won't have such a good opportunity again. Boy, don't let this old master down. Duan Hongchen used some kind of secret technique when he shouted, but his resolute voice was like the morning bell and evening drum, reverberating in Yang Kai's ears and stirring his emotions. As their eyes met, Yang Kai could clearly feel the pleading look in Duan Hongchen's eyes and the determination in his heart. Yang Kai was filled with awe and respect as he slowly stood up from the soul-warming lotus and walked towards the two. When he was above the two, Yang Kai quickly said, Senior, do you have any words for Temple Master Wen? Duan Hongchen grinned and said in a carefree manner, no need, he knows what this old master has been doing all these years. Yang Kai nodded, bowed, and said in a deep voice, then Senior, have a safe journey. Duan Hongchen smiled and closed his eyes. Wukong didn't say a word and just stared coldly at Yang Kai with a disdainful expression. Obviously, he didn't think he could really kill him. Saber, come. Yang Kai suddenly shouted, his eyes shining brightly as he stretched out his hand and a long saber suddenly appeared in his palm. The blade seemed to be able to sense his inner turmoil and buzzed incessantly, making a strange sound. Chapter 2504. A Soul-Type Emperor Artifact. Wukong's eyes narrowed as he stared blankly at the long saber in Yang Kai's hand and could not help exclaiming. Emperor artifacts were rare, let alone Soul-Type Emperor artifacts. Among 1,000 Emperor artifacts, there might not even be one that could be used by one's soul, which showed how precious they were. Wukong also did not expect that Yang Kai would have a Soul-Type Emperor artifact. He did not know where this boy had hidden this long saber in his knowledge sea before, but he did not notice it. This was a little troublesome. A Soul-Type Emperor artifact specialized in damaging one's soul, and with the help of Yang Kai's rich and pure spiritual energy, it might really be able to cause some damage to him. Although he was a little afraid in his heart, Wukong still showed a disdainful expression and sneered, a good treasure, but it's still not enough to kill this king. Yang Kai's expression was solemn as he wiped the soul-splitting saber with his finger, causing it to stop buzzing. He pointed the soul-splitting saber at Wukong and shouted coldly, this treasure is called the soul-splitting saber. To be able to die under this saber, Wukong, you can consider yourself lucky. Ha 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 ha. Wukong could not help but laugh. He was amused by Yang Kai's shameless boasting and clicked his tongue. This king does not deny that this emperor artifact may pose a threat to this king, but if you want to kill this king, boy, you'll have to cultivate for another 10,000 years. Yang Kai joked, in that case, please wait and see, heaven-devouring great emperor master. As soon as he finished speaking, he urged his spiritual energy, causing the calm sea water below to roar and tumble again, pouring into the saber. In an instant, the soul-splitting saber released a dazzling brilliance. But this was not the end. Yang Kai formed a series of hand seals. He kept slapping the soul-splitting saber. Might and murderous intent filled the air together, so thick that it was almost tangible. Wukong's expression slowly turned solemn as he secretly urged his spiritual energy, as if he wanted to make some kind of protection. Clang, a clear and strange sound was heard. The soul cutter's saber momentum seemed to have been pushed to the limit. It kept jumping in front of Yang Kai, trying to escape from Yang Kai's control. He slashed at the enemy. At this moment, Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he muttered, heaven-breaking strike. A mysterious power emerged and enveloped the soul-severing blade, covering the dazzling soul-severing blade with a layer of light golden film. The soul-slicing saber's aura suddenly increased by several times. What kind of secret technique is this? Wukong turned pale with fright and couldn't help exclaiming. As one of the great emperors, he was naturally able to sense the changes in the soul cutter. He had no idea what Yang Kai had done to increase its power by several times. If the power of the soul-slashing saber had surprised him before, he was now truly terrified. Because he clearly felt it. The power of that soul-type emperor artifact was enough to threaten his soul avatar. Yang Kai's expression was cold as he shouted, "Heaven-devouring great emperor. The name of the person who will kill you is Yang Kai." As he spoke, he waved his hand and the soul-severing saber suddenly turned into a streak of light, shooting towards the two great emperors like an arrow released from a bow. It was as if a round sun was falling, carrying with it the power to destroy the heavens and earth. The heaven-breaking strike was a secret technique that Yang Kai learned from Tian Yen in the Divine Ascension Mirror in the Azure Sun Temple. Tian Yen was only a soul avatar. He didn't have a physical body, but his cultivation was at the level of the great emperors. Because he didn't have a physical body, he spent his entire life studying the power of the soul, so his soul's secret techniques were more powerful than those of Wukong and Duan Hongchen. The heaven-breaking strike was especially terrifying. Normally, Yang Kai would use his soul to nourish the soul-severing saber, accumulating its power, and unleash it when needed. The lethality of this secret technique was simply unimaginable. Although he had to start accumulating power again every time he used it, this secret technique could often play a decisive role in a crucial moment. The soul-severing saber was a soul-type emperor artifact, so it was most compatible with the heaven-breaking strike. The two could almost be said to complement each other. A mere ant wants to kill this king. Wukong roared hysterically, no longer showing any of his previous disdain and contempt. Yang Kai's attack was enough to make him take him seriously. As he spoke, he desperately circulated his power, trying to break free from Duan Hongchen's grip. However, how could Duan Hongchen let him do as he wished? He laughed maniacally as he said, "Wukong, stop struggling. Isn't it great that the two of us can go to the Yellow Springs together? We can be companions on the road to the Yellow Springs." Scram! Wukong shouted, his strength becoming extremely unstable. Duan Hongchen's expression changed slightly. Although he did not know what Yang Kai was going to do, he knew that this was the best opportunity to kill him, so he could only do his best to restrain his figure and prepare for the terrifying attack. A sun-like light descended and directly enveloped the two great emperors' soul avatars. Wukong's screams immediately rang out, mixed with Duan Hongchen's muffled groans. It seemed that neither of them had a good time under this attack. After Yang Kai displayed this move, he immediately turned around and fled to the island formed by the soul-warming lotus, once again urging the seven-colored light to envelop him. Hong long long, a huge shockwave erupted, causing his entire knowledge sea to boil. Monstrous waves continued to spread in all directions, and at the center of the attack, a huge crater was formed. Yang Kai felt a splitting headache. Using his own secret technique and artifact to attack his own knowledge sea was something Yang Kai had never even considered before, but today he had no choice but to do so. The damage caused by this attack was even more intense than the previous battle between the two great emperors. Yang Kai suddenly felt himself being overwhelmed by pain and felt dizzy, almost fainting on the spot. Hong hong hong. The shockwaves continued to spread, seemingly continuing until the end of time. After an indeterminate amount of time, the terrifying movement gradually subsided and the dazzling light gradually dissipated. Yang Kai grimaced in pain and his first reaction was to investigate the situation of Wukong and Duan Hongchen, but after sweeping them with his divine sense, Yang Kai's face couldn't help changing. Inside his knowledge sea, only Duan Hongchen's soul avatar was floating awkwardly. At this moment, a huge gash had appeared on his soul avatar from his shoulder blade to his lower abdomen, almost splitting it in two. Traces of pure spiritual energy were escaping from the wound, causing his aura to weaken. Looking around, Yang Kai asked with difficulty, "Where's Wukong? Has his soul been scattered?" Yang Kai replied with an ugly expression, "He escaped." When he was investigating earlier, he clearly felt that someone had torn through his spiritual energy defenses and escaped. Since Duan Hongchen was still here, it could only be Wukong who escaped. Hearing this, Duan Hongchen's face changed and he struggled to stand up, shouting in a low voice, "Boy, send me away." Yang Kai didn't say a word and simply waved his hand, sending him out of his knowledge sea. After doing this, Yang Kai's figure swayed and he almost fell down. Although he also wanted to investigate whether Wukong and Duan Hongchen would fight again, his current situation forced him to give up on this idea. No matter what happened to others, if he didn't adjust his breathing, he really wouldn't be able to hold on. This time, the battle between the two great emperors in his knowledge sea had benefited him greatly, but it had also left him with many scars. The seven-colored soul-warming lotus bloomed with a gentle light, and under his urging, it constantly radiated around his knowledge sea, repairing his damaged knowledge sea and damaged soul avatar. After half a day, Yang Kai felt that his situation had stabilized slightly. Only now did he have the ability to continue moving. Yang Kai immediately sent his soul avatar out of his knowledge sea and back into his body. After opening his eyes, Yang Kai found that he was still in the void corridor, drifting along with the flow, not knowing where he was going. Not far in front of him, Duan Hongchen was sitting cross-legged. Yang Kai swallowed a mouthful of saliva and carefully probed his condition, discovering that Duan Hongchen was still breathing, but it was extremely weak, and even the fluctuations of Emperor Qi in his body were almost imperceptible. "It's good that he's not dead." Yang Kai couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. Although he didn't hold back when he used the soul-splitting saber earlier, he was really afraid that he would kill Duan Hongchen while killing Wukong. Although this was the request of the great emperors of the secular world, how could Yang Kai bear to kill a respected great emperor? He and Duan Hongchen were both here, so where was Wukong? Wukong's physical body was definitely destroyed, and his soul avatar was definitely severely injured, so where could he go in this void corridor? If he ran around in this place, he would sooner or later be swallowed up by the void. Even if he was once the strongest master in the star boundary, there was no way he could continue to survive with such a broken body. From the looks of it, the odds were against Wukong. Thinking so, Yang Kai was overjoyed. After carefully examining Duan Hongchen's condition, Yang Kai couldn't help worrying. Duan Hongchen's aura was so weak at the moment, it seemed that he would die at any moment. If he didn't think of a way, he might not be able to escape this disaster. Yang Kai quickly took out a variety of healing pills from his space ring, apologized, and opened Duan Hongchen's mouth, stuffed these pills into his mouth, and then circulated his strength to help him refine them. As soon as he circulated his strength, Yang Kai immediately found that something was wrong. Because the strength in his body was actually extremely pure Emperor Qi. There was no trace of impurities. What's going on? Yang Kai was both surprised and overjoyed. Any cultivator would have to spend a lot of time transforming their source Qi into Emperor Qi after breaking through to the Emperor realm. No one could avoid this process. It could take as little as a few years, or as long as a few hundred years, just like how a new Dao source realm cultivator would need to transform their source Qi. But he had clearly just broken through to the Emperor realm, so why had all the source Qi in his body been transformed into Emperor Qi? Yang Kai recalled carefully. When he had just broken through, his source Qi was indeed rapidly transforming into Emperor Qi, but before he could feel it, he was swept into the void corridor, and then Wukong invaded his knowledge sea. By the time he came out, his strength had been completely transformed. He didn't know which part of the process had gone wrong, but this was a great thing for anyone. Perhaps it had something to do with the tribulations during his breakthrough, or perhaps it had something to do with the insights he had gained from the battle between the two great emperors in his knowledge sea, but overall, this had saved Yang Kai at least several years. Chapter 2505. Withdrawing his thoughts, Yang Kai calmed his emotions and focused his attention on Duan Hongchen again. Duan Hongchen's situation was not optimistic. Even after taking so many healing pills, he still could not stop his aura and vitality from weakening. Yang Kai understood that it was not that the pills he refined were ineffective, but rather that Duan Hongchen's injuries were too serious. Not to mention the injuries caused by his heaven-breaking slash, even his previous battle with Wukong was not light. This was definitely not something that could be healed by his spirit pills. This is bad. Yang Kai's mood was heavy. Seeing that the bustling world Great Emperor's aura was getting weaker and weaker, to the point where even his light of life was about to be extinguished, Yang Kai could no longer care about anything else. He reached out and grabbed the void, and when he opened his hand again, there was a green leaf in his palm. This green leaf had clear veins and was verdant, just like a piece of top-grade jade, and contained an unimaginable vitality. When Yang Kai grabbed it, it was as if he was grabbing a living creature of flesh and blood. The strength of its vitality was shocking. A leaf from the immortal tree. Yang Kai was forced into a corner and could only take a leaf from the immortal tree as a last resort. The immortal tree was the same as the soul-warming lotus, a precious treasure that had existed since the beginning of the world, and there was only one in this world, not a second. Immortal source liquid was born from the immortal tree and was known as one of the three great divine waters. It had the bizarre effect of regenerating flesh and bones and reviving the dead. It was a sacred healing treasure that no pill could compare to. Unfortunately, although Yang Kai had the immortal tree, he did not have immortal source liquid. The immortal source liquid he collected when he obtained the immortal tree had long since been used up. Since immortal source liquid had such a miraculous effect, how could the immortal tree's leaf not? Yang Kai didn't know if the leaf could save Duan Hongchen's life, but seeing the great emperors of the human world dying, Yang Kai had no choice but to make this choice. After plucking the green leaf, Yang Kai immediately threw it into Duan Hongchen's mouth, at the same time circulating his emperor qi to help him refine it. Suddenly, a green light bloomed from the dantian in Duan Hongchen. Then, the green light shone brightly and completely enveloped Duan Hongchen. Yang Kai was taken aback by this sight, but he could clearly feel that this green light contained an astonishing life aura. Under the cover of this green light, all of Duan Hongchen's wounds, big and small, were healing at an extremely fast speed. The originally extremely weak aura also began to slowly increase. This discovery made Yang Kai feel relieved, knowing that he had done the right thing. The immortal tree's leaf did indeed have the effect of bringing the dead back to life, and this effect seemed to be even stronger than the immortal source liquid. Yang Kai didn't need to help Duan Hongchen anymore, all he needed to do was stand guard for him. The green light bloomed with a different kind of brilliance in this dim void corridor as Duan Hongchen's aura gradually stabilized and his blood began to flow through his body. Gradually, a clear and distinct heartbeat could be heard from his chest. After the time it would take to burn a stick of incense, the green light gradually dissipated. Duan Hongchen was no longer in any serious condition, but for some reason, he still hadn't woken up. Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief as he felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. From the moment he broke through to the Emperor realm until now, he had hardly had a moment to catch his breath. During his breakthrough, the world energy baptism and the world force had formed an inexplicable black hole that swallowed him whole, followed by the Wukong sneaking into his knowledge sea in an attempt to possess him. Duan Hongchen had followed suit and fought with it. From beginning to end, Yang Kai's nerves were extremely tense. It was only now that the dust had settled that he truly relaxed. Staring at Duan Hongchen in front of him in a daze, Yang Kai suddenly felt that everything was unreal. The names of the great emperors shook the star boundary and had always been legendary figures. They were elusive, and ordinary people would never be able to see them even once in their lifetime. Since Yang Kai came to the star boundary, he had constantly heard people mention the 10 great emperors. Everyone who mentioned them had a look of reverence and worship on their faces, as if the great emperors were the heavens and the earth. Yang Kai also didn't expect that he would meet the great emperors in this shattered star sea, and 2 of them at once. What was even more bizarre was that these two great emperors were extremely ancient existences, yet they were still fighting a life and death battle in front of him. One of them was even known as the most vicious man in the star boundary since ancient times. Yang Kai didn't know whether this was his fortune or misfortune. Suddenly, the eyelids of Duan Hongchen, who was sitting in front of him, moved, and he slowly opened his eyes. Yang Kai was overjoyed and called out in a low voice, "Senior Duan." Duan Hongchen looked at him with a complicated look and asked with a heavy expression, "What did you give this old master to take? How could it pull this old master back from the gates of hell?" Yang Kai chuckled and casually said, "It's nothing. I obtained a spirit pill a few years ago when I was cultivating. I don't know what kind of spirit pill it is, but I thought it was pretty good, so I gave it to Senior." It wasn't that he didn't trust Duan Hongchen, but the immortal tree was too shocking, so it was best not to reveal it. He believed that with Duan Hongchen's previous state, there was no way he could discover what he had given him. "Boy, you're a fool." Duan Hongchen suddenly stretched out his hand and slapped Yang Kai fiercely. Yang Kai didn't dare dodge and took the hit head-on, grimacing in pain as he said with an innocent expression, "Senior, why did you hit me?" If it weren't for the great emperors in front of him, and if it weren't for him disregarding life and death and dragging Wukong down with him, Yang Kai would have already violently resisted. But being hit for no reason, Kai Yang's heart was filled with grievances. In order to save Duan Hongchen, he had even plucked a leaf from the immortal tree. One had to know that there weren't many leaves in total. He didn't know if plucking a leaf from the immortal tree would cause any damage. If the immortal tree was damaged because of this, Yang Kai wouldn't even have a place to cry. I. Duan Hongchen put on a pained expression as he raised his hand and pretended to slap himself, but in the end, he slapped himself and sighed heavily. Yang Kai looked at him in amazement, and a bad feeling suddenly welled up in the depths of his heart, so he tentatively asked, "Senior, you don't have a problem here, right?" As he spoke, he pointed at the melon seed on his head. "If you want to say that this old master is crazy, then just say it. This old master won't hit you." Duan Hongchen coldly snorted. Yang Kai thought to himself, "I wonder who hit me when I opened my eyes," but he only thought about it and didn't dare say it out loud. "You shouldn't have saved me, you made a mistake." Duan Hongchen sighed heavily, looking as if he had lost his entire life. Yang Kai quickly said, "Senior, I don't like what you're saying. Senior is willing to sacrifice his own life for the sake of the world, so what does it matter if Junior saves your life?" Duan Hongchen was extremely angry and was about to say something when suddenly, a look of great pain appeared on his face, followed by a twisted expression. Yang Kai was shocked and exclaimed, "Senior, what happened to you?" Duan Hongchen did not answer, but his entire body was trembling and cold sweat was pouring down his forehead. After a while, he gradually calmed down. Yang Kai quietly released his divine sense to investigate and found that there was nothing wrong with him, but he suddenly felt very strange, wondering what was wrong with the great emperors of the secular world. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Duan Hongchen laughed loudly, and there was a sense of pride in his laughter that was completely different from before. He looked at Yang Kai with shining eyes and praised, not bad, Junior, this king must thank you." This king was almost turned into ashes. Sure enough, the heavens didn't forsake me. As soon as these words came out, Yang Kai suddenly jumped back, creating a distance between him and Duan Hongchen. He looked at Duan Hongchen seriously for a moment before a terrifying thought appeared in his mind, causing him to grit his teeth and shout, "Wukong." "Oh." Duan Hongchen looked at Yang Kai with a smile, the corners of his mouth curling into a sneer as he said lightly, "You saw through this king's identity with just a few words? Junior, you have good eyes. Is it really you?" Yang Kai's clothes were instantly drenched in cold sweat. He looked in front of him in disbelief and said in a trembling voice, "You actually possessed Senior Duan?" "Not really." Wukong shook his head. "Then what is the meaning of this situation?" Yang Kai asked fiercely. He was sure that the one talking to him at this moment was undoubtedly the heaven-devouring great emperor, but heaven-devouring great emperor was using Duan Hongchen's body. If this wasn't possession, then what was? What made Yang Kai feel the most inconceivable was that he had actually succeeded in possessing Duan Hongchen's body. How could he have succeeded? Duan Hongchen was one of the great emperors, and the strength he had shown before was not inferior to his. Logically speaking, it was impossible for Wukong to possess Duan Hongchen's body. Before Wukong had time to answer, Duan Hongchen's face suddenly showed an extremely ferocious and twisted expression, and his body trembled violently. After a while, he calmed down. The aggressive gaze from before disappeared and was replaced by a peaceful look. Yang Kai's mind was in a mess, but he still asked tentatively, "Senior Duan?" Duan Hongchen gently nodded while gasping for breath, "It's me." What the hell is going on?" Yang Kai opened his mouth wide and asked blankly. Duan Hongchen sighed and said, "After that old thing escaped from your knowledge sea, he sneaked into this old man's body and wanted to possess it. How could this old man do as he wished? Naturally, a fight was inevitable, but both of us were exhausted and scarred. Neither of us could do anything to the other. If this had continued, this old man could have fought to the death with him, but what? Duan Hongchen glared at him and said, "But I don't know what you gave this old man, but the two of us regained our strength. Not only that old thing Wukong also used a secret technique to coexist with this old man's soul, forcibly occupying half of this old man's body. This. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and swallowed his saliva. Is this really possible? Chapter 2506. Duan Hongchen snorted, "Do you think the title of heaven-devouring great emperor and great emperors is just for show? If you miss this opportunity, I'm afraid you won't have another chance to kill him in the future." After saying this, he laughed again. "No one in this world can kill this king." 2 sentences, 2 different tones. It was as if Duan Hongchen had schizophrenia. Yang Kai snorted, "Shut up." Duan Hongchen turned his head and looked coldly at Yang Kai, saying in a deep voice, "Boy, if you have the guts, I dare you to say that again. Do you believe?" Yang Kai waved his hand and interrupted him. Okay, don't say anything fierce. This young master has just advanced to the emperor realm and can already make you suffer. When this young master becomes one of the great emperors one day, destroying you will be as easy as spitting. Quickly, let Senior Duan come out and talk. You. Wukong only spat out one word before Duan Hongchen seemed to have taken over his body again, helplessly saying, "Boy, you saw it too. Now, this old master's body not only contains my own soul, but also Wukong's soul. This old master can't even self-destruct now, and I can't drive him away. From now on, this old master will be neither human nor ghost, so what's the point of living?" Yang Kai listened with cold sweat, hurriedly comforting him. "Senior, don't be so discouraged. Everything has its pros and cons. Since the heavens arranged it this way, there must be a reason." "What reason?" "Tell this old master. If it's really reasonable, this old master won't blame you for saving my life." Yang Kai was bitter. How could he have known that saving Duan Hongchen would lead to trouble? Moreover, he was just comforting him, so how could he say anything reasonable? However, he only pondered for a moment before saying, "Senior Duan, think about it. Wukong's soul is now in your body. Although it will cause you a lot of inconvenience, in other words, you can monitor him anytime and anywhere in the future. With you watching over him, Wukong won't be able to cause any trouble, and he won't be able to cause any harm to the star boundary in the future." Duan Hongchen's eyes lit up when he heard this. He smiled and nodded. "Yes, that's what I meant." Yang Kai said with a smile, "Since the 2 seniors are going to share the same body in the future, I'm sure you'll be happy. Come, let's hold hands and be good friends in the future." Duan Hongchen snorted and said, "I'm afraid we can't be friends anymore. If this old man gets the chance, I'll still self-destruct. Wukong, you have to be careful. Don't let your guard down." Yang Kai's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He did not know what Wukong, who was hiding in Duanhong Chen's body, was thinking. It wasn't easy for him to possess half a body and allow his soul to survive, but he had to constantly be on guard against the self-destruction of the owner of this body. It was tiring just thinking about it. Okay, now that we're done here, let's go back to the Shattered Star Sea. Yang Kai stood up and said. Duanhong Chen shook his head and said, I'm afraid we can't go back to the Shattered Star Sea. Why? Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. Duanhong Chen said, the place where Wukong was previously hiding was the center of the Shattered Star Sea. When I fought with him, that place was destroyed. The Shattered Star Sea also collapsed at that time. Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this. He whispered, the Shattered Star Sea collapsed. What about the people in it? Although Lu Yan, Zhang Ruoxi, and Mo Shaoqi were all taken into the small sealed world, Yang Kai was still in the Shattered Star Sea. But Hua Qingxi was still in the Shattered Star Sea, and there were still Xia Sheng, Murong Xiao, and Xiao Baiyi, as well as thousands of elite disciples from the 4 territories of the Star Boundary. If these people died because of the collapse of the Shattered Star Sea, the Yuan Qi of the Star Boundary would be greatly damaged, and it would take 100 years to recover. Duanhong Chen said, you don't have to worry about that. When the Shattered Star Sea collapsed, they were already expelled, so there won't be any danger to their lives. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief and said, that's good. But from now on, there will be no Shattered Star Sea, and the cultivator in this world will have one less place to gain experience. Duanhong Chen said with some regret. Although Wukong, an extremely dangerous character, had always been hidden in the Shattered Star Sea, and no one knew when he would suddenly appear and bring danger to the Star Boundary, it was undeniable that the existence of the Shattered Star Sea had created a lot of the Emperor realm for the Star Boundary. Just by looking at the situation of the Shattered Star Sea this time, it could be seen that some cultivator with enough heritage and good aptitude had already been promoted to the Emperor realm. Even if some cultivators did not promote in the Shattered Star Sea, they might still have a chance after returning to their respective sects and entering seclusion for a while. It was conceivable that in the next 10, 50, or even 100 years, the Emperor realm would continue to spring up like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. In fact, every 100 years after the opening of the Shattered Star Sea, such a situation would occur, and new cultivators of the Emperor realm would be born constantly. There's nothing we can do about it. Yang Kai smiled slightly. There are gains and losses in everything. If we can solve the hidden danger of Wukong, it's worth it even if the Shattered Star Sea collapses. Duanhong Chen looked at him and said, you're right. While speaking, he slowly got up and said, all right, let's leave here first. Let this old master take a look. This is a void corridor. If we want to leave this place, we must first find a weak space barrier. He suddenly stopped talking and looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. He saw Yang Kai's body rippling with strange energy fluctuations as he waved his hand in front of him, causing a crack to suddenly appear. You're proficient in the Tao of space? Duanhong Chen's mouth was wide open and his eyes shone. He was extremely shocked. Yang Kai's previous performance was already shocking enough, but he never expected that he was also proficient in the divine technique of the Tao of space. If he was not proficient in the Tao of space, how could he break open this void corridor so easily? Even with his current strength, if he wanted to leave this place, he had to first find a weak point in the space barrier and then blast it open with brute force. Only then would he have a chance to escape. Moreover, he had to be very careful when blasting the void corridor, lest he collapse it and be trapped in the void. Yang Kai grinned and said, just some insignificant skill. I've made a fool of myself in front of Senior. The corners of Duanhong Chen's mouth twitched slightly as he said, amazing, amazing. Young people these days are really amazing. As soon as he finished speaking, he shouted angrily, Duanhong Chen, if it weren't for your interference, this king would have seized this boy's body. I'm afraid this king will never find such an excellent body again. Yang Kai's face darkened. Although he knew that the one who spoke was Wukong, he was still not used to people changing faces faster than flipping the pages of a book. He gestured with his hand and said, "Senior Duan, please go first." Duan Hongchen nodded lightly and took the lead to walk out of the void corridor, soon disappearing from sight. After he left, Yang Kai followed unhurriedly. Stepping out of the void corridor, a bleak scene came into view. Looking around, this place was like a desert. Yellow sand was rolling on the ground and no end could be seen at a glance. Strong winds were blowing and clouds were flying, making it almost impossible to see anything more than 10 meters away. Duan Hongchen, who came out before Yang Kai, also turned his head and looked around. Yang Kai stood beside him, shaded his eyes with his hand, and looked around for a while before asking, "Senior Duan, what is this place?" He was sure that this was the star boundary. In other words, after coming out of the void corridor, he had already returned to the star boundary. However, this place was definitely not the Northern Territory where he entered the shattered Star Sea, because the Northern Territory was freezing cold, so it was impossible to have such a scene. Duan Hongchen pondered for a while and said, "This should be the Purple Mountain Desert in the Eastern Territory." Eastern Territory? Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this. He had planned to go to the Eastern Territory to find Xiao Zhao's whereabouts after he understood the situation in the shattered Star Sea. After all, he had already inquired about Xiao Xiao from Yin Lusheng. It was just that the Eastern Territory was a long way away, and there were many dangers along the way. He wanted to find some big cities or big sects and borrow their territory crossing space arrays, but he didn't expect that he would come directly to the Eastern Territory. This was really a pleasant surprise. "Did you have something to do in the Eastern Territory?" Duan Hongchen looked at Yang Kai curiously. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "Just a little personal matter." Duan Hongchen didn't continue to ask and nodded. "In that case, this old master will part with you here. In the future, when you travel the star boundary, remember to be upright and have a clear conscience." Yang Kai said solemnly, "This junior will remember senior's instructions." After that, he asked, "Senior won't go back to Azure Sun Temple?" Duan Hongchen shook his head and said, "This old master's current state is not suitable for going to crowded places, so I won't go. If you see Wen Zishan in the future, you don't have to tell him about this old master, lest he worries." Yang Kai said, "This junior will remember." Duan Hongchen nodded before his figure flickered and soon disappeared into the yellow sand, disappearing without a trace. Looking in the direction he left, Yang Kai sighed slightly. Duan Hongchen was obviously very worried about Wukong's soul and his body, so he couldn't wait to separate from him and didn't dare to go to crowded places. Yang Kai didn't know what he planned to do in the future. Now that he and Wukong were sharing a body, there would definitely be a lot of trouble, but fortunately, he couldn't even self-destruct now. If there was a chance in the future, he could find a way to expel Wukong's soul from his body. However, this required an extremely powerful strength to accomplish. After a while, Yang Kai also summoned his own wooden boat and left like lightning. Half a day later, Yang Kai left the area covered in yellow sand and saw a flash of green light in front of him. When he flew closer, Yang Kai realized that this was a very small oasis. In the desert, oases were extremely rare. Such a small place could often bring vitality and hope to people who were lost in the desert. There were some traces of human activity in the oasis, but at the moment, there was not a single person. It seemed that no one had been here for a long time. Yang Kai flew down and found a slightly cleaner place to sit down, then his figure flickered and he entered the small sealed world. Previously, when he was advancing to the Emperor realm, in order to resist the world force that fell from the sky, he had to draw a trace of world force from the sealed world bead. He didn't know if this would cause any damage to the small sealed world. After his advancement, he didn't have time to investigate at all. It was only now that he found the time. Chapter 2507. As soon as he entered the small sealed world bead, Yang Kai's face changed drastically. He looked around in horror and exclaimed, How did this place become like this?" Although Yang Kai was mentally prepared that the trace of world force he extracted would have a certain impact on the small sealed world bead, he didn't expect it to be so huge. At this moment, the small sealed world bead was in a complete mess. Ravines crisscrossed the ground, as if the great battle between Duan Hongchen and Wukong had taken place here. The flowers, grass, and lush trees that could be seen everywhere in the past had disappeared in large swaths. Even the rich world energy had dimmed a little. The entire small sealed world bead looked lifeless, as if the end of the world had come. Yang Kai's heart bled when he saw this. Ever since he obtained the sealed world bead on Shadowed Star, this space artifact had provided him with many conveniences and saved him from danger many times, but he didn't expect it to become like this at this moment. The embodiment stood beside Yang Kai with a distressed expression and said, Wukong said that the world force is the world source strength. You extracted a trace of this world source strength, so naturally, there won't be any good results. What about Lu Yan and the others? Are they all right? Yang Kai asked in surprise while releasing his divine sense to check the situation of Lu Yan and the others. The embodiment said, they are fine, but Ruo Shi and Shao Qi are still asleep. I don't know when they will wake up. Yang Kai nodded and his figure flickered, arriving at the place where Lu Yan and the others were. He found that, as the embodiment said, Zhang Ruo Shi and Mo Shao Qi were still asleep. Previously, Mo Shao Qi's emotional outburst triggered the divine soul seal. Later, Duan Hongchen took a drop of Zhang Ruo Shi's blood essence and sealed it, causing her to pass out directly. The two girls were probably like this because they had overexerted themselves. At this moment, their breathing was stable. Although they were asleep, they were fine. After investigating for a while, Yang Kai was relieved. He then shifted his divine sense to the medicine garden and found that the immortal tree, firmament tree, and the exotic flowers and grasses he planted in the medicine garden were not affected. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. If the immortal tree and firmament tree were affected, Yang Kai had no place to cry. Fortunately, although the small sealed world bead, it was still a blessing. How can I repair this small sealed bead? Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. Although he was also proficient in the Tao of space, this small sealed world was not something he could refine. Even if he wanted to repair it, he didn't know where to start. In the Source Sea, the sealed world bead had absorbed a lot of source strength, which filled the world at this moment, but because of the damage, the world energy and source strength stored in the small sealed world bead were constantly flowing out. One could imagine what would happen if he didn't think of a way. Sooner or later, the world energy and source strength would all flow out. At that time, the small sealed world wouldn't be able to provide Lu Yan and the others with a good place to cultivate. As he thought about it, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up. The reason why the small sealed world bead became like this was because he had extracted the world energy from this world. In the final analysis, it was because he had lost a trace of its world energy. If he could make up for this lost trace of world energy, the small sealed world bead should be able to recover. World energy filled the entire world, but those who weren't great emperors couldn't comprehend it. Yang Kai couldn't comprehend it either, but he had ready-made world energy. It was suppressed under the mountains and rivers bell. If he flooded the small sealed world with the world energy under the mountains and rivers bell, would there be any miraculous effects? The suppressed world energy was much larger than the one he had extracted. If he used it well, not only could he repair the small sealed world bead, but he might also be able to make the small sealed world bead even better than before, perfecting the world principles here. Thinking of this, Yang Kai couldn't help but get excited and couldn't wait to give it a try. Anyway, if he didn't work hard, this small sealed world would become a broken world sooner or later, but if he succeeded, the benefits were self-evident. After making up his mind, Yang Kai's figure flickered and reappeared in the oasis. Then, he waved his hand and released the embodiment, Lu Yan, and the unconscious Zhang Ruo Shi and Mo Shao Qi. What orders does Master have? Lu Yan looked at Yang Kai curiously and asked. Under normal circumstances, Yang Kai wouldn't release all of them from the small sealed world. Once he did, it must be something important. Yang Kai said solemnly, I want to repair the small sealed world bead. It's not necessarily safe for you to stay inside. Repair the small sealed world bead? A trace of doubt flashed in the embodiment's eyes, but he soon reacted and whispered, Are you going to use the suppressed world energy? Yang Kai nodded and said in a deep voice, This is the only possibility. I have to give it a try. The embodiment pondered for a while and said, It's an opportunity. But before that, Lu Yen, I want to give you something. Yang Kai looked at Lu Yen with burning eyes. What about the Phoenix True Fire? Lu Yan's breathing paused slightly. So you felt it, Yang Kai grinned. After collecting the Phoenix True Fire in the Shattered Star Sea, Yang Kai threw it into the small sealed world bead. Lu Yen could naturally feel it after entering the small sealed world bead. The Phoenix True Fire was a remnant of the martial flame Great Emperors and was the source of the Fire Phoenix. Lu Yan's body was a fire attribute artifact spirit, so there was naturally a subtle connection between the two. What's more, Lu Yan had refined a Luan Phoenix feather. Whether it was the Fire Phoenix or the Luan Phoenix, they were all branches of the Phoenix clan and came from the same source. Lu Yan could refine the Luan Phoenix feather and had a trace of the Luan Phoenix's divine technique, so there was no reason why he couldn't refine the Phoenix True Fire. However, it must be accompanied by great danger, and his soul could be destroyed at any time. Yang Kai said solemnly, Lu Yan, the Phoenix True Fire is the source of the Fire Phoenix. If you succeed in refining it, you can inherit the inheritance and memories of the Fire Phoenix bloodline and truly be reborn. In time, it is not impossible for you to become a true Fire Phoenix, but you must know the dangers involved. If there is even the slightest mistake, you will definitely be burned to death. Before Yang Kai could finish, Lu Yen said, Master, I am ready. Yang Kai was slightly stunned and looked at her seriously for a while before nodding, You can choose your own path. Since you are mentally prepared, I won't say anything more. Just, be careful. Lu Yen pursed her red lips and said softly, If Lu Yen fails to refine the Phoenix True Fire, please don't be sad for me, Master. Lu Yen is just an artifact spirit incarnation who gave birth to sentience by chance. I have been able to follow Master for so many years and have been taken care of in every possible way. I have long been satisfied. This servant has lived a life like a human, and that is enough. When it came to emotional parts, her eyes turned slightly red. However, because she was a soul puppet, she couldn't shed a single tear. Yang Kai said softly, It is my honor to be able to know you and accompany you all the way. Don't think too much, you will succeed. Lu Yen nodded firmly and said, I will definitely not disappoint Master. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn and he suddenly urged the golden divine dragon source in his body. A huge golden dragon head suddenly appeared behind him and bared its fangs and claws. Yang Kai reached into the sealed world bead and grasped fiercely, directly pulling out the Phoenix True Fire. Above the dragon claw, the Phoenix True Fire was like a living little phoenix, fluttering its wings as if it wanted to fly away, but it was firmly bound by the golden divine dragon source. Catch! Yang Kai shouted and slowly pressed the Phoenix True Fire towards Lu Yen. Lu Yen took a deep breath and her expression instantly became tranquil as she opened her mouth and swallowed the Phoenix True Fire. Immediately afterwards, her figure flickered and she flew towards the depths of the desert like a bolt of lightning, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Soon, an extremely scorching fluctuation of power came from the other side and a ball of fire burned fiercely. From the yellow sand, a clear and loud phoenix cry rang out, echoing through the 9 heavens. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he released his divine sense and carefully observed the situation. If he had any other choice, he would not have let Lu Yen refine the Phoenix True Fire at this time. He originally planned to wait until Lu Yen was a little stronger before giving the Phoenix True Fire to her, but now that the sealed world bead was seriously damaged and would collapse sooner or later, it was no longer suitable to store the Phoenix True Fire in it. As for the Phoenix True Fire, it could only be stored in the sealed world bead. A space ring could not contain it at all. Once the sealed world bead collapsed, this precious phoenix true fire was very likely to be swallowed into a void crack, never to be found again. With no other choice, Yang Kai could only choose to let Lu Yen refine the phoenix true fire at this time. However, Yang Kai was also fully prepared. It would be best if Lu Yen could successfully refine the phoenix true fire, but if the refining process was not ideal, he would directly intervene and use his golden divine dragon source and the mountains and rivers bell to suppress it. Presumably, Lu Yan's life would not be in danger. He did not tell Lu Yen about these plans because he did not want Lu Yen to have a fluke mentality, thinking that even if the refining failed, it would not matter. Only in this way could Lu Yan's potential be forced out. Under the investigation of his divine sense, Yang Kai's expression became dignified. Because Lu Yen, who was refining the phoenix true fire, was burning up. The phantom of the fire phoenix appeared behind her small body and stared at her coldly with its majestic phoenix eyes. Obviously, it was unwilling to be refined like this. Fortunately, Lu Yen was a soul puppet and a fire attribute artifact spirit. She had even swallowed the sun's true fire over the years, so she had a strong resistance and adaptability to this scorching power. She constantly urged her own strength to resist the terrifying power of the phoenix true fire. She was not in a hurry to refine and swallow it, instead releasing her divine sense to constantly communicate with the phoenix true fire. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he saw this, realizing that he seemed to be worrying too much. Lu Yen was not a child and had her own thoughts and ideas. If she communicated with the phoenix true fire like this, it was very likely that the phoenix true fire would recognize her as its master and allow her to refine it without any danger. The most important thing now was how to make the phoenix true fire recognize her. Yang Kai stared at her intently, not daring to miss a single detail. Chapter 2508. Amidst the raging flames, the earth was scorched, and the flowing yellow sand melted before it even touched the flames. Where Lu Yen stood, the desert within 1,000 feet radius had turned into a magma-like zone, scorching hot and terrifying. A huge fire phoenix phantom stood behind Lu Yen, its majestic phoenix eyes looking down at her with disdain and ridicule. Wrapped in the phantom, Lu Yen didn't use any strength to resist, allowing the flames that could burn all things to burn her, a look of pain on her small face. Two divine senses were communicating in the void. One was as weak as an ant, while the other was as strong as heaven and earth. The contrast was extremely obvious. It was unknown what kind of communication was going on between the two, but the powerful divine sense belonging to the fire phoenix suddenly became violent, and with a cry, the flames burned even more fiercely. Yang Kai's eyelids twitched violently, and he almost couldn't help but take action. Although Lu Yen was a spirit puppet, which was different from ordinary people, it was unknown how long she could last under the burning of the phoenix true fire. If she couldn't hold on, she would inevitably be burned to ashes. But just before Yang Kai took action, he glanced at Lu Yen as if he had sensed something and stopped abruptly. He found that although Lu Yan's expression was painful, there was peace between her eyebrows. Two contradictory emotions appeared on the same face, which was very strange. Suddenly, a cry rang out. Although it wasn't as loud and clear as the phoenix cry, it was still crisp and pleasant. Immediately afterward, a strange bird with a red body and an extremely long tail suddenly flew out of Lu Yan's body. Lu Yan's true body. Yang Kai watched with a dignified expression. Although the yellow sand in the sky blocked his vision, he could see everything clearly with his divine sense. Lu Yen hadn't shown her true body for a long time. Yang Kai still remembered that when he first met Lu Yen, she had met him in this appearance. At that time, Yang Kai thought this was a fire spirit, but later he learned that she was just a tool spirit of a crafting furnace. Unless she was forced to, Lu Yen would never show her true body. As soon as the strange bird appeared, it swayed upward, riding the clouds and the wind, and instantly came to the head of the fire phoenix. It kept flying around it. The flame phoenix cried out incessantly as its flaming feathers unfurled. A monstrous wave of heat swept out in all directions. Lu Yan's body was like a small boat in the middle of a storm, each wave crashing down on her, threatening to drown her at any moment. The fluctuations of divine sense communication had never stopped since the beginning as Lu Yan kept trying. Yang Kai didn't know what Lu Yan was doing during this period of time. He only saw her flying around the fire phoenix. Strange divine soul ripples spread out. Slowly, the irritable phantom of the fire phoenix calmed down, and its flaming feathers also folded, but its disdainful eyes were still full of disdain, as if the whole world was nothing in its eyes. Seeing this situation, Lu Yan moved a little closer to the fire phoenix, as if trying to let it accept her. Although the process was slow, there were not many changes. After a long time, Lu Yan finally landed on the head of the fire phoenix and gently combed its feathers. At the same time, the fire phoenix also slowly closed its majestic phoenix eyes. Was this a success? Kai Yang's brow furrowed slightly. He wasn't sure what kind of situation this was. However, it was reasonable to say that Lu Yan had an extremely high success rate in refining the fire phoenix's origin source. Her success rate was much higher than anyone else's because Lu Yan was a fire attribute artifact spirit and could be considered to have the same origin as the phoenix true fire. The monstrous pressure slowly withdrew. The huge phantom of the fire phoenix also slowly retracted into Lu Yan's body. The scorching power suddenly lost its source and dissipated, leaving only the red magma and half-solidified yellow sand on the ground. Lu Yan's body also returned to her body with the phantom of the fire phoenix. Yang Kai probed with his divine sense and saw Lu Yan's current situation. His heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Because at this moment, Lu Yan seemed to have been burned for countless years. Her whole body was charred, and the outline of a human being couldn't be seen at all. Her hair had also disappeared. All that could be seen was a human-shaped object that looked like black charcoal. Even the body of a spiritual puppet was burned like this. Any other cultivator would have turned into ashes long ago. Yang Kai's heart was bleeding. He resisted the urge to help, but was ready to take a leaf of the immortal tree at any time. Lu Yan's weak divine sense fluctuations came from the charred human-shaped object. Traces of crimson energy suddenly diffused from her body. The crimson energy was like a burning flame, dazzling everyone's eyes. It had both a terrifying aura that could burn all things and an incredible vitality. True Phoenix Fire. It was said that the true Phoenix Fire was immortal. Every death was just a nirvana in the cycle of reincarnation. It was this magical true Phoenix Fire that allowed them to create such a legend. Therefore, in the true Phoenix Fire, there was both endless destruction and abundant vitality. Destruction was for the enemy, and vitality was for oneself. Soon, Lu Yan was wrapped up by the crimson energy, and the crimson energy gradually solidified into a rock-like existence. Looking at it, Lu Yan seemed to have transformed into an egg half the height of a person at this moment. On the surface of the eggshell, there were countless extremely complex patterns, as if they contained a great secret. Yang Kai was curious and took a few more glances, only to feel a pair of extremely majestic eyes suddenly appear in his knowledge sea, coldly glaring at him, causing his knowledge sea to tumble and tremble. He was so scared that he quickly looked away. That pair of majestic eyes were the eyes of the fire phoenix. Yang Kai didn't know why it appeared in his knowledge sea, but he knew that if he continued to look at it like this, he would be attacked by an invisible secret technique. This should be the inheritance of the Phoenix clan, and those patterns should be the secrets of the Phoenix clan. Anyone who tried to pry into it would not have a good end. But like this, Kai Yang's mood relaxed a lot. Because since the egg wrapped in Lu Yan had something of the Phoenix clan, it meant that Lu Yan had successfully made the true Phoenix Fire accept her. With the protection of the true Phoenix Fire, even if Lu Yan was seriously injured, it was impossible for her to die. All he needed to do now was wait. Wait for the moment when Lu Yan was reborn and witness the magical scene. Yang Kai also didn't expect that Lu Yan would refine the true Phoenix Fire so quickly. Although it seemed very anxious, it was still a daunting experience. He secretly sent a message to the embodiment, asking him to pay more attention to the situation of Lu Yen and to contact him immediately if anything went wrong. The embodiment naturally agreed. Yang Kai then entered the small sealed world again. The problem of the true phoenix fire was solved, so the next thing to solve was the small sealed world. Radiating his divine sense in all directions, Yang Kai quickly understood the situation of the small sealed world. This time, after extracting a trace of world force, the damage caused to the small sealed world was not small. 1/3 of the entire small sealed world was a mess. Many places were no longer separated from the heavens and earth, as if they were still in a state of chaos. These places were constantly collapsing and spreading in all directions. Looking at this situation, if left alone, the small sealed world would collapse completely in less than a month. At that time, the immortal tree, firmament tree, and so on would all be finished. Although Yang Kai could move them away in advance, Yang Kai couldn't be at ease with these kinds of treasures, especially the immortal tree. Once others learned about it, he was afraid that the entire star boundary would be plunged into a bloodbath. So, in any case, Yang Kai wanted to stabilize the small sealed world as soon as possible, not for anything else, but for the immortal tree and firmament tree to continue to be safely hidden inside in the future. With a solemn expression, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and a big bell suddenly appeared in front of him. Ancient exotic artifact, Mountains and Rivers Bell. Perhaps because it was suppressing a trace of world force, this Mountains and Rivers Bell had not shrunk, and the mysterious pattern on the bell was constantly flashing as a primordial force swept in all directions. When Yang Kai summoned the Mountains and Rivers Bell, he could clearly feel that the suppressed world force was constantly colliding with the Mountains and Rivers Bell, as if it was trying to break free from the shackles of the Mountains and Rivers Bell. After staring at the Mountains and Rivers Bell for a long time, Yang Kai formed a few seals with a serious expression. The Mountains and Rivers Bell suddenly buzzed, and the primordial force that was enough to suppress the world force also revealed a crack. The mighty force of heaven and earth that had been suppressed was like a cat that had smelled fish. It turned into a stream of light and broke free from the crack at an extremely fast speed. Wang, an unimaginable pressure descended from the sky, and there seemed to be an extremely strong will growing above Yang Kai's head, exuding a destructive aura. Yang Kai's body was pressed down. When he was breaking through before, Yang Kai was bombarded by the world force, and he was unable to resist it at all. But now, he was different from yesterday. Now, he was the real deal of the Emperor realm. His Emperor Qi was vigorous and pure, and his strength had increased by more than 10 times. What's more, this was the small sealed world, where he dominated everything. Even if it was a little damaged, it could not change this fact. He looked up coldly, staring at the stream of world force that had turned into a stream of light, and with a single thought, the power of the entire small sealed world was mobilized. It was as if countless invisible hands were attacking from all directions, firmly grasping the stream of world force. The stream of light buzzed and struggled, but it could not move at all. This stream of world force was indeed the source of the outside world, but after all, it was only a trace, so how could it compete with the power of the entire small sealed world? This was like a cheetah and a cat. The cheetah was fierce, but how could a single hair of the cheetah be more powerful than a cat? After imprisoning the world force, Yang Kai suddenly sat down cross-legged and radiated his spiritual energy around, instantly enveloping the entire small sealed world. Soon, Yang Kai felt a strange sensation. He felt that he had become the embodiment of the small sealed world. He was the small sealed world, and the small sealed world was him. Chapter 2509. After connecting with the entire small sealed world, Yang Kai immediately understood that his previous idea was correct. Because the small sealed world was transmitting a very eager message to the imprisoned world force, eager to use it to repair its broken place. This was the world will of this small sealed world. It was like the instinctive reaction of an injured person seeing a healing pill. Yang Kai rejoiced in his heart, but on the surface, he remained calm. His eyes were closed tightly, but his hands were constantly casting mysterious seals. He didn't know what these seals were, and he didn't even know what he was doing, but he was just responding to the world will of the small sealed world. His body responded involuntarily. He slapped out a series of seals and blasted them on the imprisoned mighty force of heaven and earth in midair. Soon, the mighty force of heaven and earth that was like a stream of light was densely packed with seals. At the same time, the world force that was struggling to break free stopped struggling. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "Release." As soon as his words fell, the imprisoned world force suddenly burst open, turning into smaller streams of light, like fireworks exploding in the sky, blooming with extremely dazzling beauty. They broke down into countless streams and radiated to every corner of the small sealed world. The streams of light dispersed and hid in the small sealed world, disappearing one by one. The broken small sealed world seemed to have received a great deal of nourishment, and the whole world hummed with excitement. The broken place stopped collapsing, and the world was separated again. Everything was clear, and the chaos was no longer there. As time passed, the ravines in the earth were smoothed out again, and the devastated small sealed world began to change its appearance. The lifeless small sealed world. Inexplicably, there was a trace of invigorating vitality. The large amount of broken source strength that had been swallowed in the source sea before seemed to have undergone some wonderful changes at this time, quickly integrating into the small sealed world, turning into traces of clear world principles, strengthening the foundation of the small sealed world. The wind rose, the clouds surged, and thunder rumbled. Lightning flashed, rain fell, and sprouts sprouted. The entire mysterious small world seemed to have received a new lease of life and was brimming with vitality. Even the exotic flowers and grasses planted in the medicine garden began to sway gently. The entire process lasted for an unknown amount of time. When all the dust settled, Yang Kai suddenly felt that his mind had been severed from the small sealed world bead, awakening from that wonderful feeling. Looking around, the mysterious small world was still the same mysterious small world, but the bleak scene was no longer there. Compared to before, he was even more outstanding. Yang Kai could clearly feel that the world principles in this small sealed world had become more complete. Although it was still not comparable to a real great world, it was much better than before. The world force can actually make a small sealed world evolve? Seeing this, Kai Yang's eyebrows rose up in joy. His small sealed world had never been perfect, something Yang Kai also knew, but he didn't know how to make the small sealed world the same as the great world. However, after a series of attempts, Yang Kai seemed to have found some useful information. Just a single strand of world force was enough to cause such a huge change in the small sealed world. The world principles were also much more complete, so if more world force was brought in, wouldn't the small sealed world be completely perfect? At that time, this place would become a cultivation holy land. When one reached the limit of their cultivation, they could also receive a baptism of world energy here and break through. However, world force was something that could only be encountered by chance. It was impossible to comprehend it unless one reached the level of great emperors. With Yang Kai's current first-order emperor realm cultivation, he could only sigh and lament. However, Yang Kai finally had a direction, so he was still very excited. After thoroughly inspecting the small sealed world again, he found that there were indeed no more hidden dangers in this small sealed world. In fact, it was even better than before. Yang Kai was really relieved. I wonder how Lu Yen is doing outside. With a thought, he flew out of the small sealed world and returned to the outside world. Big Brother Yang. As soon as he appeared, Mo Shaoqi's call reached his ears. Yang Kai looked in the direction of the voice and found that Mo Shaoqi and Zhang Ruoxi had both woken up. Their complexions were quite good, and there were no hidden dangers. With a slight smile, Yang Kai said, "You're awake." Mo Shaoqi asked, "Big Brother Yang, why did you come to the Purple Mountain Desert? Is the Shattered Star Sea closed? What happened after that? Who helped me to seal my divine soul? I didn't hurt you, did I?" She asked a lot of questions in rapid succession, with a nervous and uneasy look on her face. It seemed that she knew that the reason she lost consciousness was related to the divine soul seal being unsealed, but she had no memory of what happened after that. Yang Kai glanced at the embodiment standing not far away in amazement and asked, "You didn't explain to her?" The embodiment shrugged and said, "They just woke up, so I didn't have time." Yang Kai nodded and gave a brief account of what happened after she went berserk. Of course, he didn't dare to mention the battle between Duan Hongchen and Wukong, as it would be too shocking. As for the Shattered Star Sea's closure, he only said that he didn't know. After hearing this, Mo Shaoqi patted her chest in fear and sighed, "It's good that I didn't hurt you. If I did, Shaoqi would never have the face to see you again." Yang Kai said solemnly, "Don't undo the seal casually in the future. The power of the divine soul is too terrifying. With your current strength, you won't be able to control it." Mo Shaoqi stuck out her tongue and said, "I know." Zhang Ruoxi didn't have a chance to interject until now. She glanced worriedly not far away and asked, "Sir, what's wrong with Sister Lu Yan now? Why do I feel that her aura is so weak?" Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate and found that the phoenix egg was still the same as when he left. There wasn't much change, so he said in a deep voice, "This is her opportunity, don't worry." While speaking, he glanced at Zhang Ruoxi intentionally or unintentionally. To be honest, there were too many things that shocked him on this trip to the Shattered Star Sea. Whether it was the mountains and rivers bell, the phoenix true fire, the resurrection of the heaven-devouring great emperor, or the great emperors of the secular world who cut off their cultivation for tens of thousands of years, they were all rare occurrences. But what puzzled him the most was Zhang Ruoxi. Duan Hongchen took a drop of Zhang Ruoxi's blood essence and resealed Mo Shaoqi's divine soul seal. Moreover, Duan Hongchen's interest in Zhang Ruoxi also made him very concerned. The great emperors of the secular world asked Yang Kai to lead Zhang Ruoxi to do good, saying that when she cultivated to the peak, she could summon even more terrifying power than Wukong. Once she did evil, it would be a disaster for the star boundary. If he didn't know Duan Hongchen's true identity, Yang Kai might have thought that he was exaggerating, but after knowing that Duan Hongchen was one of the great emperors of the secular world, Yang Kai didn't dare to think so. There was no reason for a person who could disregard his own life for the world to scare him. What kind of bloodline does this little girl of the Zhang family have to make Duan Hongchen treat her so seriously? Moreover, in the Flowing Time Temple, the divine spirit Qiongqi gave Zhang Ruoxi a pink cloud's phoenix robe. How could an ordinary person have such a privilege? Encountering a fierce beast like Qiongqi, it would be a miracle if one didn't get swallowed whole. How could one obtain a defensive emperor artifact from it? There's also that strange space spirit jade, which can only be activated by Zhang Ruoxi's bloodline. Thinking of the space spirit jade, Yang Kai suddenly felt that it was time to give it to Zhang Ruoxi. After all, this was a treasure passed down by the Zhang family's ancestors. In the past, Zhang Ruoxi wasn't strong enough to unlock the secrets of the space spirit jade, but now that Zhang Ruoxi was in the third order Dao source realm, she should be able to make progress. Yang Kai didn't really care about the secrets hidden in the space spirit jade, but it might be able to unlock the mysteries of Zhang Ruoxi's bloodline. Thinking about it this way, Yang Kai couldn't help but be a little tempted. Curiosity killed the cat. The more Duan Hongchen tried to hide it, the more he wanted to know about Zhang Ruoxi's bloodline. "Sir, why are you looking at me like that?" Zhang Ruoxi found that Yang Kai had been staring at her with burning eyes, as if he wanted to eat her alive. She couldn't help but lower her head and blush slightly. Yang Kai grinned and said, "Ruoxi has become a big girl." Compared to when he first met Zhang Ruoxi, she had indeed grown a lot. Moreover, the best years of her teenage years were by Yang Kai's side. It could be said that Yang Kai watched her grow up. This reminded him of Lin Yun. This little girl went to the star boundary with young inflammation. When she left, her body hadn't grown up yet. Calculating the time, she should be about the same age as Zhang Ruoxi. At that time, young inflammation said that Lin Yun was very suitable to inherit the mantle of a friend of hers. Yang Kai wondered how the little girl was doing after so many years. There was also young inflammation. Yang Kai had been in the star boundary for so long, but he hadn't heard any news about Yang inflammation, so he couldn't help but feel a little strange. Logically speaking, Yang inflammation should be a master of a generation, so there was no reason for him to be so obscure. Zhang Ruoxi's face turned even redder, and there seemed to be a different kind of brilliance in her shyness. Mo Shaoqi joined in the fun and said, "What about me? I'm not a little girl anymore." Yes, Yang Kai nodded quickly, turning his mind back from his memories. "Big brother Yang, where are you going next? Can you take me with you?" Mo Shaoqi looked at Yang Kai with shining eyes, a look of excitement on her face. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Of course I can take you with me, but aren't you afraid that Auntie Feng will come and take you back? Auntie Feng doesn't seem to like you running around outside." Mo Shaoqi wrinkled her nose and said, After she took me back last time, I was locked up on the island to cultivate. It was so boring. Now that I'm finally out, I won't go back so soon. Moreover, we just came out of the Shattered Star Sea, so Auntie Feng definitely doesn't know that I'm here. When I have enough fun, I will naturally go back. Does the Beast Warrior Master know that you are so capricious? Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. Mo Shaoqi stuck out her tongue and said, "Big brother Yang, you guessed it?" Yang Kai laughed. "You have such a strong cultivation at such a young age, so you must have an extraordinary background. You are also proficient in enslaving monster beast. You claim to be from the Eastern Territory and mention the word island from time to time. If I didn't know that you were from Spirit Beast Island, wouldn't I be an idiot?" Chapter 25:10. Mo Shaoqi shyly said, "Big brother Yang, Shaoqi didn't mean to hide it from you, it's just that my father, Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "You don't need to explain, I understand." Mo Shaoqi was obviously afraid that her father's name was too scary, so she had never mentioned her identity to Yang Kai. Now that Yang Kai had pointed it out, she was somewhat uneasy. Yang Kai smiled and said, "The Beast Martial Master is the master of beast martial arts, and you are you. The one I know is the mischievous Mo Shaoqi, not the daughter of a martial beast." Mo Shaoqi heard this and thought seriously for a while, then suddenly showed a relieved smile. The corners of her eyes curved into crescents, making her look very beautiful. At this moment, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became serious and he looked up into the sky. At the same time, Zhang Ruoxi also called out in a low voice, "Sir." While speaking, she urged her source qi uneasily and looked up into the sky vigilantly. "Ruoxi can sense it?" Kai Yang glanced at her in amazement, discovering that her pair of beautiful eyes were emitting an extremely cold aura, completely different from her usual gentle and weak self. Yang Kai was secretly shocked and felt that Zhang Ruoxi's bloodline was a bit strange. Suddenly, a faint ripple appeared in the calm sky, as if a stone had been thrown into a lake. Then, the ripple spread out rapidly and became more and more obvious. Soon, the space in a certain part of the sky distorted and a clear and strange energy fluctuation came from there. Space force. Yang Kai's eyes shrank and he was shocked. He didn't expect to encounter such clear space force in this place. It was clear that someone had torn space and crossed over from a very distant place. Moreover, judging from the fluctuations of space force, this person's use and research of space force was no worse than his, perhaps even better than his. Yang Kai's expression was extremely solemn. Although he didn't know who was coming, if someone could tear space and cross over, their strength was definitely extraordinary. Who is it? Why did they come here? Yang Kai didn't dare to take them lightly. While quickly putting away his embodiment, Yang Kai secretly urged his Emperor Qi to be on guard. If he was alone, he could just leave here and hide quietly to observe, but now he had Zhang Ruoxi, Mo Shaoqi, and Lu Yan, who was inside the phoenix egg, so he couldn't leave. Ah! Mo Shaoqi also noticed the anomaly in the sky and after letting out a scream, her beautiful face turned pale as she dodged. She hid behind Yang Kai's back like a mouse meeting a cat. Her delicate body trembled as she whispered, "Big brother Yang, let's run quickly. If we don't run now, it will be too late." Yang Kai's face darkened. It's too late to run now. Crash, the sky was torn apart like an invisible beast. It opened its beastly mouth, wanting to devour someone. Under the close attention of Yang Kai, a foot suddenly stepped out of the dark crevice. Dong! Although the foot was stepping on the void, Yang Kai felt as if it was stepping on his heart. His face paled slightly, and his aura instantly fell into a disadvantageous position. So strong. Yang Kai's eyes were filled with shock, even though he already knew that the person who came would not be weak. But it wasn't until now that Yang Kai realized that he had underestimated the strength of this person. This guy is definitely a third-order Emperor Realm Master. And not just any ordinary third-order Emperor Realm Master. After that foot, a figure slowly walked out of the crack, as if he was leaving his home for a walk, his face calm and relaxed. Leisurely and carefree. Only then did Yang Kai see the appearance of the person who came. It was a middle-aged man dressed like a scholar. He had an extraordinary temperament and a smile on his face, looking harmless to humans and animals. After this person appeared, he only glanced around slightly before fixing his gaze on Yang Kai with a strange smile. Gudong, although Yang Kai knew that he could not be at a disadvantage in terms of aura, he could not help but gulp. Being stared at by this person, Yang Kai felt like a lamb being stared at by a hungry wolf. Every part of his body involuntarily trembled. This was not the end of it. After this middle-aged scholar appeared, another figure walked out of the void crack. Unlike the middle-aged scholar's leisurely stroll, the second person who appeared was like a burning flame. As soon as she appeared, the surrounding temperature suddenly rose. This was a beautiful woman with a graceful figure. Her chest was full, her waist was graceful, her red lips were as bright as gems, suffused with a peculiar luster. Her skin was as white as porcelain, so delicate that it could be broken with a single blow. Her beautiful eyes were watery, and any man who saw her would involuntarily have endless fantasies. Especially that head of fiery red hair, it gave people a strong visual impact, making people unable to move their eyes away. Fuck. Why is it her? Yang Kai almost bit his tongue and could not help but curse in his heart. Because he actually knew this beautiful woman. She was the Auntie Feng that Imo Shaoqi often mentioned. Yang Kai did not know this Auntie Feng's name before, but when Imo Shaoqi and Lan Sun quarreled in the Shattered Star Sea, Lan Sun mentioned her name. Spirit Beast Island's Jiu Feng. Although she was not one of the 10 great emperors, the name Jiu Feng still shook the star boundary. Few cultivators with higher cultivation did not know her name. If this beautiful woman was Jiu Feng, then the identity of the other middle-aged scholar was also obvious. Li Wu Yi. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly burst with light as he looked at Li Wu Yi without any hesitation. Although this was the first time he had met Li Wu Yi, Yang Kai had long heard of his name because Li Wu Yi was the most proficient master in the Tao of space in the entire star boundary. He was also a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Mo Shaoqi had also said before that she would introduce Yang Kai to Li Wu Yi and let him worship Li Wu Yi as his master to learn the mysteries of the Tao of space. After realizing that these two were masters from Spirit Beast Island, Yang Kai quickly understood why they were here. They were clearly here for Mo Shaoqi. But how did they know that Mo Shaoqi was here? Moreover, they directly tore space and arrived here precisely. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and realized that they must have done something to Mo Shaoqi that allowed the people from Spirit Beast Island to sense her location. That was why Li Wu Yi and Jiu Feng came here together not long after they left the Shattered Star Sea. No wonder Mo Shaoqi hid behind me as soon as she saw the vision in the sky and urged me to run away. It turns out that she saw someone coming to catch her at a glance. Li Wu Yi, you bastard, how dare you leave this old lady in a void crack? Do you know that this old lady was almost swallowed by the void undercurrent? As soon as Jiu Feng appeared, she grabbed Li Wu Yi's clothes, lifted him up, and shouted angrily. Li Wu Yi was a top third-order Emperor Realm Master, but at this moment, he was like a powerless chicken, letting Jiao Feng carry him without even having the guts to resist. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead as he said with an embarrassed expression, "There are juniors watching from below. If you do this, I will lose face." Face? Jiao Feng glared at him and shouted tenderly, "Face is something you earn yourself, not given by others. If you want face, you have to treat this old lady better, understand?" "Yes, yes, yes." Li Wuyi nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice and begged, "Can you put me down first? This is a disgrace to a gentleman." "Gentleman?" Jiao Feng sneered and said furiously, "What is that? Can it be eaten?" Li Wuyi immediately put on a long face and looked pitifully in Yang Kai's direction. "Shao Qi, save me. You can't see me, you can't see me, you can't see me." Mo Shao Qi hid behind Yang Kai and kept muttering to herself. "Next time you dare to leave this old lady in a void crack, this old lady will break your third leg." Jiao Feng gritted her teeth with a fierce look on her face. Li Wuyi involuntarily clamped his legs together and hurriedly said, I won't do it again. Please spare me, great aunt." "Humph." Only then did Jiao Feng throw Li Wuyi away as if he was a piece of trash. Her tone changed and her demeanor changed greatly. She said shyly, "Really, don't you know that I'm afraid of the dark?" After saying this, she turned her beautiful eyes and glanced down before fixing them on Yang Kai and greeted him enthusiastically, "Oh, little brother, we meet again. It seems we are fated to meet." Yang Kai swallowed hard, his expression extremely stiff. For a long time, the great impression Ani Feng had of the great emperors in his mind was collapsing inch by inch as cracking sounds kept coming from the depths of his heart. He cupped his fists with a black face and said, "Junior Yang Kai greets Senior Li and Senior Jiao Feng." Li Wuyi smiled, a subtle cold light flashing in his eyes as he asked, "Just now, did you see anything?" Yang Kai said solemnly, "Just now, space force surged and distorted the void." Although this junior tried his best to see, his strength was too low and he couldn't see anything. "I am ashamed." Hearing this, Li Wuyi raised his brow and the cold light in his eyes dissipated. He nodded and said, "You are worth teaching. This king often heard Shao Qi mention you on the island. I heard that you are also proficient in the Tao of space." Yang Kai hurriedly said, "Senior is too kind. This junior has only studied a little about the Tao of space. Naturally, this junior wouldn't dare to show off in front of an expert like Senior Li. If there is an opportunity, this junior would like to ask Senior for advice." Li Wuyi was delighted and beamed with joy. "Good, very good. If you go to Spirit Beast Island in the future, this king will teach you a unique divine technique." Yang Kai was overjoyed and took advantage of this opportunity, saying, "How about today?" Li Wuyi was still smiling and said lightly, "Boy, you are too shameless. This king's divine technique is not something you can learn just because you want to." Yang Kai said with a dark face, "Senior is so stingy and doesn't have the slightest intention to help this junior. This junior is very unhappy. Whether you are happy or not is none of my business." Li Wuyi laughed, "This king is happy." Chapter 25:11. Yang Kai snorted, "This brat likes to talk nonsense when he's unhappy." Perhaps today's events will be compiled into 12 Chapter S and 36 Chapter S and passed on to the storytellers of the major restaurants and tea houses in the Eastern Territory so that they can spread Senior Li's peerless prestige. I've even thought of the title, The Daily Life of Spirit Beast Island's Nine Phoenix and Her Servant. What do you think, Senior Li? Li Wuyi was furious. "Didn't you just say that you didn't see anything? How can a junior's words be so untrustworthy?" Yang Kai said leisurely, "I suddenly saw something." "You're so despicable." Li Wuyi was shocked. Yang Kai said lazily, "People are all forced." Nine Phoenix giggled on the side, seemingly extremely happy. "Good, good, good." Li Wuyi spoke incoherently, gritting his teeth as he glared at Yang Kai. "You forced me to do this, so this king will have to teach you a lesson. Brat, take this." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and a stream of light flew towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, but instead of dodging, he stretched out his hand to grab the stream of light. When the stream of light entered his hand, he paused slightly, rolled his eyes, and quietly put away the object in his hand. "Now you know how powerful this king is? Let's see if you still dare to talk nonsense and ruin this king's reputation," Li Wui snorted coldly. Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. "Senior Li's cultivation is profound. This brat is inferior to you. I hope Senior Li can forgive me for offending you earlier." Li Wui said casually, "This king is magnanimous. Why would I lower myself to your level?" Nine Phoenix looked at the two coldly. She curled her lips and said, "You two are having fun." Li Wui laughed, "I just taught a junior who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth a lesson. This Li is all ears to avoid young people being too arrogant." "This Li is all ears." Nine Phoenix snorted coldly and stared at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes. After a while, she showed a hint of admiration. "The last time we met, you were just in the First Order Dao Source realm. I didn't expect that in just a few years, you've already advanced to the Emperor realm. This queen has misjudged you." No matter who it was, to be able to advance from the First Order Dao Source realm to the First Order Emperor realm in such a short time with a solid foundation, without the slightest sign of instability, and pure and rich in pure energy, could be called a genius. Senior's praise is unwarranted. Junior being able to reach this step was also a coincidence, Yang Kai said modestly. Jiao Feng said, "But the First Order Emperor realm is only the beginning of the peak of the martial Dao. If I want to pry into the pinnacle of martial arts, I will have to work even harder. I cannot be arrogant and impatient." Yang Kai's expression turned solemn as he quickly said, "Junior will remember Senior's advice." Although Jiao had only said a few words that didn't hurt her, her strength had already reached her level. If she didn't really think highly of Yang Kai, she wouldn't even bother to talk to him. He was afraid that she wouldn't even bother to say a word to him. Her encouraging and warning Kai Yang like this was already giving him a lot of face. Nine Phoenix nodded gently, obviously very satisfied with his attitude. Then, she narrowed her phoenix eyes and emitted a dangerous aura. Her sharp gaze seemed to be able to penetrate Yang Kai's body and stare at Imo Shao-Chi who was hiding behind him. She said coldly, "Are you still not coming out?" Imo Shao-Chi pouted when she heard this. She walked out from behind Yang Kai unwillingly. Her eyes drifted as she looked left and right, as if looking for an escape route. Nine Phoenix was both angry and amused. "Do you think Uncle Li and Auntie Feng can't find you just by hiding like this? Do you think you're blind, or do you think we're blind?" Mo Shao-Chi said angrily, "You're so strong, isn't it the same no matter where I hide? You still dare to talk back?" Nine Phoenix raised her eyebrows and shouted, "If you don't teach me a lesson in 3 days, I think you're itching for a beating, little girl." Mo Shao-Chi pursed her lips and looked at Li Wui pitifully. She said with a tearful voice, "Uncle Li, Auntie Feng wants to hit me. You have to uphold justice for me." "She dares." Li Wui was furious. His aura suddenly surged. His previous submissive expression was swept away and became as dazzling as the sun. Yang Kai was secretly shocked. He was slightly aware of the huge gap between him and these veteran top masters of the Emperor realm. Nine Phoenix snorted and glanced sideways at Li Wui. Li Wui snorted, "Shao-Chi, don't be afraid. If she really dares to hit you, you'll what?" Nine Phoenix looked at him coldly. Li Wui immediately grinned, "I'll catch Shao-Chi and let you beat her to your heart's content." Creak, Mo Shao-Chi, who was standing next to Yang Kai, ground her teeth so hard that they almost broke. At this moment, Li Wuyi's expression suddenly turned solemn as he looked at Mo Shao-Chi with a solemn expression. Then, his face changed drastically as he whispered, "Shao-Chi, did you break the seal?" "What?" Nine Phoenix was also shocked. She flashed to Mo Shao-Chi's side, grabbed her, and observed her carefully. After observing for a while, Nine Phoenix found that Mo Shaoqi had indeed broken the divine soul seal. Her beautiful face turned pale as she asked, "How did you break the seal? Did you encounter some kind of life-threatening danger? Which bastard dared to do this to you?" Her aura, which belonged to the peak of the Emperor realm, suddenly spread out. Her tender body exuded an extremely violent aura, as if she would kill at any moment. Yang Kai was careless and was directly knocked back several meters. He felt the blood and qi in his chest roil and he almost couldn't breathe. "Zhang Ruo," she exclaimed and retreated even further than Yang Kai. "Who was it? Tell Auntie Feng. Auntie Feng will go and destroy his entire family now." Nine Phoenix's murderous intent was so condensed that it was almost tangible. Li Wuyi also walked down from the sky. His face was so gloomy that a layer of frost could be scraped off it. Although he didn't say a word, his murderous intent was even more obvious than Nine Phoenix's. Mo Shaoqi's divine soul seal was her last trump card. It was absolutely impossible to break it unless she encountered some life-threatening danger. Now that there were signs of it being broken, in other words, she must have been in life-threatening danger in the shattered star sea. These two masters had watched Mo Shaoqi grow up, so how could they tolerate anyone trying to harm her? So when they noticed that Mo Shaoqi had broken the divine soul seal, both of them were filled with murderous intent. Mo Shaoqi naturally didn't dare to tell the truth when she saw their terrifying expressions. She could only stick out her tongue and say, "No one wants to harm me. I accidentally broke it." "Impossible." Nine Phoenix coldly snorted. "Master personally sealed the heavenly illusion butterfly's soul with the burning moon rainbow flower seal. There is only one condition to break it, and that is that your life is in danger." Li Wuyi also said, "Shaoqi, be a good girl and tell Uncle Li and Auntie Feng what happened." "It's really nothing. I accidentally broke it." Mo Shaoqi waved her hand repeatedly. Nine Phoenix coldly snorted. She knew that Mo Shaoqi must have a reason for being so insistent. She couldn't find out the truth from Mo Shaoqi, so she could only turn to Yang Kai and say coldly, "Boy, since you appeared here with Shaoqi, it means that you were traveling together in the shattered star sea. Tell this queen, what happened?" Yang Kai sighed and said, "Seniors, please understand. The reason why little sister Shaoqi broke the seal was because of me." "Because of you?" Li Wuyi frowned and asked suspiciously, "Did you try to kill Shaoqi?" "But this is impossible. Although Shaoqi is simple and naive, she is not a fool. If Yang Kai really tried to kill her, why would she still be with him? She would have run as far away as possible." Nine Phoenix said with a cold face, "Speak clearly." Yang Kai nodded, sorted out his thoughts a little, and explained why Mo Shaoqi had mistakenly thought that his life was in danger, so she suddenly became emotional and unsealed her divine soul. After listening, Nine Phoenix and Li Wuyi couldn't help but look at each other. They never knew that Mo Shaoqi could unseal her divine soul because someone else's life was in danger. But now that they thought about it carefully, the master only said that Shaoqi would unlock the seal once she felt that her life was in danger, but he didn't say that it was Shaoqi's own life. It seemed that Shaoqi attached great importance to this little brat in front of her, almost raising him to the same level in her heart. So when he was in danger, the seal was unsealed. As their eyes met, Nine Phoenix and Li Wuyi both understood each other's thoughts, and a strange feeling welled up in their hearts. They turned their heads and glared fiercely at Yang Kai at the same time. Yang Kai's hair stood on end, but he didn't dare to say anything. Then how was the divine soul resealed? This seal was not left by the master, but seems to be an extremely clever method. Could it be, you were the one who sealed it? Nine Phoenix asked in disbelief. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly and said, "Junior doesn't have such ability. It was someone else who sealed the divine soul." "Oh." Li Wuyi suddenly became interested. "There is someone among the younger generation who can seal the divine soul? Let's hear it. Who is this little brat with such ability?" "That person is not a junior, that person is." The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched, and after hesitating for a while, his lips wriggled and he softly spat out 3 words. Li Wuyi and Nine Phoenix were both taken aback, their expressions shocked as they looked at Yang Kai in a daze. Yang Kai said faintly, "There is no need to doubt, this person is the master you are thinking of." "Impossible." Nine Phoenix screamed, "The Shattered Star Sea cannot be entered from the Emperor realm. No matter how strong that master is, it is impossible for him to break this restriction." Li Wuyi also said with a solemn expression, "Yes, and that master is elusive. Why would he go to a place like the Shattered Star Sea? Although source strength is good, that master might not even care about it." Yang Kai said, "If others ask, this junior will not tell them in detail. After all, this matter is of great importance, but since the 2 seniors are from Spirit Beast Island, this junior will not hide it. I hope that after the 2 seniors return to Spirit Beast Island, you can tell what happened in the Shattered Star Sea to the master of Martial Beast Island so that he can think of a way." "Think of a way? What way?" Nine Phoenix looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, a puzzled look on her face. "Boy, what are you trying to say?" Li Wuyi also looked at him strangely. Chapter 25:12. Next, Mo Shaoqi and Zhang Ruoxi only saw Yang Kai's lips moving constantly as he sent a message to Li Wuyi and Jiu Feng with a solemn expression. After these 2 top masters of the Emperor realm heard Yang Kai's words, they reacted violently. Shock, astonishment, horror, solemnity, reverence, regret, all kinds of expressions flashed across their faces. From time to time, Li Wuyi and Jiu Feng would interrupt and ask a question, and Yang Kai would answer them one by one. "What are they talking about?" Mo Shaoqi asked Zhang Ruoxi quietly. Zhang Ruoxi shook her head, indicating that she didn't know either. Mo Shaoqi said, "Actually, I'm very curious. Do you know what happened in the Shattered Star Sea after I fell unconscious?" Zhang Ruoxi still shook her head and whispered, "I fainted almost at the same time as you. When I woke up, I was already here." The 2 little girls looked at each other and suddenly felt a subtle feeling of sympathy for each other. After a while, Li Wuyi said solemnly, "I can't believe such a thing happened." Jiu Feng also had a solemn expression and said, "This matter really needs to be told to the master. That master's situation is not optimistic. I'm afraid he won't have a good time in the future." Yang Kai sighed. Senior Duan left not long ago, but he didn't say where he was going. It would be best if the martial beast master could find him. Senior Duan is willing to sacrifice his life for the world, and this junior respects him greatly. I can't bear to see him suffer in the future. Jiu Feng said solemnly, "Don't worry, my master will definitely not sit back and do nothing. After returning to Spirit Island, I will report this matter in detail." Yang Kai was overjoyed. He said, "Thank you, senior. With the help of the martial beast, they should be able to find Duan Hongchen. Perhaps he would have a way to solve Duan Hongchen's current awkward situation. I really didn't expect such a bizarre thing to happen in the Shattered Star Sea." No wonder the elite cultivator in the 4th territory was suddenly expelled from the Shattered Star Sea without any warning. Before coming here, the master had said that something must have happened in the Shattered Star Sea. I didn't think it would be such a big change. Li Wuyi sighed. Fortunately, they are all safe and sound. If they all died because of the change in the Shattered Star Sea. As Jiu Feng spoke, she shuddered and did not dare to continue. She changed the topic and looked at Yang Kai with sparkling eyes. "Kid, when we came here just now, there was something that made this queen very concerned." She pointed at the place where the phoenix egg was and said in a deep voice, "Why did this queen sense it?" "There's the aura of the true phoenix fire." Li Wuyi exclaimed in shock, "Phoenix true fire?" After he finished speaking, he immediately looked over there. When he saw the complicated patterns on the phoenix egg, he could not help but gasp and exclaim, "The inheritance of the phoenixes." Yang Kai looked at Li Wuyi in surprise. He asked, "Senior actually knows it?" His knowledge sea was attacked by a strange secret technique because he was spying on this pattern. Only then could he confirm that this was the inheritance of the phoenixes. He did not expect Li Wui to recognize it at a glance. Li Wui stared at it in a daze for a while before saying, Spirit Beast Island has records about the phoenixes, and... At this point, he glanced at Jiao Feng faintly and did not continue. Jiao Feng asked, Is this the real true phoenix fire? Yang Kai nodded, yes. I heard that there is a remnant of the true phoenix fire in the Shattered Star Sea, which was owned by the great emperors Yanwu. Since you just came out of the Shattered Star Sea, could it be? Jiao Feng was very thoughtful and quickly deduced some information. Yang Kai did not hide it. He admitted, Senior is right. The true phoenix fire does come from the Shattered Star Sea. It is also a remnant left by the great emperors Yanwu. Although she had guessed it, Jiao Feng could not help but gasp when Yang Kai admitted it. She looked at the phoenix egg with some envy and jealousy. This queen also went to the Shattered Star Sea in the past, trying to find the true phoenix fire, but in the end, she found nothing. I didn't expect to see it today. After a pause, she frowned and said, Since it has become a phoenix egg, it means that someone has refined the true phoenix fire? This person can make the true phoenix fire recognize his existence. Who is he? Before Yang Kai could speak, Mo Shaoqi answered, It's elder sister Lu Yan. Oh. Jiao Feng's beautiful eyes lit up as she whispered, That artifact spirit? Judging from her expression and tone, she seemed to have heard Mo Shaoqi mention Lu Yan before and knew that Lu Yan was an artifact spirit. She couldn't help but exclaim, A trivial artifact spirit can be recognized by the true phoenix fire. It seems that this is really destiny. Once she is reborn, she can inherit the Phoenix clan's inheritance and really have a chance to become a member of the Phoenix clan. Yang Kai's heart moved as he said, Senior Jiao Feng seems to know the Phoenix clan very well. No? Jiao Feng glanced at Yang Kai with a strange expression. Yang Kai said embarrassedly, Did I say something wrong? Mo Shaoqi smiled and said, Big brother Yang, Ani Feng has an extremely pure Phoenix clan bloodline. In this world, except for the real Phoenix clan members, no one knows the Phoenix clan better than her. What? Yang Kai was shocked. Senior Jiao Feng has the Phoenix clan bloodline? This was the first time he had heard of such a thing, but after thinking about it carefully, Jiao Feng's name had the word Phoenix in it, and her scorching power was very consistent with the fire Phoenix, and she came from a place like Spirit Beast Island. Yang Kai was overjoyed and hurriedly said, Senior, since you have the Phoenix clan bloodline, may I ask when my friend will be able to break out of her egg and be reborn? Jiao Feng frowned and said, It's hard to say, but I want to know. If this queen didn't come here, what would you do? What would I do? Yang Kai was stunned and immediately said, Wait. Wait? Jiao Feng looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression, Wait here for a year and a half? A year and a half? Why is it taking so long? Kai Yang was shocked. Is it long? It may be a year and a half, or it may be 10 years, Jiao Feng sneered. Do you think it's easy to refine the Phoenix True Fire? Although your friend seems to have been recognized by the Phoenix True Fire at this moment and has turned into a Phoenix egg. But this is just the beginning. If you want to really refine it and completely possess the Phoenix True Fire, there is still a great test. If your friend can't hold on, she will only be burned to death. Even if she can hold on, she won't succeed in a short time. Even if she succeeds, how will she control the Phoenix True Fire? How will she learn the Phoenix clan's inherited secret skills? Yang Kai listened with a solemn expression. He realized that he had thought too simply of the matter. He fully thought that it would not be long before Lu Yan reappeared in front of him, but after hearing Jiao Feng's words, he realized that he had underestimated the danger. Since Jiao Feng had the Phoenix clan bloodline, she must know the Phoenix clan very well. She must be right. Yang Kai broke out in a cold sweat and said, Senior, please give me some pointers. Jiao Feng said, Even with my guidance, you can't do anything. You don't understand the Phoenix clan's inheritance. If you don't understand the mystery of the Phoenix True Fire, you can't even protect her. Yang Kai said, Senior, please explain it clearly. I should understand. Jiao Feng glanced at him and snorted coldly, if I give you so many ingredients, can you cook a table full of delicious food? Yang Kai wiped the sweat on his head and said guiltily, it's not a problem to roast them. Mo Shaoqi walked up. She shook Jiao Feng's arm. She said, Auntie Feng, Sister Lu Yan is a very good person. If you can help her, please help her. Jiao Feng glared fiercely at her and said, don't give me that. I haven't settled the score with you yet. All you think about is going out to play all day long, but you don't care about your cultivation at all. If your Uncle Li and I didn't come to look for you this time, would you have run away again? Mo Shaoqi pursed her lips and said, at worst. At worst, you can help Sister Lu Yan this time. I'll go back to the island with you to cultivate and won't come out until I reach the Emperor realm, okay? Oh. Jiao Feng's beautiful eyes lit up as she stared at Mo Shaoqi and said, you said it yourself. Mo Shaoqi closed her eyes and said with a look of desperation, yes, it's mine. That's a good deal. Li Wu-yi smiled slightly. Jiao Feng also smiled and said, since you said so, Auntie Feng naturally can't stand by and do nothing. Mo Shaoqi snorted, you won't act until you see the incentive. Auntie Feng, you're so bad. Jiao Feng chuckled and looked at her with interest, it's not too late to back out now. At worst, your Uncle Li and I will take you back by force. It's the same. Mo Shaoqi was exasperated and stomped her feet, I hate you. Jiao Feng's smile faded as she looked at Yang Kai and said, if you don't mind, I will take the Phoenix Egg back to Spirit Beast Island and cast the Phoenix Clan's secret technique to protect her. Take it back to Spirit Beast Island? Yang Kai was slightly absent-minded and couldn't help but glance at the place where the Phoenix Egg was. Jiao Feng said, you can also go to Spirit Beast Island. Although Spirit Beast Island doesn't have many guests, since you are Shaoqi's friend, you can stay on the island for a while. I believe Master won't refuse. Mo Shaoqi's eyes lit up and she immediately shouted, yes, Big Brother Yang, come with me to Spirit Beast Island. Our Spirit Beast Island is very beautiful. She had an expectant look on her face and her beautiful eyes were shining. Yang Kai couldn't bear to look at her, so he looked at Jiao Feng and said, according to Senior's estimation, how long will it take for Lu Yan to refine the Phoenix True Fire? Jiao Feng said, at least a year. Legend has it that the great emperors of Yan Wu took 5 months to refine the Phoenix True Fire. A year is the most conservative estimate, and this is under the premise that everything goes smoothly. A year. Yang Kai sighed and said, then Senior can take her away. As for Spirit Beast Island, Junior will go there when he has the chance. Right now, there are still some things to deal with. Hearing this, Mo Shaoqi looked disappointed. Jiao Feng nodded and said, don't worry, since this queen has promised you to protect her, I naturally won't hide anything. This queen also wants to see what magical changes will happen when an artifact spirit refines the Phoenix True Fire. At the end of her words, she looked expectant and excited, her beautiful eyes exuding an extremely dangerous light. As she spoke, she stretched out her hand and directly pulled the Phoenix Egg in the distance over, wrapping it in her Emperor Qi. As if sensing something, the strange patterns on the Phoenix Egg began to squirm as if they were alive. Vaguely, a very faint cry came from the Phoenix Egg. Chapter 25-13. Purple Mountain City was an inconspicuous city among the tens of thousands of cities in the Eastern Territory. It was located near the Purple Mountain Desert. Due to the harsh environment and barren land, this city was not very prosperous. Its existence was just a transit point for many cultivator entering the Purple Mountain Desert. Many cultivator liked to enter the Purple Mountain Desert for experience, so Purple Mountain City was naturally the best place for them to recuperate. The overall strength of the cultivator in the city was not too high, but it was not low either. It was stronger than Maplewood City in the past. Most of them were Saint Kings. Although there was no the Emperor realm, there were still many Dao Source Realm cultivators. Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi came all the way from the Purple Mountain Desert. They were travel-worn, so they casually found an inn to stay in. The phoenix egg that Lu Yen had turned into had been taken away by Jiu Feng and Li Wu Yi. Yang Kai was not worried about Lu Yan's safety. Jiu Feng and Li Wu Yi were both famous masters in the Star Boundary, and they were also martial beast subordinates. Coupled with his relationship with Mo Shaoqi, Yang Kai believed that Jiu Feng would definitely take good care of Lu Yan and would not harm her. Yang Kai was only worried that Lu Yan's refining of the Phoenix True Fire would not go smoothly. However, he was now in a hurry to find Xiao Zhao's whereabouts, so he had no time to accompany Lu Yan. Otherwise, he would definitely go to Spirit Beast Island together and stay there for a year. This was the first time Zhang Ruoxi had gone out to experience the world with Yang Kai. In the past, no matter where Yang Kai went, she had always been properly placed in the small sealed world and cultivated in seclusion. But now, Zhang Ruoxi had a strong cultivation in the third order Dao Source realm, so she had enough strength to protect herself. Cultivation was not like building a cart behind closed doors. Yang Kai, who had been through thorns all the way, had a deep understanding of this. So he weighed the pros and cons. So he brought Zhang Ruoxi with him. This way, the little girl of the Zhang family could see more of the local customs of the Star Boundary, which would definitely be beneficial for her future growth. Zhang Ruoxi was naturally overjoyed. She was in high spirits along the way, her little face blushing, like a bird released from its cage. Look, everything is new. Over the past few days, Yang Kai had passed on all his cultivation experiences to Zhang Ruoxi. Although this little girl was usually quite silly, her talent in cultivation left Yang Kai speechless. Zhang Ruoxi was often able to draw inferences about many key cultivation questions, and if it weren't for Yang Kai's profound foundation, he wouldn't have been able to answer her questions. He racked his brains to confirm his own cultivation path. At least he didn't embarrass himself in front of her. While teaching Zhang Ruoxi, Yang Kai didn't forget about his own cultivation. Now that he had just broken through to the Emperor realm, he was barely worthy of the title of master. Although the Emperor Qi in his body had been completely transformed due to various accidents, it had only been a short time since he had broken through. His understanding of the use of his own power and the Emperor realm. There was still a gap between them and the veteran forces of the Emperor realm. The more he cultivated, the more he felt that the martial Dao was limitless. Yang Kai looked up to a high mountain and felt his blood boil. Especially when he recalled the battle between the two great emperors, the monstrous power that was set off with every move they made, Yang Kai couldn't stop. He was looking forward to the day when he could reach such a level, or even surpass it. After arriving at Purple Mountain City, Yang Kai found an inn at random and asked for 2 rooms to stay in. Then, he casually placed some restrictions in his room. There weren't many masters in Purple Mountain City. He was the only one in the Emperor realm, so he wasn't worried about being troubled by anyone. However, it was always unpleasant to be disturbed during cultivation, so restrictions were inevitable. After placing the restrictions, Yang Kai reached out and took out something from his space ring. It was a blue stone about the size of a longan and had an extremely irregular shape. At first glance, there was nothing special about it. Apart from its strange color, its appearance was ordinary, and it didn't have strong energy fluctuations. It seemed to be an extremely cheap refining material. However, this blue stone was made by Li Wu Yi. Previously, Li Wu Yi stretched out his hand and sent a stream of light towards Yang Kai. The thing that Yang Kai grabbed was this blue stone. Along the way from the desert of Purple Mountain, Yang Kai didn't have time to carefully examine the mystery contained in this stone. Only now did he have the opportunity to calm down and figure it out. Placing the stone on his palm, Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate it with a solemn look on his face. Soon, his expression became startled as his divine sense rushed out and wrapped around the stone like invisible threads. Yang Kai's expression became one of extreme shock, amazement, excitement, and admiration. Under the investigation of his divine sense, although the surface of this blue stone was intact, its interior was fragmented. The reason for all of this was that the inside of this stone was filled with countless tiny hair-like void cracks. These void cracks were almost impossible to detect with the naked eye, and if it weren't for Yang Kai's divine sense, he would have missed them. The void cracks in this stone were definitely not made by Li Wuyi in advance. Most likely, when Yang Kai asked him to teach him the divine technique, Li Wuyi casually made them. Even so, it was enough to shock Yang Kai. He was also proficient in the Tao of space, so he naturally knew how difficult it was to create so many tiny spatial cracks within a rock without damaging it. This required extremely precise control over the Tao of space, as well as an extremely deep understanding of the Tao of space. Yang Kai had a lot of space secret techniques, including Moon Blade, Exile, and Nihility. He could even use the principles of space to instantly freeze a certain area of space. This use of space force and the divine technique were all comprehended by him without any guidance from a good teacher. He thought that his attainments in the Tao of space were extremely deep. But at this moment, after observing this blue stone, Yang Kai realized that he was a frog at the bottom of a well, a frog at the bottom of a well. At the very least, he couldn't do what Li Wuyi did. He couldn't control the Tao of space so delicately, and he couldn't create so many void cracks inside the stone without damaging its surface and keep it intact. Admirable, truly admirable. Yang Kai's heart was burning with passion. Although he had long heard that Li Wuyi of the Eastern Territory's Spirit Beast Island was the most proficient master in the Tao of space in the entire star boundary, Yang Kai had always thought that he wasn't too far behind. But today, he had finally opened his eyes. If the Tao of space could be said to be a painting, then Li Wuyi was the most outstanding painter. With just a splash of ink, a wonderful painting appeared in front of Yang Kai. It was natural and unconstrained, giving people a sense of awe. As for Yang Kai, although he could also paint, he was much worse than Li Wuyi. He still had a long way to go. Every tiny void crack in this stone contained Li Wuyi's understanding and application of the Tao of space, and from the outside to the inside, it was gradually becoming more and more profound. The void cracks on the outside were relatively rough and seemed to be extremely unstable, as if they could collapse at any time, but the deeper inside, the more exquisite and stable the void cracks became. Yang Kai examined the void cracks layer by layer and discovered that Li Wuyi seemed to have perfectly presented his growth in the Tao of space in front of him, without the slightest concealment. These void cracks were simply the crystallization of Li Wuyi's life's work. He had unreservedly transformed it into a brand of void cracks in this stone and handed it over to Yang Kai. This kind of thing was many times more valuable than learning the space divine technique from Li Wuyi. This was equivalent to Li Wuyi imparting his entire legacy to Yang Kai, but how much Yang Kai could comprehend would depend on his own talent and hard work. Suddenly, Yang Kai's expression changed and he used his divine sense to investigate the centermost position of the stone. The next moment, his breathing stagnated and his heart beat wildly. He discovered that at the centermost position of this stone, there was a very small black hole. It was just like the black hole he had formed using the banishing secret technique had shrunk countless times. Although this black hole was so small that it was imperceptible to the naked eye, it still gave off the impression that it could swallow all things. When Yang Kai used his divine sense to probe it, it was completely swallowed up. This was simply divine skill, uncanny craftsmanship. If the previous void cracks had already shocked Yang Kai enough, then the appearance of this last black hole made him feel deeply shocked and increasingly aware of the gap between himself and Li Wuyi. In terms of the Tao of space, Li Wuyi was indeed far ahead of him and was not someone he could compare with at the moment. Yang Kai was filled with awe. It was simply beyond his imagination that such a small stone could contain so many mysteries. After recovering from his shock, Yang Kai devoted all his attention to this stone as if he had gone mad. He wanted to peel off the mysteries contained in this stone layer by layer and absorb all of Li Wuyi's attainments in the Tao of space. In an instant, Yang Kai forgot everything and was completely immersed in the mysteries of this stone, unable to extricate himself. He examined the spatial rifts one by one, feeling their stability and hidden mysteries, experiencing the process of their formation. It was as if he was going to break Li Wuyi apart and study him as he pleased. 1 day, 2 days, 5 days, 10 days. As Yang Kai studied this stone, Li Wuyi's growth in the Tao of space seemed to be vividly displayed in front of Yang Kai, allowing him to experience the process of Li Wuyi's gradual growth in the Tao of space, as if he was a fish in water. In the beginning, Yang Kai was still comprehending Li Wuyi's attainments in the Tao of space and learning his exquisite techniques, but as time passed, Yang Kai was no longer satisfied with learning other people's things. He would first comprehend Li Wuyi's attainments and understanding of the void cracks, then overturn them and try to transform them into his own capital. Yang Kai forgot to eat and sleep, completely forgetting himself. Although his strength did not increase and his eyes became deeply sunken and bloodshot, making him look like a madman, his eyes were extremely bright and his spirit was extremely excited. During this period of time, his growth in the Tao of space was greater than what he had gained in the past 10 or even 20 years. He clearly felt that he had taken a big step forward on the road of the Tao of space. Chapter 25:14. A sense of unwillingness to admit defeat lingered in Yang Kai's mind, making him study the blue stone day and night, completely forgetting everything else. At first, Zhang Ruoxi, who lived next door, would come to visit every now and then, wanting to ask when Yang Kai would leave Purple Mountain City, but as time passed, she found that Yang Kai had not appeared. She guessed that Yang Kai should be in secluded cultivation, so she did not dare to disturb him. She stayed in the inn with nothing to do, so when she was bored, she would leave the inn and wander around the city. Now that she was in the third-order Tao source realm, her cultivation was not low. Although there were some cultivator in Purple Mountain City whose strength was on par with hers, she was not afraid at all. During this stroll, she immediately found a novel thing. After plucking up the courage to try it once, she immediately fell in love with it. During the days when Yang Kai was in seclusion to study the stone, she would go to a certain place every day and stay there for a long time before returning to the inn. Time flew by, and a month passed. At a certain moment, Yang Kai took a deep breath, raised his head with a calm expression, and withdrew his divine sense from the stone. Both of his eyes were bloodshot, as if he had exhausted all his energy and overdrawn his mind, but Kai Yang's eyes were still as bright as the stars. After a month of non-stop study, Yang Kai finally understood all the mysteries contained in the stone. He witnessed Li Wuyi's growth with his own eyes and gained a lot from it. In terms of his attainments in the Tao of space, he took a big step forward. It was not until now that he realized that the various space secret techniques he had comprehended before were not perfect. There was still a lot of room for improvement. This made Yang Kai very happy. If he could improve it, it meant that the power of his space secret techniques could still be increased, which was exactly what he needed now. After advancing to the Emperor realm, the enemies he would face in the future would definitely be stronger. The Tao of space had always been one of his trump cards, and it played a vital role in many situations. There was a loud crash. The blue stone in his hands suddenly shattered. It turned into powder and slid down Yang Kai's fingers like a pool of quicksand. This stone was filled with countless void cracks and a black hole. Yang Kai had been constantly releasing his divine sense to investigate it during his research, so it was already his limit to last until now. Fortunately, Yang Kai had absorbed all the essence left in the stone by Li Wuyi, so even if it broke at this moment, he did not have much regret. Suddenly, Yang Kai slapped his forehead and whispered, "Oh no." It was only at this moment he remembered that he seemed to be too immersed in the Tao of space. That was the reason why he came here in the first place. Yang and now and then, yang to earth and day. He quickly released his divine sense, wanting to ask Zhang Ruoxi to leave Purple Mountain City with him. But he did not expect that in the next room. There was still a cup of tea on the table. Steam was still rising from it. Yang Kai's figure flickered, broke through the void, and came directly to the next room. He reached out to test the temperature of the tea and muttered to himself, She should have left less than half a cup of tea. Where did this little girl go? He had been in seclusion for a month, so it was normal for Zhang Ruoxi to go out for a walk. But since he was sure that she was not in danger, Yang Kai was not very worried. He released his divine sense and enveloped the entire Purple Mountain City in an instant. Soon, Yang Kai found Zhang Ruoxi's figure on a high platform in the city, and it was an extremely vigorous figure. Yang Kai could not help but have a strange expression. After thinking for a while, he casually threw some source crystals on the table as payment for the yin. Then, he used his space secret technique and left the room directly. The next moment, Yang Kai's figure appeared next to a ring called the Rising Dragon Arena in Purple Mountain City. He appeared without a trace and no one noticed. Except for a few nearby cultivator who looked at him strangely, no one else noticed him. Even the few cultivator who looked at him only showed a puzzled expression and immediately looked away. The construction of this ring was extremely sturdy. It was surrounded by a barrier light curtain, allowing the cultivator who competed in the ring to fight to their heart's content. Such arenas existed in many cities. When martial artists cultivated, they were willing to repay their debts of gratitude and enmity. They were determined to forge ahead. Naturally, many conflicts would occur. If a conflict occurred in the wild, it would naturally be a fierce fight. The winner was king and the loser was in the wrong. But in a place like a city, one could not take people's lives at will, unless it was an extremely chaotic city. Every city had its own set of rules. As the saying goes, without rules, there would be no order. Although Purple Mountain City was located on the edge of the desert, it was not an exception. A cultivator who had a conflict in the city could go to the ring to sign a life and death agreement and compete to the death. Even if there was no grudge, they could still go to the ring to compete. Gradually, the existence of the ring became a place for many cultivators to pass the time. In the ring, the cultivator could compete with others to their heart's content and improve their combat ability. The cultivator who did not compete in the ring could also watch the battle from the surrounding seats and learn from it. When Yang Kai arrived, the seats near the Rising Dragon Arena were full. Not only that, there were many cultivators who did not have a seat. They each summoned their secret treasures and stayed in the void, watching the ring. There were at least tens of thousands of people gathered here, and all of them were staring at the two cultivators competing on the ring with fiery gazes. From time to time, they would exclaim in admiration, and when there were dangerous moments, they would exclaim in surprise. It was impossible for an ordinary cultivator's battle to attract so many people to watch. Only the battles of highly prestigious and famous cultivators would attract the interest of tens of thousands of people. At this moment, one of the two people fighting in the ring was Zhang Ruoxi. However, Zhang Ruoxi was different from the gentle and weak image she usually displayed in front of Yang Kai. Now, she was dressed in a tight suit that outlined her well-developed curves. Her hair was tied back in a ponytail, making her look extremely capable and experienced. Her aura was also extremely fierce, like a ferocious beast that had been released from a cage. Her entire body was suffused with a baleful aura that caused people to tremble in fear. Her opponent was a middle-aged man who also had the cultivation of the third-order Tao source realm. He cultivated some kind of secret technique, but his whole body was covered in a blood-red light. His aura was also extraordinary. At this moment, the two people were fighting fiercely in the ring. When their source chi collided, it made a rumbling sound, and the barrier on the ring flashed wildly. This girl from the Zhang family actually came to the ring. If Yang Kai had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed it. Where did she get the courage? She usually blushed when talking to strangers, so how could she have the courage to come to this place and be the center of attention? Moreover, her aura was completely different from usual, which made Yang Kai very concerned. Yang Kai knew that Zhang Ruoxi's bloodline power was very strange. All her changes were related to her bloodline. However, her opponent seemed to be an extremely powerful figure. He must be very famous in Purple Mountain City. Otherwise, how could he attract so many people to watch the battle? Sure enough, just as Yang Kai was secretly speculating, some people's voices came from all directions. Today's battle will be a fierce battle between a dragon and a tiger. I wonder who will emerge victorious in the end. What's the suspense? Of course, it's Bloody Hand Gu Shan. Although Gu Shan doesn't belong to any sect, he has been wandering around Purple Mountain City since 50 years ago. He has a very high reputation and strength here, especially in the arena battle. He has never met a worthy opponent. All the enemies who have fought with him have been defeated. He is the golden signboard of Purple Mountain City. He can cultivate to the third order Tao source realm without a sect. This Gu Shan is really amazing. If he joins a big sect, won't it be just around the corner for him to become an emperor? Hee, you don't know about this. I heard that Gu Shan found an ancient cave abode in the desolate Purple Mountain and obtained an extremely profound inheritance. That's why he doesn't need to join any sect. A few years ago, a cultivator from the third order Tao source realm from Ahan Temple passed by here. I don't know what conflict he had with Gu Shan, but the two fought in the ring. Guess what happened? What happened? What else? Of course, Gu Shan won. The cultivator from Ahan Temple was knocked out of the ring in less than 10 moves. Hiss. Gu Shan is so strong that even a disciple from Ahan Temple was no match for him. Ahan Temple was one of the top sects in the Eastern Territory, second only to Serene Soul Palace in terms of status, so the cultivators who came from it were definitely quite strong, not to mention an elite disciple with a third-order Tao source realm cultivation. Of course. He was able to defeat an elite disciple from Ahan Temple a few years ago, and his strength seems to have improved again after a few years. It's not difficult for him to defeat a little girl. Otherwise, why do you think so many people came to watch today? Everyone is here because of Gu Shan's fame. Little girl? Another person snorted coldly. This friend is really interesting. Do you dare to call her little girl in front of that Rakshasa girl? If you do, I'll call you ancestor. Cough cough. The cultivator who thought highly of Gu Shan coughed violently and almost coughed out tears. Rakshasa girl? The man looked at the speaker and asked in confusion, is this woman also a very famous person? The third person glanced at him and said, friend, you've only been in Purple Mountain City for a few days, right? The man chuckled and said, I've only been here for 3 days. I heard that there are many opportunities in the Purple Mountain Desert, so I came to try my luck. I just happened to be in time for this grand event, so I came to watch the fun. 3 days, no wonder you don't know. The third person nodded slightly and said, the woman in the ring isn't simple either, but everyone calls her Rakshasa girl. I don't know her real name. Is she very strong? More than strong. The third person snorted. She's invincible. 20 days ago, she suddenly appeared in this ring. With only 3 moves, she beat a cultivator of the same level to the point that he spat out 3 liters of blood and fainted. Her moves are extremely clean. Isn't that crushing? That's right, it's crushing. Chapter 25:15. It was a battle between 2 cultivators of the same level, but the winner was decided within 3 moves. It was indeed a one-sided battle. Every day after that, this girl would come to the Rising Dragon Arena to fight. None of her opponents could last more than a cup of tea's worth of time. Her aura was sharp and fierce, so everyone called her Rakshasa's daughter. I didn't know this girl was so powerful. That person's eyes lit up as he exclaimed and looked at the arena with great interest. Rakshasi is indeed powerful, but Gu Shan isn't weak either. I still think Gu Shan will win. The person who spoke earlier was unconvinced. The third person sneered, Gu Shan is indeed powerful. He has a solid foundation and abundant origin power. But he's definitely no match for Rakshasi. What makes you say that? That's right. My friend, you are being too presumptuous. Look at the situation in the arena. It's clear that Luo Shanv is being suppressed by Gu Shan. Gu Shan is no less ferocious than that girl. The third person glanced at the arena leisurely and said calmly, I have my reasons for saying that. What do you think, friend? Let's hear it. Gu Shan's strength has reached his limit. Unless he can break through the Emperor realm, he won't be able to improve his strength for the rest of his life. However, Lady Shura was different. She rarely fought with others before, and she had never used her powerful strength. She was growing with every battle on the Rising Dragon arena. Compared to 20 days ago, she was more than just a little bit more powerful. I wonder if you guys have noticed the fight between her and Gu Shan. In the beginning, she was at a disadvantage. But now, she's looking for a chance to fight back. If I'm not mistaken, she's growing rapidly in this battle. I'm afraid it won't be long before she surpasses Gu Shan and knocks him out of the Rising Dragon arena. After hearing what this person said, the other two people nodded. The other two thought about it carefully and found that this was indeed the case. They couldn't help but admire him and said in unison, Friend, you're right. It seems that Gu Shan may not be her opponent. But where did this girl come from? She looks like she's in her early 20s. Did she cultivate some secret technique to retain her youthful appearance? This girl has a fierce aura. But he still has a childish air about him. He's obviously still young. Friend, you seem to know Rakshasi very well. Have you studied her? The corner of that person's mouth twitched as he said slowly, Yes, because her first opponent was me. Huh? The other two people looked at him in surprise. They didn't expect him to be the cultivator who vomited blood and fainted after being beaten by Rakshasi in 3 moves. It was awkward for a moment. On the spectator stands, many people were talking about this Rakshasa girl and wanted to know which sect she came from. However, her moves were so strange and unpredictable that no one could guess what she was from. What's more, there was no trace of her using an artifact at all, so naturally it was impossible to infer her identity from it. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent as he stared at the ring, his mood somewhat strange. And all the cultivators in Purple Mountain City were afraid of her. His impression of Zhang Ruoxi wasn't like this. She was a completely different person from the little girl in the arena. He suddenly had a feeling that he had raised a dormant fierce beast for the past few years. It was usually very obedient in the cage, but once it was released, it would set off a bloody storm. The battle in the arena was in full swing. The cultivator who was beaten by Zhang Ruoxi in 3 moves in her first match may not have a high cultivation base, but his eyesight was extremely good. Perhaps he had endured humiliation for the past 20 days and had been studying Zhang Ruoxi, so he could clearly see Zhang Ruoxi's terrifying growth. Gu Shan and Zhang Ruoxi went from having the upper hand in the beginning to being evenly matched to being at a disadvantage. The change in attack and defense was extremely obvious. Neither of them used their artifacts. Zhang Ruoxi didn't have her own artifact, only a close-fitting pink cloud's phoenix robe. However, she didn't activate the defensive power of this Emperor artifact at the moment. Gu Shan was a famous figure in Purple Mountain City. If a little girl didn't use her artifact, he would be embarrassed to take it out even if he wanted to. Various secret techniques collided in the arena. The energy was so intense that layers of ripples were constantly sputtering out from the light curtain. Compared with Gu Shan's steady attacks, Zhang Ruoxi's style was agile and elegant. She seemed to have an extremely keen fighting instinct. Yang Kai had never seen or even heard of all kinds of secret techniques that she used. He didn't know when and where she learned them. The blood-red light on Gu Shan's body was constantly shaking and gradually dimming. Even his aura was fluctuating. A strong opponent. Gu Shan's heart trembled. Although he had long heard that the little girl who made the cultivator in Purple Mountain City suffer in 20 days was quite strong, Gu Shan didn't know that he had underestimated her until he actually fought her. In particular, his opponent's growth in battle had simply shocked him to the core. She had gone from being at a complete disadvantage to being in control of the battle in such a short time. He was afraid that she would really win in a while. Seeing that the blood-red light on his body was about to be completely extinguished, Gu Shan gritted his teeth and took a step back. With a flip of his palm, a tiger-headed war hammer suddenly appeared in his hand. He shouted in a low voice, "Little girl, use your artifact. If you don't use your artifact now, you won't have a chance." He had a determined look on his face. Obviously, he was going to fight to the death. Although he had no enmity with Zhang Ruoxi, he had always been fighting in the vicinity of Purple Mountain City. He had always been very famous and was known as the strongest person below the Emperor realm. If he was defeated by a little girl today, how could he continue to stay here in the future? He could only use his most powerful trump card, his only trump card. However, he still kindly asked Zhang Ruoxi to use her artifact as well, so that he wouldn't take advantage of her in battle. Unexpectedly, Zhang Ruoxi just shook her head slowly and said indifferently, "I don't have an artifact." What? Gu Shan's eyes widened, and then he was furious. You should have a bottom line when you look down on others. He thought that Zhang Ruoxi was looking down on him. After all, which cultivator didn't have their own artifact? What's more, Zhang Ruoxi was a cultivator in the Third Order Dao Source realm. With such strength, how could she not have an artifact? However, he didn't know that Zhang Ruoxi was telling the truth. The strength of this little girl from the Zhang family had improved too quickly. Although Yang Kai wanted to help her find an artifact, the grade of the artifact was too low to keep up with her cultivation speed. If the grade was too high, she wouldn't be able to refine it. What's more, Zhang Ruoxi had always been cultivating in the small sealed world, so she didn't need to use an artifact. As a result, she only wore the pink cloud's phoenix robe from head to toe. But in Gu Shan's view, this was an insult. She obviously wanted to fight with him barehanded. Furious, Gu Shan shouted angrily, "Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Since you are so arrogant, don't blame me for not being polite." Zhang Ruoxi pursed her red lips and didn't say a word. She didn't want to defend herself. She just looked solemn, as if she was ready to go all out at any time. With a roar, Gu Shan's entire body suddenly swelled up, turning into a round fatty. Then, he activated all of his source energy and crazily poured it into the tiger-head warhammer. The roar of the tiger shook the whole audience, as if the king of the jungle had rushed out of the jungle, with a determination to defend his territory to the death. "Activate your artifact." Gu Shan shouted again while urging the power of his artifact. Zhang Ruoxi shook her head slowly. "You asked for it." Gu Shan was furious. Gu Shan flew into a rage. His fat body suddenly shrank as he poured all his power into the tiger-headed warhammer. In an instant, the wind and clouds gathered in the sky. Above the arena, a bright light burst out as a lifelike giant tiger suddenly rushed out, pouncing straight at Zhang Ruoxi with a world-destroying momentum. Zhang Ruoxi seemed to have noticed the ferocity of this move. Her face turned serious, and she pointed all 10 of her fingers, turning them into finger swords. The finger swords let out incessant sizzling sounds as they met the monstrous momentum head-on. Asterisk hong hong hong, asterisk in the arena, the sound of explosions continued, and dazzling light burst out, making it impossible for anyone to see what was happening in the arena. They only knew that this battle had reached the point of life and death. The huge energy impact completely distorted the light curtain of the arena. Everyone in the stands exclaimed, horrified by Gu Shan's world-destroying attack. At the same time, they were secretly looking forward to seeing how Luo Shan would deal with this move, or if she would be turned into ashes by it. Pairs of eyes widened as they looked at the arena. After a long time, the terrifying energy gradually dissipated, and the light receded. The scene in the arena was imprinted in everyone's eyes. Why is Gu Shan alone? Where is Luo Shan? Where did she go? Is she hiding somewhere, preparing to launch a sneak attack on Gu Shan? The arena is so small, how could she hide? Look, there are pieces of clothes on the ground. They are the clothes that Luo Shan wore before. Hiss. Luo Shan is dead? She was smashed into pieces? Gu Shan won. In the stands, the noise was like a wave, rising and falling one after another. Bursts of exclamations, excitement, regret, pity, and curses could be heard. Luo Shanv, a master who rose like a comet in Purple Mountain City, was smashed into pieces by Gu Shan after only 20 days of glory. It was indeed a pity. Many cultivators who secretly supported and liked Luo Shan cursed Gu Shan, thinking that he had an unfair advantage and used such a cruel artifact against a young girl. Gu Shan stood in the arena. His body was extremely weak. After using that move, he no longer had the strength to continue fighting. He stood in place with a strange expression, staring blankly at the pieces of clothes on the ground, without the slightest joy of victory. Chapter 25:16. The way he won this battle was too strange. Because he clearly felt that his attack was mostly neutralized by Luo Shan, and the remaining power was not enough to kill her. Moreover, although there were fragments of clothes left on the arena, there was no trace of blood. Even if she was really smashed to pieces, there should at least be some blood and flesh residue, right? But in fact, there was nothing left. That girl is not dead. Gu Shan concluded in his heart. But if she's not dead, where is she? Is it really like what the people in the stand said? Is she hiding somewhere and preparing to launch a sneak attack on me? Thinking of this, Gu Shan's face changed. He hurriedly looked around, but there was no trace of Luo Shan hiding. It was not until a long time later that Luo Shan did not appear again that Gu Shan accepted the cheers for his victory with a blank face. 10,000 miles away from Purple Mountain City, on the wooden boat, Yang Kai flew all the way with Zhang Ruoxi as fast as lightning. After exchanging the last blow with Gu Shan, Yang Kai flashed into the arena and brought Zhang Ruoxi out. The outcome had been decided, and there was no need to continue fighting. Gu Shan was already an arrow at the end of its flight, but Zhang Ruoxi was fine. As long as Zhang Ruoxi got close to Gu Shan, she could easily throw him out of the arena. He was already in the Emperor realm, and with the help of his space secret technique, the strength and vision of the cultivator in Purple Mountain City could not detect any clues at all. This led to the illusion that Zhang Ruoxi had been smashed to pieces. After being brought out by Yang Kai, Zhang Ruoxi's fierce aura suddenly disappeared. She became very obedient. Standing quietly on the wooden boat, she kept looking at Yang Kai's back with timid eyes, fearing that he would be angry with her for acting recklessly during this time. She didn't know what was wrong with her. She, who had never fought with anyone before, felt her blood boiling when she stepped onto the stage. Every bit of pain and every drop of blood that flowed out of her body made her feel incomparably satisfied. It seemed that fighting to the death was her favorite thing to do. Every time she came back from the arena, she would be annoyed. She felt that she should not be like this. Why did she have to fight with others? Why did she have to fight with others? She secretly warned herself that she would never go to the Rising Dragon platform again. However, on the second day, the restlessness in her heart made her involuntarily take a step forward and head to the arena as Rakshasa's daughter. She accepted the challenges of one cultivator after another and blasted them all down. She enjoyed the joy of fighting with others. Winning or losing was not what she cared about. What she enjoyed was the process. She was a little afraid of herself. She felt that there was a devil sealed in her body. "Do you like to use swords?" Yang Kai suddenly asked without turning his head. "Ah." Zhang Ruoxi shuddered. She was startled. However, he quickly reacted and said, "I don't know either." Yang Kai said, "I noticed that you liked to use your finger sword when you fought with Gu Shan, and I sensed a strong sword intent from you." He paused for a moment before asking, "Have you used a sword-shaped artifact before?" "No," Zhang Ruoxi shook her head slowly and whispered, "I've never used an artifact before." "That's strange." Yang Kai looked suspicious. Although Zhang Ruoxi's finger sword was not yet proficient, it was extremely powerful. Moreover, the sword intent that shrouded her was not fake. If she was not a cultivator who had been immersed in swordsmanship for many years, it was impossible for her to have this kind of power. Among the masters that Yang Kai had seen, the one with the strongest sword intent was Heavenly Marshal Holy Land's Chen Wenhao. He had an emperor artifact, the flowing water sword. Yang Kai still remembered the 3,000 sword principles. Yang Kai also occasionally used a sword. The myriad sword was a broad sword, but it was not his strength. The moves he used were all secret techniques of the myriad sword itself. They were not even 1,000th of Chen Wenhao's. However, Zhang Ruoxi's sword intent was completely natural and extremely fierce. Right now, she was like a piece of unpolished jade. If she could unleash all her potential, the brilliance she could bloom with would be absolutely shocking. Suddenly, Yang Kai remembered something. When Zhang Ruoxi was breaking through to the Great Realm, a huge woman's figure appeared behind her more than once. He did not know who that woman was, but every time, she would open her mouth and suck in the heavenly vision caused by Zhang Ruoxi's breakthrough, making Zhang Ruoxi's breakthrough extremely easy. When that woman appeared, she was holding a huge long sword in both hands, which was extremely shocking. Perhaps, the reason why Zhang Ruoxi possessed sword intent and involuntarily used her finger sword was related to that phantom. Although this was just a guess, Yang Kai felt that it was very likely. Since Zhang Ruoxi liked to use swords, Yang Kai felt that he could let her refine the myriad sword. The huge woman phantom was holding a wide long sword in both hands, and the myriad sword was also of the same type, so Zhang Ruoxi should like it. However, the myriad sword was not Yang Kai's own, after all. It was an ancestral treasure of the Qin family in Maplewood City. When old man Qin gave the myriad sword to Yang Kai, he made it very clear that one day, when Qin Yu was able to break through to the Emperor realm, it would not be too late for Yang Kai to return it. Therefore, Yang Kai thought about it and decided to dispel the idea. It was not good to take someone else's things and give them away. It seemed that it was time to look for a broadsword-type emperor artifact. Among his companions, Lu Yen obtained the Annihilation Thunder Bead, Hua Qingxi obtained the 5-colored spear, and even the embodiment obtained the demonic war hammer. Which one of them was not an emperor artifact? Yang Kai naturally could not favor one and discriminate against the other. Sir, I'm sorry. Ruoxi shouldn't have made such a big mess without your permission. Zhang Ruoxi suddenly plucked up her courage, lowered her head, and admitted her mistake. Yang Kai chuckled and said, I'm not blaming you. What are you sorry for? Zhang Ruoxi raised her head and asked in surprise, Sir, you're not angry? Yang Kai smiled and said, You decide how to walk your own path. You don't have to care about what others think. As long as you have a clear conscience, it's fine. Let me ask you, were you happy fighting in that arena? Yes. Zhang Ruoxi nodded heavily without thinking. Then did you kill anyone? Zhang Ruoxi shook her head and said, I beat them down every time. I didn't kill them. Then do you feel guilty? Zhang Ruoxi thought about it seriously and shook her head. No, their skills are not as good as others, and since they entered the ring, they naturally had to be mentally prepared to be beaten down. Ruoxi also entered the ring with such thoughts. That's right. Kai Yang nodded. If you think it's right, then it's right. In the future, when you grow up, it's inevitable that there will be people who will point fingers at you and make irresponsible remarks about you. If they make sense, you can listen and accept them with an open mind. If they are unreasonable, you can just treat them as farts. The most important thing is here. Kai Yang reached out and pointed at his chest. I understand. Zhang Ruoxi gently nodded and suddenly showed a flower-like smile and said happily, It's really good to travel with Sir. Half a month later, Yang Kai had gone deep into the Eastern Territory's hinterland after several twists and turns. During this time, he and Zhang Ruoxi had been traveling together. They had crossed countless rivers and mountains on the road, experienced the local customs, and taught Zhang Ruoxi cultivation, so they weren't lonely. Zhang Ruoxi's growth was extremely fast. Although her cultivation realm hadn't improved much, she had made great progress in controlling her own strength. This had a lot to do with her fighting on the Rising Dragon Arena in the past 20 days. Fierce battles could often stimulate a person's potential and allow them to grow quickly. Although Zhang Ruoxi had grown in the previous battles, more experience and lessons had settled down and accumulated in various parts of her body. During this period of traveling with Yang Kai, she had turned all the accumulated experience and lessons into nutrients. She constantly recalled the battles in the arena, and it was difficult for her to stay in the same place. Yang Kai saw this in his eyes, but didn't comment on it. On this day, Kai Yang's figure suddenly came to a halt as the wooden boat came to a halt in midair. "What's wrong?" Zhang Ruoxi hurriedly asked, at the same time releasing her divine sense to cover the surroundings. She thought they had encountered some danger. But after looking around, she didn't find anything unusual. When she looked at Yang Kai again, she saw him take out a golden token with a strange expression on his face. His divine sense enveloped the token. In the next moment, Yang Kai's face changed and became extremely pale. Zhang Ruoxi was so scared that she didn't even dare to breathe. She had followed Yang Kai for so long, but she had never seen him so angry. Obviously, something big had happened to make Yang Kai so angry. That golden token. What is it? Why did Mr. have such a big emotional fluctuation after checking it out? Zhang Ruoxi was puzzled, but she didn't dare to ask. Then, Yang Kai's terrifying divine sense spread out like a tide, covering a large area in an instant. After a while, Yang Kai seemed to have discovered something. His figure flickered, and he broke through the void with Zhang Ruoxi, disappearing directly. When she reappeared, Zhang Ruoxi found that she and her master were already several kilometers away, hovering in the void. Below them, a group of cultivators was besieging a monster beast that resembled a tortoise and a tiger. This monster beast had a rich demonic qi and seemed to be at the peak of the 11th order, which was equivalent to the peak of the Tao source realm in terms of cultivator cultivation. Among the group besieging it, there were only 3 Tao source realm cultivators. The rest were all Saint Kings. Even the 3 Tao source realm cultivators didn't have high cultivations, only in the 1st or 2nd order. They seemed to be some small sex elders who had brought their disciples out for experience, but somehow, they encountered this monster beast. It was very common for disciples to travel together in groups. Most of them would have some elders with higher cultivations accompanying them. First, they would protect the disciples, and second, they would inspect the disciples' cultivation results. If it wasn't necessary, these elders wouldn't show up easily. There was already a torn corpse lying on the ground. The cultivator who was still alive looked nervous and frightened. They were more or less injured. Looking at the situation, it seemed that they weren't the monster beast's opponent. Chapter 25:17. When Yang Kai suddenly appeared with Zhang Ruoxi, the monster beast went berserk and opened its mouth to bite one of the first-order Tao source realm cultivators. It was unknown whether the first-order Tao source realm cultivator was at the end of his rope or was caught off guard, but he couldn't avoid the monster beast's bite in the abdomen. Blood gushed out and the cultivator screamed miserably. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly waved his fist with an indifferent expression. With one punch, the originally majestic and insufferably arrogant demonic beast suddenly howled in grief. Immediately after, a hole appeared on its fat body. Blood and internal organs flowed out, and it instantly died. The cultivator who was bitten by the monster beast still hadn't recovered from the shock. He struggled desperately, roaring and shrieking miserably. The other 2 Tao source realm cultivators, on the other hand, noticed something. They raised their heads and glanced in the direction of Yang Kai, then glanced at the dead monster beast. Their hearts trembled as they realized that they had encountered a master. Although Yang Kai looked very young, he could kill a peak 11th order monster beast with one punch. He was at least a master from the Emperor realm. The 2 didn't dare to neglect. With a solemn expression, they cupped their fists and were about to thank him, but Yang Kai interrupted them directly and shouted in a low voice, "Where is Earth City?" The 2 were taken aback. One of the men in a purple robe quickly pointed in a direction and said, "Master, fly 5,000 kilometers in this direction and you will reach Earth City. Although he couldn't see through Yang Kai's true age, since he was a master from the Emperor realm, it was right to call him master. Yang Kai glanced in the direction he pointed. The next moment, a layer of ripples appeared in the air. He and Zhang Ruoxi instantly disappeared from the sight of this group of people. After a long time, someone asked in a low voice, am I seeing things? 2 people just came here. I saw it too. Brother, you didn't see wrongly. He even killed that green-furred tiger turtle and saved junior martial uncle. Ah. Young martial uncle is injured. Hurry up and get the spirit pill. Little martial uncle, hang in there. Don't die. A group of seemingly inexperienced youngsters immediately gathered around little martial uncle, who had been bitten by the azure-haired tiger turtle, and hurriedly treated his injuries. Only the other 2 Dao Source Realm Masters remained standing in place, staring in the direction Yang Kai disappeared, unable to calm down for a long time. The 2 of them had no idea how Yang Kai came here and how he left, even though their eyes were fixed on Yang Kai. However, the master of the Emperor realm had mysteriously disappeared. If it wasn't for the fact that the corpse of the green-furred tiger tortoise was still here, they would have thought that they were dreaming. This was the Emperor realm. It was the pinnacle realm that all cultivators in the astral boundary yearned for and revered. In the past, they were also high-spirited and hot-blooded, thinking that they could take a peek into the mysteries of the Emperor realm in their lifetime, but as they grew older, they were trapped by inferior aptitude and poor resources. They could only wander between the first and second-order Dao Source realms. The flowing time Great Emperor had worn away the sharp edges in their hearts, leaving behind a comfortable mentality of muddling along. Turning his head to look at the younger generation in the sect, they were as vigorous as he was in the past, but how many would survive after a few hundred years? Even if they survived, where would they stop? On the wooden boat, Yang Kai pushed his Emperor Qi to the limit, and his speed was a little faster than before. That token is the Azure Sun Temple's disciple token, in addition to representing the identity of Azure Sun Temple's disciple. This token can also be used as a communication artifact to allow disciples to communicate with each other. I just received a message from an Azure Sun Temple disciple asking for help. Yang Kai stood on the wooden boat and explained to Zhang Ruoxi. Since meeting Xiao Bai Yi in Murong Xiao Xiao in the Source Sea, Yang Kai had been keeping the Azure Sun golden token in his arms. His original intention was to be able to perceive the messages of Xiao Bai Yi and Murong Xiao Xiao at any time, but he didn't expect that he wouldn't use it after that. However, Yang Kai didn't throw it back into his space ring. Anyway, it didn't matter if he kept it in his arms and it wouldn't affect his movements. Who knew that in the distant Eastern Territory, Yang Kai would receive a message from an Azure Sun Temple disciple asking for help. The message was very short, only a line of words: Earth City, Azure Sun Pavilion, help. The other party was obviously an Azure Sun Temple disciple to be able to send this message to his golden token. But Yang Kai couldn't figure out how the other party came to the Eastern Territory, and what kind of danger they encountered. After all, Azure Sun Temple was a sect in the Southern Territory, hundreds of millions of kilometers away from here. But since it was a message asking for help, Yang Kai naturally couldn't sit idly by, so he hurriedly found someone to inquire about the location of Earth City. It was his first time in the Eastern Territory, so he didn't know where Earth City was. Fortunately, there was a group of people nearby, so Yang Kai immediately teleported over. Although I don't know what happened over there, if there is a battle later, take care of yourself, Yang Kai exhorted. Earth City was definitely a city, and since it was a city, there might be a master guarding it. Although Yang Kai had been promoted to the Emperor realm, he wasn't so arrogant that he didn't put anyone in his eyes. If he really had to fight, he wouldn't be able to take care of Zhang Ruoxi. Now that he had warned her clearly, she could act according to circumstances later. I understand, Zhang Ruo nodded heavily. Sir, please feel free to do as you wish. Ruoxi won't be a burden to you. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Anxious, he sped up. Earth City, located in the hinterland of the Eastern Territory, was considered one of the most important cities in the entire Eastern Territory. Compared to Purple Mountain City, it was undoubtedly much more prosperous. Earth City was surrounded by abundant resources, attracting many cultivators to settle down here. Many cultivators came and went, bringing more and more prosperity to this place. The city lord of Earth City, Zhu Hong, was a first-order emperor realm master with many capable subordinates. Since he took charge of Earth City 50 years ago, he had been keeping the entire city in good order. The laws in the city were strict, and few people dared to break the law. Zhu Hong had even laid down 81 rules in Earth City. Anyone who dared to violate them would be punished equally, ranging from being whipped through the streets to being executed by dismemberment. His iron blood methods and fair attitude made the entire Earth City love and respect him. At this moment, in the city, in front of a shop called Azure Sun Pavilion, a group of cultivators wearing the uniform of the city guards blocked the entrance. A Dao Source Realm cultivator was sitting leisurely in a tea house not far away, sipping tea leisurely. His pair of hawk-like eyes were constantly sizing up everyone who passed by the shop, as if he was vigilant of something. Whispers could be heard from the surrounding crowd. They were all discussing what the Azure Sun Pavilion had done to attract people from the city lord's mansion to come here and surround it. Azure Sun Pavilion was just a small shop, and the things it sold weren't anything special. Many spirit pills and artifacts were bought from others and then resold, so there wasn't much profit to be made, just barely managing to keep itself afloat. Anyone who had dealt with the Azure Sun Pavilion would know that apart from the shopkeeper, there were only 2 clerks left in the pavilion. These 2 clerks were also gluttonous and lazy fellows who didn't do their jobs properly. Often when guests came to visit, they would still be sleeping soundly at the table, not taking the initiative to entertain them. Over time, the cultivator who was familiar with Azure Sun Pavilion would not patronize this shop. If it weren't for the cultivator from the city lord's mansion surrounding it, many people would not know that such a shop existed in the city. Although Yang Kai didn't know what the Azure Sun Pavilion had done, since it had attracted the attention of the Imperial Guard Army, it definitely wasn't a good thing. All the cultivators who passed by the shop's entrance avoided it like snakes and scorpions, staying as far away as possible. It was as if they would be tainted with bad luck if they approached. At this moment, a man and a woman suddenly walked out of the crowd and went straight to Azure Sun Pavilion. This man and woman didn't look very old. The man had a tall figure and steady steps. Although he wasn't very handsome, he was extremely resolute and dressed like an ordinary young man. The woman, on the other hand, was a national beauty. She looked soft and weak as she followed behind the young man. She was even younger, seeming to be in her early 20s. Because the Azure Sun Pavilion was surrounded by the city guards, there was no one around it. At this moment, this man and woman walked straight over, attracting the attention of many people. The Dao Source Realm Master who was sipping tea in a nearby tea house narrowed his eyes as a bright light burst out from them, carefully sizing up the man and woman. He quietly released his divine sense, but strangely, he couldn't detect the cultivation of these 2 people. In an instant, the Dao Source Realm cultivator's face turned solemn. He was a master from the 3rd Order Dao Source Realm, so for him to be unable to detect their cultivation, they were either from the Emperor Realm or had some kind of artifact to hide their cultivation. Such a man and woman were definitely not from the Emperor Realm, so they must have some kind of strange artifact. To have such an artifact, the other party didn't seem to be simple. But who were these 2 people? Why did they come to Azure Sun Pavilion? While he was pondering, the man and woman had already arrived in front of the city guard cultivator. They looked at him in surprise and shouted, "What are you doing? Haven't you heard that a good dog doesn't block the way? Hurry up and make way." As soon as these words came out, the surrounding city cultivator was shocked. This person dared to insult the city guards. He must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall. How could he live? Everyone seemed to be able to foresee the scene of this person being thrown into the city's prison and being tortured. Everyone was shocked and moved further away. As expected, the guards blocking the entrance of the Azure Sun Pavilion were enraged. One after another, they cast burning gazes at the young man. The leader coldly snorted and said, "Friend, watch your words. Insulting us is not a small crime." The young man was amused when he heard this. He grinned and said, "Insulting people is a crime? You speak as if you haven't insulted people before." The city guard leader said, "According to the law set by the city lord master, I can take you away at any time, put you in the prison, and whip you 80 times. So serious?" The young man was shocked and his face turned pale. The city guard leader looked at him disdainfully and said coldly, "Now you know fear?" Chapter 25:18. The young man chuckled and said, "Master, don't be so serious. I was just speaking casually just now. I didn't mean to scold you. Okay, I'm going to buy something in this shop now. Can I trouble you to make way?" It was unknown what kind of magic this casual sentence had, but after a moment of hesitation, the leader of the guards actually moved aside and allowed the man and woman to enter the store. The other guards of the city lord's mansion looked at their commander with strange expressions. They wanted to ask questions but didn't dare to act rashly. They were all full of doubts. What the hell? In a tea house not far away, the Third Order Dao Source Realm, who was in charge of monitoring Azure Sun Pavilion, jumped 3 feet high and hurriedly released his divine sense to ask the guard leader, "What's wrong with you?" "Lord Jia." Hearing this person's voice transmission, the guard army commander's expression immediately turned solemn. "Didn't I tell you not to let anyone in? How dare you disobey this king's order? You must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts." "I let someone in." The guard leader was shocked when he heard this, but soon, he remembered what he had just done. In an instant, his forehead was dripping with cold sweat and his face turned pale. How could I let someone in? He didn't know what happened just now. Although his mind was clear, he couldn't resist the young man's words and obediently made way for the young man to walk straight into Azure Sun Pavilion. If it weren't for Master Jia's voice, he probably wouldn't have remembered. A soul attack. When Master Jia saw the guard leader's face, he knew that he must have been hit by a soul's secret technique, causing him to lose control. "Master Jia, what should we do now? Do you want me to bring people in and capture that person?" The guard commander asked in a low voice. "No hurry, this person seems to be very powerful. And I don't know what he's doing here. Maybe he really is just here to buy something. Let's take a look first," Master Jia replied. "Yes." In the shop, Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi looked around and found that the shop was really small and there weren't many goods in it. They were placed in a mess, and their value was not high. Near the counter, there were 2 shop assistants with low cultivation. At this moment, both of them were frowning as if their parents had died. From time to time, they would glance at the guards outside and unconsciously murmur, "It's over, it's over, it's over." I don't know what the shopkeeper did, but he's done for. The nerves of these 2 men seemed to be extremely tense as they didn't even notice when Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi walked in. Yang Kai glanced at them and ignored them. Instead, he looked at the back of the shop and walked straight to the backyard. Through a corridor, they came to a place that looked like a small garden. In front of the inner room, Yang Kai stood still and gently knocked on the door. "Who is it?" A woman's voice suddenly came from inside. She sounded extremely tired and haggard, as if she hadn't rested for many days. Yang Kai said in a deep voice, "I'm here to buy something." The woman inside was silent for a moment and then said, "My shop has been in some trouble recently and is temporarily closed. Please go back." Yang Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, "This young master came all the way from the Southern Territory just to buy something. How dare you ask me to go back?" Southern Territory. A low voice suddenly came from inside, followed by a gust of wind. The door creaked open and a haggard young woman suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. This young woman looked to be around 27 to 28 years old. She was well dressed and although her beauty wasn't outstanding, it was still very pleasing to the eye. However, something must have happened to her recently, so her eyes were slightly bloodshot and sunken, but her pair of beautiful eyes were extremely bright. She looked at Yang Kai with a burning gaze, as if she wanted to see a flower in him. Are you really from the Southern Territory? The young woman asked nervously. Yang Kai nodded and said, that's right. He could see at a glance that this young woman was only a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, and her aura seemed to be a little weak. Even though she was a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, she definitely couldn't display her full strength. He didn't know if it was because she didn't work hard enough or because something went wrong with her cultivation. What proof do you have? The young woman asked, still worried. Yang Kai smiled slightly and took out his Azure Sun golden token, waving it in front of her. The young woman's beautiful eyes suddenly brightened and the little bit of vigilance disappeared, as if she had seen a family member. Her nervous expression immediately relaxed and she said, come in and talk. Yang Kai nodded and led Zhang Ruoxi into the room. The young woman looked outside worriedly and made sure that no one was hiding nearby before she closed the door and waved her hands, placing many barriers. After she was done, Yang Kai looked at her with a gloomy face and said, what kind of trouble have you encountered? Why are you acting like you're facing a great enemy? And what's with those people surrounding the shop? The young woman didn't immediately answer Yang Kai's question. Instead, she solemnly took out a token from her space ring and handed it to Yang Kai with both hands. This token looked exactly the same as Yang Kai's Azure Sun golden token, but Yang Kai's token was gold while hers was bronze, symbolizing the difference in status. Although Yang Kai didn't know much about the grades of Azure Sun Temple's disciple tokens, he could guess at the moment. Gold should be the highest grade, and there should be silver below it, followed by bronze. There was a difference of 2 grades between the two. Brother, this disciple is Lu Wen. Her master is Elder Chen Qian. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. He knew Chen Qian, one of the elders of Azure Sun Temple. She was a first-order Emperor Realm Master and was mainly in charge of the logistics and supplies of the entire Azure Sun Temple. Yang Kai had dealt with her several times, but this Elder Chen always gave people a cold feeling and was not easy to communicate with. Brother, are you Brother Xiaosheng? Lu Wen looked at Yang Kai curiously and asked. Yang Kai curled the corner of his mouth and snorted, can Xiaosheng be as handsome as me? Lu Wen heard this and couldn't help but have a strange expression, as if she didn't expect this brother to be so narcissistic. Blushing, she asked, then, are you Brother Xiao Baiyi? Yang Kai said with a black face, I'm not Xiaosheng, nor Xiao Baiyi. My name is Yang Kai. Brother Yang. Lu Wen frowned, as if she was very unfamiliar with this name. Yang Kai said, since you are a disciple of Azure Sun Temple, how can you not recognize Xiaosheng and Xiao Baiyi? These two are the most elite disciples in the temple. Lu Wen said embarrassedly, Junior sister, I left Azure Sun Temple a long time ago and haven't been back in all these years, so I haven't seen these two brothers. Yang Kai said in surprise, is that so? Then why did you come to the Eastern Territory and open a shop here? Lu Wen replied, I came here to perform a task from the temple. The shop was opened for convenience. I reported all of this to Honored Master and received her support. Let's hear it, Yang Kai said in a deep voice. Although the temple is a sect in the Southern Territory, it also needs to inquire about various kinds of information in the other 3 territories, so in each territory, there are at least 7 or 8 people to as many as 20 to 30 fellow disciples collecting all kinds of information and regularly reporting it to the sect. Junior sister is in charge of this in Earth City. We generally conceal our names and identities, and unless our lives are in danger, we are not allowed to reveal our origins. Is there such a thing? Yang Kai said in surprise. Lu Wen smiled and said, Brother Yang must be an elite disciple of the sect, so you don't need to know these things. You just need to cultivate and become stronger. These things are generally taken care of by those disciples who are not very talented and have no hope of cultivating in their lives. Taking care of these things must take a lot of energy and time, so it would delay their cultivation. Naturally, the elite disciples couldn't take care of it. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Thank you for your hard work." Lu Wen smiled slightly. "It's nothing, Brother Yang. The sect will be more prosperous when you are strong, and we will have a place to live. It's not only our Azure Sun Temple, but also the other great sects. Many disciples will go to various places in the star boundary to inquire about information." "What trouble have you encountered?" Yang Kai asked. Lu Wen's expression darkened and said, "It's not me who has encountered trouble, it's Elder Gao." Yang Kai was stunned. "Elder Gao? Which Elder Gao?" After asking, he was shocked and whispered, "Gao Shueting, Elder Gao?" "N." Yang Kai's face changed and said, "Elder Gao has come to the Eastern Territory?" "Yes, and now her life may be in danger." "What's going on?" Yang Kai asked anxiously. Lu Wen said, "Brother, don't worry, I'll tell you in detail." Under Lu Wen's explanation, Yang Kai understood what was going on. It has been more than 20 years since Lu Wen left Azure Sun Temple and came to Earth City. She has been inquiring about all kinds of information here and passing it to the sect. In order to facilitate her work, she opened a shop here. This shop was not to make money, but to hide her identity, so the shop was not operated diligently and was extremely messy. Half a year ago, Lu Wen bought half of an animal skin from a destitute cultivator. The person who sold it to her said that it was passed down from his ancestors and contained ancient secrets. Lu Wen naturally did not believe such nonsense, but seeing the destitute and pitiful person, she was moved and bought the animal skin. But after buying it and studying it for a long time, she had no clue. Feeling strange, she sent the animal skin back to Azure Sun Temple through a special channel along with the information she had obtained during this period. 3 months ago, Gao Shueting suddenly came to Earth City and asked her about the animal skin. Only then did Lu Wen realize that the animal skin might really have a great origin and seem to hide some secrets. Otherwise, how could it attract a master like Gao Shueting to come here? Since the sect elder asked, Lu Wen naturally told her everything she knew. Unfortunately, Gao Shueting did not find any useful clues from her. In the following period, Gao Shueting had been studying the secrets hidden in the animal skin and would leave Earth City for a while from time to time. Lu Wen did not know what she was doing. Chapter 25:19. Until a month and a half ago, Gao Shueting suddenly told her that she had some clues, but she needed to work with others to crack it. That day, she left some cultivation resources behind and left Earth City, disappearing without a trace. 7 days ago, the Azure Sun Pavilion was suddenly surrounded by the City Lord's mansion's guards. Those guards didn't say what the Azure Sun Pavilion had done and just surrounded it, not allowing anyone to enter. Speaking of this, Lu Wen was suddenly shocked and asked, "Brother Yang, how did you come in? Those City Lord's mansion people should still be outside." Yang Kai grinned and said, "If I want to come in, how can those scum stop me?" After a pause, he frowned and said, "Elder Gao left here a month and a half ago, saying that she wanted to work with others to crack the secret of the animal skin, but 7 days ago, this place was surrounded by the City Lord's mansion people for no reason." Lu Wen said anxiously, "So junior sister suspects that Elder Gao may have encountered some danger. The reason why they surrounded the Azure Sun Pavilion is because they are afraid that I will pass some information to the outside." After all, Elder Gao did not hide her whereabouts when she went in and out of the Azure Sun Pavilion a few days ago, so it is easy to find out that she is related to the Azure Sun Pavilion. Yang Kai nodded and said, "You are right, if this is the case, then Earth City must be involved." Lu Wen said sadly, junior sister really had no other choice but to use her own token to send a message. Even in a desperate situation, she really did not expect senior brother Yang to come. Yang Kai said, "I also passed by because I have something to do." If Yang Kai hadn't passed by Earth City by chance, Lu Wen wouldn't have been able to summon anyone. After all, this was the Eastern Territory. It was very far away from the Azure Sun Temple. The people of the temple would not come here for no reason. Although Gao Shueting had a cold temperament, she had always been good to Yang Kai. She personally handed the Azure Sun golden token to Yang Kai and even had the idea of accepting Yang Kai as a disciple and teaching him cultivation. Now that Gao Shueting might be in trouble, Yang Kai certainly couldn't stand idly by. Of course, this was just a guess. It could also be a misunderstanding, but the fact that the city lord's mansion's people had surrounded the Azure Sun Pavilion was more or less a blatant lie. If it weren't for Gao Shueting, why would they surround this place for no reason? In that case, the city lord's mansion must be closely related to this matter. Yang Kai pondered for a moment, his thoughts gradually smoothing out. Lu Wen said, junior sister also guessed the same. Elder Gao said before that she wanted to find someone to work together to crack the secret on the animal skin. Only City Lord Zhu Hong is a first-order Emperor Realm Master. If Elder Gao is looking for someone to join forces with, Zhu Hong is the best choice. Oh. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and grinned. Since we have a suspect, it will be much easier. Brother Yang, what do you plan to do? Lu Wen looked at him with an evil smile. Suddenly, he had a bad feeling. What else can we do? Naturally, we have to ask him face to face, Yang Kai snorted softly. Lu Wen was shocked and said, brother, don't be impulsive. Zhu Hong is a first-order Emperor Realm Master who has been in this realm for more than 40 years. He is extremely powerful and has an Emperor artifact. Although brother is an elite disciple of the temple, I'm afraid that if he goes up against the Emperor realm, she didn't finish her sentence, but her meaning was very obvious. She felt that Yang Kai was no match for Zhu Hong. Yang Kai smiled and said, junior sister Lu, don't worry. Zhu Hong is nothing to brother. After a pause, he ordered Zhang Ruoxi, take junior sister Lu and leave Earth City through the back door and wait for me outside the city. Since this has happened, there is no need to stay here any longer. Junior sister Lu should return to the temple as soon as possible. Yes, sir. Zhang Ruoxi looked solemn. Only then did Yang Kai's figure flicker and suddenly disappear. This. Lu Wen was stunned, shocked and anxious. She had clearly told Brother Yang that Zhu Hong was a master from the Emperor realm. Why was he still so hot-blooded and impulsive? Zhang Ruoxi smiled slightly and said, sister, don't worry about my sir. Zhu Hong is no match for him. Sir? Lu Wen looked at Zhang Ruoxi in amazement and said, sister, are you not a disciple of the temple? Zhang Ruoxi shook her head and said, I'm just a member of a small family. Sir didn't abandon me and kept me by his side to guide my cultivation. That's why I have today's achievements. Ah. Lu Wen was shocked. She could sense that Zhang Ruoxi's cultivation was higher than hers. She was a second-order Dao Source Realm Master, and Zhang Ruoxi was stronger than her. That meant that she was in the third-order Dao Source Realm. But such a master was only taught by Brother Yang? He was no worse than the elite disciples of those big sects. What's Brother Yang's cultivation? Lu Wen asked in surprise. Zhang Ruoxi pursed her lips and smiled. She felt honored and said lightly, Sir is already an Emperor Realm Master. Lu Wen was completely shocked. Her eyes, which had been hazy for a long time, gradually shone brightly. The darkness and anxiety in front of her were swept away. Outside Azure Sun Pavilion, in the tea house, Master Jia stared at the entrance of Azure Sun Pavilion with his eagle-like eyes. He unconsciously lifted the teacup in his hand and brought it to his mouth. He didn't know the origins of the man and woman who had entered Azure Sun Pavilion earlier. He had asked his subordinates to investigate, but they couldn't find anything. It seemed that they had just entered the city today. This made Master Jia vigilant. He was afraid that the man and woman really had something to do with the city lord's instructions. He didn't dare to miss any details. His mind was completely immersed in Azure Sun Pavilion. Suddenly, an extremely uneasy feeling rose in his heart, as if some danger was approaching, causing his heart to beat wildly. Before Master Jia could react, he suddenly noticed a person appear out of the corner of his eye. He quickly turned his head and looked, his eyes widening. He saw the young man from before sitting in the chair opposite him, looking at him with a smile. Pooh! Master Jia couldn't hold back and sprayed a mouthful of tea at Yang Kai. Yang Kai waved his hand, and the tea mist changed direction, directly spraying Master Jia's face. Hurriedly standing up, he wiped his face and stared at Kai Yang with great vigilance, his heart filled with shock. With his cultivation, he didn't notice how this young man appeared in front of him. If this young man wanted to harm him, wouldn't he be able to take his life at will? Thinking of this, Master Jia broke out in cold sweat. Sit! Yang Kai looked at him with a smile, but his eyes were like a poisonous snake, making Master Jia shudder. The latter hesitated for a moment, but still gritted his teeth and sat back down. His expression was extremely difficult, as if there were countless needles under his butt. How should I address you? Yang Kai asked. Jia Si. Nice to meet you, nice to meet you. Yang Kai gave a perfunctory reply. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Master Jia, you should know why this young master is looking for you, right? Jia Si wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and forced a smile. This young master must be joking. This Jia is leisurely making wine and tea here, but I wondered if this young master... His words suddenly paused as he stared at the palm-sized artifact in Yang Kai's hand and whispered, this shield. Jia Si's eyesight was naturally good. He could tell at a glance that the grade of the shield in Yang Kai's hand was not low. It seemed to be a Dao source grade high rank, and it was a defensive artifact. It could be said to be extremely valuable. Even though he had the cultivation of the third-order Dao source realm, he could not help but breathe a little faster. Kacha, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and squeezed it. The shield was like a rock that had been eroded by wind and rain for thousands of years. It directly turned into dust and fell from his fingertips, scattering all over the ground. What shield? Yang Kai looked at him coldly. We were talking, so why did you raise the shield? Jia Si was sweating profusely and trembling all over as he said nervously, nothing. Yang Kai snorted. Master Jia seems to be a smart person. It shouldn't be too tiring to communicate. This young master has a few questions and would like to ask Master Jia to answer them. Jia Si hurriedly said, this young master may ask anything. Although this Jia is not talented, he has lived here for many years and knows Earth City like the back of his hand. Very good. Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. His eyes turned cold as he asked, who asked you to monitor Azure Sun Pavilion here? Jia Si said with difficulty, it's the City Lord's master. Why did Zhu Hong ask you to monitor Azure Sun Pavilion? Jia Si said, the City Lord's master just said that if any suspicious person came in and out of Azure Sun Pavilion, he was to be arrested immediately. He must not be allowed to leave Earth City. Yang Kai raised his brow and snorted, the City Lord's master sure is awe-inspiring. Jia Si was shocked and hurriedly said, this Jia is just following orders. Please calm down, young master. Yang Kai asked, then do you know which force owns Azure Sun Pavilion? Jia Si said, I didn't know before. A few days ago, the City Lord's master asked me to inquire about the details of Azure Sun Pavilion. Only then did this Jia know that it is a shop opened by a disciple of Azure Sun Temple in the Southern Territory. You even managed to find this out. Senior Jia is truly amazing. Yang Kai sneered sarcastically. Jia Si trembled violently and said with a sad face, I was just following orders. Yang Kai interrupted him and said in a deep voice, then have you seen such a woman in the City Lord's mansion? While speaking, Yang Kai raised his hand and the Emperor Qi in his body surged, condensing an image of Gao Shui Ting in front of Jia Si. Jia Si glanced at it and shook his head blankly. I haven't seen her, but I heard from this subordinate that this woman often came in and out of Azure Sun Pavilion a few days ago. This Jia followed her clues and found out about Azure Sun Pavilion. Yang Kai frowned and said, you haven't seen her? According to his and Lu Wen's conjecture, Gao Shueting should have asked Zhu Hong to join forces to decipher the secrets on the animal skin. So, she should have been in and out of the city lord's mansion. Since Jia Si was Zhu Hong's confidant, there was no reason he hadn't seen her before. But judging from Jia Si's expression, he wasn't lying. Could it be that Gao Shueting really didn't look for Zhu Hong? Then who was she working with? Did the city lord's mansion have anything to do with this matter? If it wasn't for Gao Shueting, why would they monitor and surround Azure Sun Pavilion? Yang Kai was puzzled. Chapter 25-20. Jia Si observed Yang Kai's expression and faintly realized something. He gulped and said, "Young master, there is something this Jia doesn't know if he should say. If it's nonsense, then don't bother." Yang Kai looked at him coldly. Jia Si said, 1.5 months ago, Elder Zhu Tianqing came to see the city lord's master, and the next day, the city lord's master left Earth City. Zhu Tianqing? Yang Kai raised his brow and asked, "Who is that?" Jia Si replied, "He is one of the 10 great elders of the Emperor realm of Brahma Holy Land. He has always had a close personal relationship with the city lord's master." Brahma Holy Land? Yang Kai couldn't help but be surprised. He naturally knew about Brahma Holy Land. It was one of the top sects in the Eastern Territory. In terms of status, it was similar to Azure Sun Temple in the Southern Territory. The 2 holy sons he met in the Shattered Star Sea, Zhang Xian and Zhang Hao, were from Brahma Holy Land. Their cultivation aptitude was really good. If it weren't for their bad luck of meeting him, they would have most likely broken through to the Emperor realm in this trip to the Shattered Star Sea. Zhu Tianqing was just one of the 10 great emperors of Brahma Holy Land. It seemed that Brahma Holy Land lived up to its reputation as a top sect. Its comprehensive strength was above Azure Sun Temple. What is Zhu Tianqing's cultivation? Yang Kai had a vague feeling that Zhu Tianqing should have a great relationship with Gao Shueting. He is also a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. Jia Si had already said so much, so naturally, he wouldn't hide anything. He just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Judging from the strength Yang Kai displayed when he crushed the Dao Source grade high-rank artifact, he could kill him with just a flick of his finger. Jia Si didn't think his body could be as strong as that shield. Yang Kai nodded. He raised a finger. "Last question, do you know where Zhu Tianqing or Zhu Hong is now?" Jia Si wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said uneasily, "I really don't know." The cold light in Yang Kai's eyes suddenly became dangerous. Jia Si turned pale with fright and said with a long face, "City Lord Master didn't tell me anything before he left. I really don't know." He paused for a moment and then said in fear, "But if this young master really wants to know, I can tell you. This lowly one can help you look into it." "Investigate?" Yang Kai snorted. "Didn't you say that Zhu Hong didn't tell you anything before he left? How did you find out?" Jia Si trembled as he replied, "This humble one can ask the young city lord or the city lord's wife. The 2 of them may know something. If it doesn't work, this humble one can ask Elder Zhu's disciples. To be honest, this humble one has a good personal relationship with Elder Zhu's disciples. Perhaps they know where Elder Zhu is now." "How long?" Yang Kai asked coldly. 4 hours. No. 2 hours should be enough." Yang Kai suddenly smiled and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Master Jia. Go and come back quickly. I'll wait for you here." Jia Si suddenly jumped up and rushed out without stopping, as if something was chasing him from behind. But he had just moved his feet. Yang Kai casually made a mark on his body. Jia Si's face changed wildly. He looked at Yang Kai in horror, feeling as if the place where he was hit was burning, and the pain was unbearable. "Don't be nervous, this is just a secret technique of this young master. It's called the wrong bone and tendon separation seal. It won't have any effect on you in a short time." Yang Kai smiled innocently. How long will it take? Jia Si asked in a trembling voice. If this young master doesn't remove the seal within 24 hours, your bones will be separated, your meridians will be broken, and your life will be worse than death. At the end of Yang Kai's voice was cold, like a cold wind blowing from the 9 hells of purgatory, making people's hair stand on end. Jia Si's face turned ashen, but the other side's fist was bigger than his, so he didn't dare to act rashly. After a while, he stamped his feet and left as fast as he could. Yang Kai called the waiter of the tea house and asked him to bring him a new pot of tea, leisurely sipping it. It didn't take an hour at all. In just the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, Jia Si suddenly returned. So fast? Yang Kai looked at him in surprise and praised, Master Jia really has outstanding ability. This intelligence work is well known. You must be the right-hand man of the city master. Jia Si smiled flatteringly, it was just luck. Before the city master left, he revealed some information to the city lord's wife, so it was easy for me to find out. You can even find out about the city lord's wife? TSK, isn't your city lord's head a little green? Yang Kai looked at him with a strange expression. Jia Si's expression changed, young master, please don't joke around. This Jia also found out the information from the city lord's wife's maidservant. It's not what you think. Alright, Yang Kai responded lazily and said with a serious expression, tell me the answer I want. Jia Si said, the city lord's master said that he's going to Dragonbone Wilderness, but I don't know where exactly. Dragonbone Wilderness. Yang Kai's eyes flashed coldly. Jia Si said, this is this Jia's limit. I can't find out any more information. Young master, you, Yang Kai nodded, stood up, and patted him on the shoulder, saying, understood. Let's part ways here. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure suddenly became absent-minded and then disappeared. Jia Si's expression changed greatly and he hurriedly said, that bone dislocation seal, but there was no trace of Yang Kai. For a moment, Jia Si was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot, cursing Yang Kai in his heart for not keeping his promise and burning the bridge after crossing the river. How shameless. But soon, Jia Si realized that something was wrong because the burning sensation quickly disappeared. Using his divine sense to investigate himself, he found nothing unusual. Only then did Jia Si realize that Yang Kai patted him on the shoulder just now and should have removed the seal. Jia Si was overjoyed, but he couldn't help shivering and quickly moved quietly towards the city gate, ready to leave Earth City immediately. Today, he revealed so much information to Yang Kai. No matter what the final result was, he couldn't stay in Earth City any longer. If the City Lord Master returned safely, he would definitely be traced back to him. At that time, the crime of leaking information was not something he could bear. Even if the City Lord Master didn't return, God knows if Yang Kai would come to trouble him again. So, Jia Si thought that the only thing he could do now was to run as far away as possible. It would be best if he could escape the Eastern Territory and hide in another large territory. Outside the city, Yang Kai easily found Zhang Ruoxi and Lu Wen. After inviting them to board his wooden boat, Yang Kai asked Lu Wen for information. Where is the Dragonbone Wilderness? Lu Wen pointed in a direction and said, this way, about 2 days' journey. After a pause, she asked in surprise, Elder Gao is in the Dragonbone Wilderness? It's very likely, Yang Kai responded in a deep voice, but I don't know the specific location. Is that damn place big? Big, very big. Lu Wen nodded. Rumor has it that it is an ancient battlefield where many people died. The yin qi there is extremely rich. Many cultivators like to experience and explore there. Occasionally, a lucky person can find some extremely ancient treasures and make a fortune. Especially in the center, where the yin qi is so dense that even the emperor realm doesn't dare to approach it easily. Rumor has it that there are bones of the dragon race there, so everyone calls it the Dragonbone Wilderness. Oh. Yang Kai couldn't help but raise his brow and grin. Then let's go to the center and see the situation there first. The wooden boat was extremely fast. It was a Dao Source grade high-rank flight artifact, and with the help of Yang Kai's space divine technique, it was as if it was shuttling and jumping through space. In the blink of an eye, it had crossed hundreds of kilometers. Lu Wen didn't notice this anomaly at first, but after she calmed down, she realized that there was something wrong with this speed. She couldn't help but be shocked, and her confidence in Yang Kai grew. In just half a day, Yang Kai had arrived at the Dragonbone Wilderness. He saw a desolate death chi below him that stretched for an unknown distance. Some strange yin chi was swirling around like a whirlwind, and when it sensed the aura of living beings approaching, it actually gathered around them. This was only the periphery of the Dragonbone Wilderness, so the yin chi was extremely weak. It couldn't even get close to Yang Kai and the others before it was left far behind. Yang Kai had no intention of getting entangled with the yin chi. While going deeper, he spread out his divine sense like a sea, penetrating every corner that he could detect. He didn't know whether Gao Shueting was in the Dragonbone Wilderness or not, but this was the only clue he could find so far, so he could only follow it to the end. Half a day later, Yang Kai had already entered the hinterland of the Dragonbone Wilderness. Along the way, Yang Kai found that this was indeed a good place for a cultivator to gain experience and cultivate. If he was still in the Dao Source realm, this would be a good place for him to gain experience, but now that he had broken through to the Emperor realm, there was no point in cultivating here. Suddenly, Yang Kai seemed to have discovered something and his eyes focused in a certain direction. He saw a few strong cultivators standing there, looking around vigilantly, as if they didn't want anyone to come close. Not only that, there seemed to be something wrong somewhere in the space over there. This made Yang Kai suspicious, and he controlled the wooden boat to rush over there. Who goes there? Before Yang Kai could get close, a loud shout came from that direction. Halt! If you dare to come any closer, don't blame us for being impolite, another person's voice came, containing a strong threat. Yang Kai didn't care about this. The wooden boat rushed forward and arrived in front of those people in an instant. Impudent! You're courting death! Several loud shouts rang out, followed by the radiance of several secret techniques. A ferocious power bombarded the wooden boat. Lu Wen was so scared that her face turned pale, and she almost couldn't stand still. Zhang Ruoxi, on the other hand, stood behind Yang Kai indifferently, turning a blind eye to the attacks. Hong hong hong, a few explosions rang out, but the impact that everyone had expected did not come. Instead, on the other side of the wooden boat, the people who had attacked let out loud cries, as if they had been attacked. Then, there were muffled groans, and some people directly fell to the ground. Lu Wen's eyes widened, but she couldn't see what Yang Kai had done. Chapter 25-21. The few cultivators who had attacked Yang Kai were even more horrified, their faces ashen. They were all quite strong, otherwise, they wouldn't have come so deep into the Dragonbone Wilderness, but even though they had made the first move, they were still beaten senseless. Who the hell is this guy? Horrified, all of them stared at the wooden boat with wide eyes. You are Yang Kai. One of the short and stout men immediately exclaimed after seeing Yang Kai's face. The others also stared at Yang Kai in surprise, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Huh? Yang Kai was stunned, retracting his gaze from the anomaly in space and glancing down, frowning. Do you know me? The few cultivators below looked extremely unfamiliar. He was sure he had never seen them before, but how did they know him? Although he was now an Emperor Realm Master, he was not so arrogant that his name had spread to the Eastern Territory. The short and stout cultivator knew he had misspoken and immediately closed his mouth, unwilling to say another word, but his eyes were full of hatred and anger as he stared at Yang Kai, as if he had a great hatred for him. Brother Yang, these people are Zhu Tianqing's legacy disciples of Brahma Holy Land. Lu Wen suddenly whispered from behind Yang Kai. In the eastern region, she was mainly responsible for collecting all kinds of information, so she was not unfamiliar with the background of these people. She immediately recognized their origins. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he nodded. Zhu Tianqing's legacy disciples, good. Very good. Zhu Tianqing's legacy disciples were here. This meant that Zhu Tianqing should also be nearby, and according to the information revealed by Jia Si, Zhu Tianqing was very likely to be with Zhu Hong. After finding these two people, Yang Kai felt that he would be able to find Gao Shueting, and couldn't help but feel excited. Suddenly, as if he had figured out something, he grinned at those people. Did Yin Luxing tell you about my identity? Although Yin Luxing had suffered a great loss in the Shattered Star Sea, he had not died. He had made a deal with Yang Kai, and after signing a soul contract, he had been taken out of the void by Yang Kai in exchange for revealing some information. With the soul contract, even if Yang Kai wanted to kill Yin Luxing, he was powerless and could only watch him leave. They were experts from the Eastern Territory that Yang Kai met in the Shattered Star Sea. There were only a few of them. Hyoji, Qigui, and the others would not be so bored as to spread his image and identity everywhere. Only Yin Luxing could do such a thing. He probably guessed that he would come to the Eastern Territory to look for Xiao Xiao, so he notified the people of Brahma Holy Land in advance. As a result, he was recognized by several Brahma Holy Land cultivator as soon as he showed up. This brat was truly despicable. He actually wanted to use someone else to do his dirty work. However, he would never have imagined that Yang Kai had already broken through to the Emperor realm. It was exposed by Yang Kai. The short and fat cultivator no longer denied it. He gritted his teeth and snorted, "Yes, it was Netherworld Sex brother Yin who told us about you." "What else did he say?" Yang Kai asked with a smile. The short and fat cultivator shouted, "He also said that the two holy sons, Zhang Hao and Zhang Xian, died tragically at your hands." Yang Kai nodded and said, "So, it seems that your Brahma Holy Land is looking for my whereabouts everywhere, right?" The short and fat cultivator snorted, "The two holy sons were the future hope of my Brahma Holy Land, yet they were cruelly killed by you. Do you think this holy land will let you off easily? If you know what's good for you, you will obediently follow us back to the Holy Land to meet the elders and Holy Master. Perhaps you will be dealt with lightly, but if you are stubborn, my Brahma Holy Land will chase you to the ends of the earth. No matter where you hide, you will not escape death." Yang Kai said lightly, "You probably won't be able to see whether I die or not. But whether you die or not is up to this young master to decide." As soon as these words came out, the faces of the short and fat cultivator and the others changed drastically, and they all stared at Yang Kai vigilantly. Yang Kai's gaze swept past them and looked at the void not far behind them, and asked in a deep voice, "Is Zhu Tianqing there?" The short and fat cultivator was shocked and shouted, "What are you talking about?" His face was full of panic, as if he was trying to hide something. Yang Kai snorted coldly, stepped out, and stood directly above the heads of these people. Immediately, he formed a seal with both hands, and the space principles around him surged. The short and fat cultivator and the others suddenly turned pale. Everyone felt as if a mountain was pressing down on their heads, making it difficult for them to breathe, and the blood in their bodies stopped flowing, let alone resist. The Emperor Realm. It was not until this moment that they realized that Yang Kai was actually a powerhouse from the Emperor Realm. The short and fat cultivator trembled violently, recalling how he had boasted shamelessly in front of a powerhouse from the Emperor Realm just now. He suddenly felt a chill from head to toe, and his whole body trembled. No wonder Yang Kai had easily resolved their joint attack just now. It turned out that this guy had already advanced to the Emperor Realm. The gap between their strength was huge. How could they be a match for him? But, how could a newly advanced Emperor Realm Master have such power? The short and fat cultivator did not even feel such a powerful aura from their master, Zhu Tianqing. Was he more powerful than Master? But how was this possible? Master had advanced to the Emperor Realm many years ago. His foundation was solid, and his realm was stable. How could a newly advanced cultivator compare to him? What was going on? Just as the short and fat cultivator was confused, a layer of ripples suddenly appeared somewhere in the void, under the erosion and interference of Yang Kai's space principles. As the ripples spread, a pitch-black passageway suddenly appeared. The passageway was long, and it was dark inside. It was unknown where it led to. In front of the passageway's entrance, there was an extremely simple beast skin imprinted in the void, exuding a strange power. It seemed that the existence of this beast skin was the only thing that could completely open the passageway. It was like a key. That's... Lu Wen's beautiful eyes lit up, and she pointed to the animal skin. It's the animal skin I found before. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, knowing that he had found the right place. But he did not expect that there was a small world hidden here. And the way to open this small world was on the animal skin. No, this animal skin is a little too big. It's twice the size of the one I found. Lu Wen suddenly frowned. Yang Kai said lightly, because you only found half of it, and there is another half here. I think the reason why Elder Gao wants to find someone to work together to crack it is because she realized that the animal skin is incomplete, so she wants to find the owner of the other half of the animal skin. Speaking of this, his eyes flashed and he lowered his head to look at the short and fat cultivator below. Let me ask you, does the other half of the animal skin belong to your master? These words sounded extremely ordinary, but Yang Kai had actually used his spiritual energy to do so. He had witnessed the battle between the souls of the two great emperors in his knowledge sea. He had benefited a lot from that battle, so his ability to use his soul was much better than before. Coupled with his already powerful spiritual energy, it was a piece of cake for him to get some information from a Dao Source realm cultivator. Sure enough, although there was a flash of struggle on the short and fat cultivator's face, he still could not resist Yang Kai's spiritual energy and replied mechanically, yes. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, more than a month ago, a woman came here to cooperate with your master? Yes. What is your master's plan? Master went to find Zhu Hong, the city lord of Earth City, who has a good relationship with him. They are going to work together to deal with that woman and swallow the treasures here. Hearing this, Yang Kai looked angry. Murderous intent surged out and a layer of frost covered his body. He snorted heavily. What's the difference between cooperating with that woman and cooperating with Zhu Hong? Either way, the treasures here will be divided equally. Why would Zhu Tianqing do something unnecessary and even offend a master of the same level? The short and fat cultivator replied honestly. Master said, that woman is primordial Yin and has great strength. If I can subdue her and refine her primordial Yin, I can break through to the second-order emperor realm. It is not easy to find a first-order woman in the emperor realm, especially one with primordial Yin. Compared to the treasures here, Master is more interested in her. You've got guts. Yang Kai roared, his face twisted into a terrifying grimace. The short and fat cultivator spat out a mouthful of blood. Only then did he recover from the soul oppression and realize that he seemed to have just revealed some incredible information. He was horrified. The other cultivators also had ugly looks on their faces, but due to their inferior strength, they didn't even dare to make a sound. Sir, there's no time to lose, you should go in quickly. Zhang Ruoxi urged worriedly, glancing at Zhu Tianqing's disciples with her beautiful eyes, her demonic intent surging as she said in a cold tone, leave this to me. Yang Kai nodded and snorted coldly, kill them all. Zhang Ruoxi shouted, yes. Although there were as many as 5 cultivators in the short and fat cultivators group, there were only 2 from the third-order Dao Source realm. Moreover, the short and fat cultivator's soul was injured by Yang Kai, so he could only exert half of his strength. Among the remaining 3, 2 were second-order Dao Source realm cultivators and 1 was from the first-order Dao Source realm. Based on Zhang Ruoxi's previous performance in the Purple Mountain City arena, it would take some effort to deal with them, but it shouldn't be a problem. What's more, Zhang Ruoxi had a defensive emperor artifact like the Pink Cloud's Phoenix robe, so Yang Kai didn't need to worry about her safety. If the little girl wanted to become stronger, then a life-or-death battle would be the best cornerstone for that. Therefore, Yang Kai didn't bother to bully the weak. Leaving these people to Zhang Ruoxi to deal with would be of great benefit to her growth. After giving the order, Yang Kai stepped forward and directly came to the front of the void. He stretched out his hand and pressed slightly on the animal skin. Under the surge of space force, his entire hand disappeared into the darkness, and then his whole body was gradually swallowed up. If it were someone else, they might not be able to enter this void corridor. However, this place had been opened and was previously hidden by some unknown method. In addition, Yang Kai was extremely proficient in the Tao of space, so entering it was as easy as entering his own courtyard. Chapter 25-22. In the dusky small world, the rich world energy was so dense that it was almost tangible, giving off a milky white halo that filled this small space. At a glance, it was as if the entire space was stuffed with cotton. This entire small world was only about a dozen kilometers in radius and did not seem to be naturally formed, but rather the result of someone's refinement. It was unknown which ancient master had created this small world. A variety of medicinal fragrances floated in the air, and they were extremely rich. On the ground of this small world, there were more than a dozen separated medicine gardens. Most of the medicine gardens were empty, and there were many traces of harvesting on the ground. It seemed that someone had harvested all the spirit medicines here. This small world was actually an ancient medicine garden. One could only imagine how many spirit flowers and rare herbs were planted in the original medicine gardens, and how much medicinal properties and ages had accumulated over the years. Only 2 medicine gardens were still intact, covering an area of 2 to 3 kilometers. In these 2 medicine gardens, spirit flowers and rare herbs that were as old as 10,000 years could be found everywhere, thriving and thriving. The rich medicinal fragrance in the air was emitted by the spirit medicines in these 2 medicine gardens. A faint golden light curtain appeared around these 2 medicine gardens, which seemed to be a layer of barrier. At this moment, Gao Shueting's hair was messy, her pretty face was pale, and her aura was weak. She was sitting cross-legged somewhere in the medicine garden, closing her eyes to heal herself. The Emperor artifact, blazing yang mirror, was suspended above her head, emitting a soft light that enveloped her. On her snow-white dress, crimson flowers of blood blossomed. On her waist and abdomen, there was a half-foot-long wound that dyed her clothes red. She seemed to have just fought a great battle, and her emperor chi was almost depleted. Even though she was healing herself, her tender body could not help but tremble slightly. Although there were countless precious spirit grasses and rare herbs here, they could not help her recover her combat strength in a short time. Outside the golden screen of light, Li Yunmu's eyes lit up. There was a person who held the flaming ocean of star aspect saber, and he was ceaselessly controlling saber lights to blast towards the barrier of light. Every single strike emanated a world-shaking bang, and it struck the barrier of light to the point it shook indeterminately as if it would be destroyed at any moment. However, no one knew where this light curtain came from. Although it looked extremely weak, it was actually extremely sturdy. Even after being attacked by the man with the long blade for so long, it still remained intact. This was a restriction light screen. It seemed to have become the biggest barrier separating this person from Gao Shueting. This person was so angry that he screamed like a madman. Suddenly, Gao Shueting slowly opened her eyes, looked indifferently at the person attacking the barrier, and said indifferently, "Zhu Tianqing. This consort has known you for several hundred years. But I didn't expect to see your true face until today. It's really surprising." Zhu Tianqing said angrily, "Bitch, don't be so noisy. Once I break this restriction spell, I'll take good care of you." A trace of disgust and anger flashed in Gao Shueting's beautiful eyes, and she shouted in a low voice, "Give up. This consort will not let you touch a single hair on my head even if I destroy my own meridians and self-destruct." Zhu Tianqing snorted coldly, "That depends on whether you have the chance. You are seriously injured now, and it is extremely difficult for you to even move your lower body. Once you break this restriction spell, the rest is not up to you. Gao Shueting said angrily, this consort is an elder of the Azure Sun Temple. If I die here today, you will be hunted down by my Azure Sun Temple in the future. Zhu Tianqing smiled coldly and snorted, Azure Sun Temple is indeed amazing. This king also admires the strength of Temple Master Wen Zishan, but so what? Your Azure Sun Temple is just a tyrant in the Southern Territory. This is the Eastern Territory. No matter how strong Temple Master Wen's divine technique is, how can he run wild in the Eastern Territory? A strong dragon cannot suppress a snake in its own territory. Haven't you heard of this saying, Elder Gao? This king is not afraid of being tracked down and retaliated by your Azure Sun Temple. Gao Shueting's beautiful eyes flashed with despair when she heard this. Now that she was seriously injured, she could only hide in this medicine garden. Fortunately, there was a barrier left by an ancient almighty here that she had successfully activated. However, she was not sure how long this barrier would last after so many years. Once Zhu Tianqing really broke the barrier, she would have absolutely no power to fight back. She secretly made up her mind that if the barrier was really broken, she would immediately self-destruct. Even if she died, she would not destroy her innocence. In her beautiful eyes, that cynical smile, that lazy tone, and that infuriating attitude could not help but appear. The fierceness in Gao Shueting's eyes was gradually replaced by a touch of gentleness. What does it matter if I was raised by you? Since the age of 18, I am no longer a child. Hateful that even if I cultivate to the Emperor realm, I am still just a little girl in your eyes. I have never been treated like a woman. If there is an afterlife, I will never be raised by you. I will definitely grow up healthily, and then stand in front of you again as a woman. Brother Zhu, have you rested enough? If you have, why don't you come and help? Zhu Tianqing could not help but feel a little anxious after attacking for a long time. He turned his head and said to another person sitting cross-legged not far away, recuperating and healing from the Emperor realm. This person was the city lord of Earth City, Zhu Hong. The cultivation of the three people here was almost the same. They were all first-order Emperor realm masters. If they really fought, their strength would be on par with each other. The reason why Gao Shueting was so seriously injured was not that she was weaker than Zhu Tianqing, but because Zhu Tianqing and Zhu Hong outnumbered her. A fight between cultivators of the same level was extremely dangerous. Gao Shueting was able to injure one of the opponents in a 1 versus 2 situation, which was a sign of her strength. At this moment, Zhu Hong's face was pale as well. A large seal engraved with countless ferocious beasts was placed beside him. His aura fluctuated unsteadily, and as he breathed in and out, the flesh on his body squirmed and wriggled. The wounds on his body were gradually healing. It was unknown what kind of strange art he was cultivating. Hearing Zhu Tianqing's call, Zhu Hong opened his eyes and frowned. Brother Zhu, before coming here, you didn't tell me that we were going to deal with an elder of Azure Sun Temple. Zhu Tianqing smiled and said, why? Is Brother Zhu afraid? Azure Sun Temple is indeed as famous as my Brahma Holy Land, but it is a sect in the Southern Territory. Why is Brother Zhu afraid of them? Zhu Hong said, indeed, Brother Zhu is not afraid. Brahma Holy Land is a big family and Azure Sun Temple is powerful, but after this, Brother Zhu only needs to hide in the Holy Land. Even if Azure Sun Temple gets the news, they can't do anything to you. But this Zhu is different. This Zhu is just a city lord. If Temple Master Wen Zishan really comes to the Eastern Territory, how can this Zhu compete with him? I'm afraid that I will be killed easily. The corner of Zhu Tianqing's mouth twitched as he said, Brother Zhu, you're worrying too much. We've done this without anyone knowing. Even if Azure Sun Temple gets the news, they don't have any evidence. Brother Zhu, what are you afraid of? Zhu Hong shook his head and said, it's best to be careful. Brother Zhu, you have a big backer behind you. I'm afraid you don't understand the difficulties of people like us who don't belong to any sect. Zhu Tianqing sneered. At this point, Brother Zhu isn't thinking of backing out, is he? Zhu Hong pondered for a moment and said, not really. After all, I joined forces with you to injure Elder Gao. Even if I want to back out, I'm afraid I can't. Zhu Tianqing said, since you understand, then what are you hesitating for? Zhu Hong said, Brother Zhu told me that there was a great opportunity here and that the benefits would be split 50-50. This Zhu agreed without hesitation, but now it seems that the 50-50 split is not as good as it seems. Zhu Tianqing was taken aback and said, how can that be? This is an ancient medicine garden with countless exotic flowers and grasses. After dealing with this slut, I'll split all the spirit medicines with you. Don't you trust this Jew's credibility? Zhu Hong grinned and said, the spirit medicines can be split 50-50, but what about the primordial yin qi? How can Brother Zhu share it with me? Zhu Tianqing's expression became strange when he heard this and he asked in a daze, how can we split it? The primordial yin qi was not like other things and could not be divided at all. Zhu Hong suddenly said, Brother Zhu, you have been stuck at the peak of the First Order Emperor realm for many years. This Zhu heard that in order to improve your cultivation, you seem to have cultivated a dual cultivation secret art and collected the primordial yin qi of many women. Even your 2 legacy disciples were not spared. If you accept this Elder Gao today, won't Brother Zhu break through the shackles and advance to the Second Order Emperor realm? Zhu Tianqing couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed when Zhu Hong exposed his privacy, especially when Zhu Hong said that he didn't even spare his 2 personal disciples. This matter was extremely secretive and he did not know how Zhu Hong knew about it. I think I understand Brother Zhu's meaning. Zhu Tianqing nodded and snorted a little unhappily. If Brother Zhu wants to make a condition, just say it. You and I have known each other for many years, so there's no need to beat around the bush. Zhu Hong raised his brow and chuckled, Brother Zhu, please calm down. This Zhu is just telling the truth. If Brother Zhu can really break through the shackles, this Zhu will naturally do his best. Cultivation in the Emperor realm is extremely difficult and breaking through is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. If Brother Zhu can reach the Second Order Emperor realm, it will be a blessing from the heavens, not something that can be brought by taking some pills. Speak human. Zhu Tianqing said impatiently. Zhu Hong looked embarrassed and said, this Zhu wants a 30-70 split of the spirit medicines here. You take 30 and I take 70. Zhu Tianqing's face suddenly darkened and he said angrily, Brother Zhu, isn't your appetite a bit too big? The spirit herbs here were all at least 10,000 years old and were all emperor-grade spirit herbs. No one knew which ancient almighty had planted them, but many of them had long been lost to history. They were all treasures in the outside world, but you actually want 70% of them as soon as you open your mouth? How about you take 30% and Elder Gao will be yours, while I take 70%? Zhu Hong smiled and said, why would I want Elder Gao? Although she is a beautiful woman, she has thorns all over her body. This Zhu can't afford to enjoy her. Besides, I'm just negotiating with Brother Zhu. Chapter 25-23. 40-60, absolutely no more, Zhu Qing Tian said coldly. Zhu Tianqing said with a cold face, although this Zhu will most likely break through to the Second Order Emperor realm after this matter is settled, Brother Zhu's breakthrough will be just around the corner if we obtain so many spirit grasses and medicines here. You definitely won't lose out in this distribution. Zhu Hong pondered for a moment before a flash of determination flashed across his eyes. He nodded and said, all right, we'll do as Brother Zhu says. 40-60, Zhu Tianqing definitely had a slight advantage, but he was an elder of Brahma Holy Land after all. If he could break through to the Second Order Emperor realm, his strength would definitely skyrocket. If Zhu Hong gave him face now, it would be easier to get along with him in the future. On the other side, Gao Shueting could not help but tremble with anger when she heard the two start to divide the benefits in front of her. But she did not even have the strength to protect herself now, so there was nothing she could do even if she was angry. 4060. I'm afraid that's a little inappropriate. An abrupt voice suddenly rang out. Both Zhu Hong and Zhu Tianqing trembled violently as they looked towards the source of the voice in horror. Zhu Hong, who was healing his injuries, stood up directly as the Emperor artifact 10,000 Beast seal beside him flashed slightly, exuding a dangerous aura. This place was a small world hidden in a crack in the void. If it were not for the two halves of the animal skin to activate the barrier, it would be impossible for anyone to come here. They could only come in because they had activated the barrier on the two halves of the animal skin. But now, there was one more person here. Even though Zhu Hong and Zhu Tianqing were masters of the Emperor realm, they could not help but feel their scalps tingle at this moment. Did we run into a ghost? The two of them muttered in their hearts. On the other side, Gao Shueting, who had a look of despair on her face, suddenly trembled after hearing this voice. A strange brilliance bloomed in her gray eyes. She focused her vision and looked to the side. At some point, a young man had appeared a few dozen meters away from the three of them like a ghost with a smile on his face. If he had not taken the initiative to speak, none of the three would have noticed him. Who is it? Zhu Hong shouted. Zhu Tianqing also frowned as he scanned Yang Kai with his divine sense without concealing it. After discovering that he was just a first-order Emperor Realm Master, he was slightly relieved. No matter how this man came in and what his purpose was, as long as his cultivation was not higher than Zhu Tianqing's, Zhu Tianqing was not too afraid. City Lord Zhu, Elder Zhu, Yang Kai smiled and cupped his hands at the two of them, as if they were very familiar with each other. It's been a long time. Zhu Hong's expression was one of surprise as he stared at Yang Kai seriously. However, he discovered that this person's face was extremely unfamiliar. He had never seen him before. He couldn't help but ask in a deep voice, "Who are you?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "It's just a lowly name, not worth mentioning." Zhu Hong was so angry that he felt dizzy, but he knew that the other party was unwilling to reveal his name. There was no point in continuing to ask. His expression changed, and he growled, "How did you get in?" When Zhu Tianqing and Gao Shueting joined forces to enter this place, Zhu Tianqing had quietly left a secret door behind. It was this secret door that allowed him to enter this place, but how did Yang Kai come in? Did he also use that secret door? No, only Zhu Tianqing and I know how to break the secret door. No one else can know about it. Not to mention that Zhu Tianqing's legacy disciples are guarding outside. If this person had appeared here without a sound, then the people outside would most likely be in trouble. Thinking of this, Zhu Hong was shocked and glanced at Zhu Tianqing discreetly, only to find that he was indifferent, not at all worried about the safety of his disciples. "Friend, your divine technique is amazing. This king admires you for being able to find this place." Zhu Tianqing looked at Yang Kai indifferently. Although he was praising him, there was no admiration on his face. He got straight to the point and said, "Friend, you just said that a 40-60 split is a bit inappropriate. Do you have any good ideas?" Yang Kai said lazily, "I don't dare say I have a good idea, but I have a small suggestion." "I'd like to hear the details," Zhu Tianqing said with a sullen face. "I want everything here. You too can go back to where you came from. What do you think?" Yang Kai looked at the two with a smile. Presumptuous. Zhu Hong was furious. He thought this young man was here to get a share of the treasures. If that was the case, he could just pinch his nose and accept it. It wouldn't be too late to settle accounts with him later, but he didn't expect this guy's appetite to be so big. Then why did he work so hard to follow Zhu Tianqing here and even offend an elder of the Azure Sun Temple? He couldn't accept such a proposal no matter what. Both of them were first-order Emperor Realm Masters. If they really fought, who was afraid of who? What's more, he was in cahoots with Zhu Tianqing, while Yang Kai was alone. Zhu Tianqing also looked angry and coldly snorted, "Little friend's tone is not small. don't you think your table manners are too ugly? Yang Kai's face also darkened and his eyes turned cold. Old thing, watch your words. If you anger this young master, don't blame this young master for not respecting the old and loving the young. Good, good, good. Zhu Tianqing was so angry that he laughed. Then this king would like to see how much weight you have to boast so shamelessly. Stop putting on an act here. Yang Kai laughed as he looked at the other party contemptuously and said, Elder Zhu, not to mention you don't know this young master, your disciples exposed this young master's identity as soon as we met. Even your disciples know me, yet you, as an elder of Brahma Holy Land, are pretending to be meeting me for the first time? TSK, you're clearly harboring unfathomable intentions. Oh. Brother Zhu, you know this boy? Zhu Hong looked at Zhu Tianqing in surprise. Being exposed by Yang Kai, Zhu Tianqing's face couldn't help but turn ugly as he quickly said, yes, this boy's name is Yang Kai. He killed Zhang Hao and Zhang Xian in the Shattered Star Sea. His enmity with my Brahma Holy Land is absolutely irreconcilable. Huh? The two holy sons, Zhang Hao and Zhang Xian, died at his hands? Zhu Hong was shocked. He had also received the news that the Shattered Star Sea was inexplicably closed, and he also knew that Brahma Holy Land had suffered a heavy loss this time. The death of the two holy sons was a great blow to Brahma Holy Land's Yuan Qi. These two holy sons were cultivation geniuses that only appeared once in 100 years and were highly valued by many elders of Brahma Holy Land. They were the future of Brahma Holy Land. However, something happened in the Shattered Star Sea that caused them to fail to return safely. It wasn't until now that Zhu Hong knew that the two holy sons had died at the hands of this young man named Yang Kai. But soon, Zhu Hong realized one thing and asked with a strange expression, since this boy has entered the Shattered Star Sea before, doesn't that mean he has just advanced to the Emperor realm? Yes, that should be the case, Zhu Tianqing nodded lightly. Zhu Hong laughed and looked at Yang Kai mockingly, boy, your courage is admirable. You have just advanced to the Emperor realm and yet you dare to yell in front of the city lord and elder Zhu. Unfortunately, your IQ is limited. Having just advanced, one should enter secluded retreat to consolidate one's cultivation. If one's cultivation is unstable, it is very likely that one will fall from the Emperor realm. Yet, this boy not only didn't enter secluded retreat, he even ran around. Zhu Hong didn't know what his elders had taught him. In an instant, in Zhu Hong's eyes, Yang Kai had become an arrogant and ignorant junior. His previous surprise was swept away and he didn't put Yang Kai in his eyes at all. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to Zhu Hong's words and looked at Zhu Tianqing, Elder Zhu, there is something I want to clarify with you. What is it? Zhu Tianqing asked with a cold face. Yang Kai said with a smile, you said that Zhang Hao died at my hands, and I have no objection. I did kill him, but Zhang Xian's death has nothing to do with me. Moreover, before Zhang Xian died, he begged me to kill Zhang Hao to avenge him. Alas, I don't know what kind of conflict there was between these two holy sons that made them want to fight each other to the death. I'm a very soft-hearted person, so of course I have to satisfy a dying man's wish, so I killed Zhang Hao for Zhang Xian so that he could die in peace. Bullshit. Zhu Tianqing was furious. Zhang Hao and Zhang Xian were very close. Although they were not biological brothers, they were closer than real brothers. How could Zhang Xian let you kill Zhang Hao? Yang Kai snorted coldly, believe it or not, it's up to you. Zhu Tianqing took a deep breath to calm the anger in his heart and said coldly, since you have entered this place, then what about those good-for-nothing disciples of this king outside? I don't know, I'm afraid they're all dead, Yang Kai grinned. He was very confident in Zhang Ruoxi. Even if she couldn't beat him, with the help of the Pink Cloud's phoenix robe, Zhang Ruoxi wouldn't be injured, but if the terrifying power hidden in her bloodline was forced out, then Zhu Tianqing's disciples would suffer. In short, Zhu Tianqing's disciples were most likely doomed. Good. 2 holy sons died at your hands, and so did several of this king's disciples. Since you've delivered yourself to me today, then don't even think about leaving this place." Zhu Tianqing was furious, and murderous intent surged from his body. As he spoke, he circulated his emperor qi, and a strong emperor intent spread out. The broken world principles in this small world buzzed, and the burning sea of stars saber in his hand trembled slightly, releasing a dazzling saber light. Zhu Hong was even more direct. Seeing that Yang Kai and Zhu Tianqing were at odds, he knew that this battle was inevitable. Relying on his alliance with Zhu Tianqing, he didn't put Yang Kai in his eyes at all. What's more, Yang Kai looked so young, and he had just advanced to the Emperor realm, so what was there to be afraid of? During this period of time, many rising stars had obtained opportunities in the shattered star sea, breaking through to the Emperor realm and reaching the Emperor realm. But how could these newcomers from the Emperor realm be compared with a veteran master like himself? It would be more likely for them to go back and cultivate for another 30 or 50 years. As Zhu Hong's Emperor Qi surged, roars came from the 10,000 beast seal, filling the small world. Then, streams of light rushed out of the 10,000 beast seal, turning into one strange monster beast after another in midair. The auras of these monster beasts were strong, and they were at least at the early stage of the 11th order. With the infusion of Emperor Qi, the monster beast shot out of the 10,000 beast seal in a continuous stream, rumbling towards Yang Kai. Chapter 25-24. The 10,000 beast seal was a rare treasure that could seal the soul of a monster beast and release it to fight against an enemy. The sealed monster beast soul retained most of the divine technique of the monster beast when it was alive. The more souls sealed, the stronger the power of the 10,000 beast seal would be. Since Zhu Hong was promoted to the Emperor realm, he had been hunting monster beasts all over the Eastern Territory. Now, the number of monster beast souls sealed in the 10,000 beast seal numbered at least 1,000. Most of them were 11th order, and there were also more than a dozen powerful 12th order monster beast souls. This was not the strongest form of the 10,000 beast seal. The strongest form of the 10,000 beast seal could seal 10,000 monster beast souls. If he went all out, an ordinary first order Emperor realm master was no match for him. It was also by relying on the 10,000 beasts seal that Zhu Hong could unify Earth City and become the high and mighty city lord. But after all, he was injured first. Although he had adjusted his breathing for a while, he had not recovered to his peak, so he could not fully display the power of the 10,000 beast seal. The monster beast souls he released were all 11th order. But this was enough. As long as he could delay Yang Kai's actions a little and create a flaw, he believed that Zhu Tianqing would teach this brat the consequences of offending a master. He had done this when he joined forces with Zhu Tianqing to deal with Gao Shueting, so he was familiar with it. Hong Long Long, the endless monster beast army bared their teeth and roared at Yang Kai. There were all kinds of monster beasts flying in the sky and running on the ground, and all of a sudden, they gathered into a terrifying army of monster beasts. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he saw this. He immediately knew that the 10,000 beast seal should be an incredible artifact. However, although the army of monster beasts was aggressive, he was not afraid. His hand shook. The myriad sword was leisurely unsheathed, and as it swung, it slashed out like a waterfall, heading straight for the army of monster beasts. Those are the souls of monster beast. They don't have physical bodies, so normal attacks won't have any effect on them. Be careful of sneak attacks. Gao Shueting's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Although she was hiding in the restriction to recuperate, it was inconvenient for her to move. But that didn't stop her from watching from the perspective of a spectator. When Yang Kai suddenly appeared, she was really shocked and anxious. He was surprised that he could meet Yang Kai in this place, and anxious that Yang Kai would come to this damned place. Regardless of his aptitude, he was still young after all. Even if he had great abilities, he was no match for Zhu Tianqing and Zhu Hong. She had suffered a great loss at the hands of these two people and naturally knew how powerful they were. If even she was no match for them, how could Yang Kai resist? Perhaps in the future. Yang Kai's achievements would surpass the two of them, but not now. Her first thought was to tell Yang Kai to run away. But on second thought, the reason why Yang Kai appeared here was probably because of her. She didn't know how he got the news that she was trapped here. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence in the world? At this moment, he was already here. He probably wouldn't run away even if he wanted to. After realizing that Yang Kai was already an Emperor Realm Venerable, Gao Shueting was deeply shocked. She remembered that when she first met Yang Kai, he was just in the First Order Dao Source Realm. He came to the Azure Sun Temple with Qin Chaoyang with the Secular World Token to ask for a place to enter the Four Seasons Realm. In just a few years, he had already reached the Emperor Realm, which was the same as her cultivation. This kind of cultivation speed might not be unmatched in the future, but it was unprecedented in the past. Her aptitude was also extremely good. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to spy on the mysteries of the Emperor Realm. But how long did it take her to cultivate from the First Order Dao Source Realm to the Emperor Realm? 50 years? 100 years? It had been so long that she had forgotten. Even her own master, the Temple Master Wen Zishan, could not compare with him. Those geniuses in the sect were like fireflies competing with the bright moon in front of Yang Kai's cultivation speed. What kind of opportunity did he get in the Shattered Star Sea? How could he grow to such a level? While Gao Shueting was shouting, Zhu Tianqing had already flown above Yang Kai's head while his attention was attracted by the 10,000 beast seal. With a swing of his blade, the burning sea of stars blade suddenly burst into a sky full of stars and directly enveloped Yang Kai. All of a sudden, Yang Kai felt as if he was standing in the middle of a vast starry sky, feeling extremely small and insignificant. This moment of spiritual energy interference made Yang Kai's movements slightly sluggish. By the time he reacted, the violent blade had already reached his chest. Yang Kai's eyes shrank slightly, and a trace of panic and horror flashed across his bright eyes as he was directly hit by the blade. In the next moment, the monster beast army rushed over and crushed the place where Yang Kai was standing. At a rate visible to the naked eye, Yang Kai was directly torn to pieces by the violent momentum. Ah! Gao Shueting exclaimed, her pretty face suddenly turning pale. Although she felt that with Yang Kai's current strength, it was impossible for him to be Zhu Tianqing and Zhu Hong's opponent, she did not expect him to die just like that. Her tender body trembled as she could not accept this reality. A strong sense of self-blame and anger surged up in her heart, causing her beautiful eyes to instantly turn red. Yang Kai came here to find her, but he died here because of her. How could Gao Shueting not feel guilty? With the cultivation speed and heaven-defying aptitude that Yang Kai had shown before, as long as he was given a little more time, he would definitely be able to blossom into a dazzling light in the star boundary, becoming a rising star of the star boundary and shaking the world. But now, all of this was gone. A young man with a bright future died here because of her. He did not even get to experience the power of the Emperor Realm. Overconfident. Zhu Tianqing withdrew his blade, stood in the void, and sneered. What? All bark and no bite. This city lord thought this boy was very powerful, but it turns out that he's just an embroidered pillow. Zhu Hong also laughed. If he had known that this boy was so weak, he would not have needed to take action at all. Zhu Tianqing alone could easily crush him, wasting the strength he had painstakingly recovered. Young people nowadays are too arrogant. They are blindly arrogant after making a little achievement, but they don't know that there is always someone better than them in this world. Brother Zhu is right. Such a person should be taught a lesson. Zhu Hong nodded in agreement. You too are right. Why don't you tell this young master how high the sky is, and how deep the earth is? Yang Kai's voice suddenly rang out again, and this time, it came directly from behind Zhu Hong. Brother Zhu, watch out. Zhu Tianqing's face changed drastically as he hurriedly exclaimed, the corners of his eyes almost tearing. He saw that Yang Kai, who should have been smashed to pieces under his and Zhu Hong's joint attack, was standing behind Zhu Hong unscathed. The broadsword in his hand, which was exuding the fluctuations of an emperor artifact, was emitting an extremely dangerous aura as it stabbed toward Zhu Hong's back. Zhu Hong did not notice it at all. Zhu Hong was scared out of his wits. Even with his powerful cultivation in the emperor realm, he did not even notice how Yang Kai appeared behind him. He looked in disbelief at the place where Yang Kai had been, only to find that the torn Yang Kai was just an afterimage. Oh no! Zhu Hong's heart sank. He had no time to escape or turn around. As he shouted, he pushed his emperor chi and a layer of dazzling light appeared around his body. The light on his back was especially dazzling. It was obvious that he had pushed his emperor chi to the limit. The next moment, a violent impact came. Zhu Hong only felt his 5 viscera and 6 bowels trembling, which made him extremely uncomfortable. An indestructible aura directly blasted a hole in his emperor chi and hit his back. With a cry, Zhu Hong spat out a mouthful of blood. Borrowing the force of the attack, his figure flickered and he quickly rushed forward, putting some distance between him and Yang Kai. Artifact armor? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and stared at the place where he had attacked Zhu Hong. From the torn clothes, he saw a light blue scale armor. The grade of this artifact armor was not low. Coupled with Zhu Hong's powerful cultivation, Yang Kai's sneak attack had failed to achieve the desired effect. Junior, how dare you attack the city lord? Zhu Hong turned around and roared at Yang Kai, his face pale. If he hadn't been wearing an artifact armor, even if he hadn't died, he would have been seriously injured. What's wrong with this little brat? He has only just broken through to the Emperor realm, so how can he be so strong? That secret technique of his had actually deceived both me and Zhu Tianqing. Brother Zhu, you stay on the side. This king will teach him a lesson. Zhu Tianqing saw that Zhu Hong was injured again and his aura was a little unstable, so he did not force him to join forces with him. Instead, he just let him stay on the side. As he shouted, the burning sea of stars saber rolled up layers of blade chi and attacked Yang Kai like a wave. Zhu Hong nodded heavily, the anger in his heart erupting like a volcano. He silently urged the power of the 10,000 beasts seal and controlled the monster beast's soul to rush towards Yang Kai again. Being attacked by a newly promoted Emperor Realm Master was simply a great humiliation. How could he be a man if he did not avenge this? The 2 great emperors joined forces and their power was monstrous, like the wrath of gods. Gao Shueting, who had just been relieved, became nervous again. She was pleasantly surprised when Yang Kai suddenly came back to life. She knew that she, like Zhu Tianqing and Zhu Hong, had underestimated Yang Kai. But now, he was going to fight 2 people at once. How could he compete? Gao Shueting gritted her teeth, flipped her hand, and took out a jade bottle from her space ring. She opened the bottle cap and poured out a dark red spirit pill that reeked of blood. She hesitated for a moment, then raised her hand and was about to put the spirit pill into her mouth. Elder Gao, don't. At this moment, Yang Kai's anxious cry rang out. Gao Shueting was taken aback and looked up at Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes full of suspicion. You're already injured. If you take this mad blood pill and forcefully stimulate your potential, I'm afraid it will damage your foundation. Don't take it. Moreover, the quality of this mad blood pill is so low that there will be great hidden dangers after taking it. Which bastard alchemist refined this for you? It's simply irresponsible. As far as the eye could see, Yang Kai seemed to be in a difficult situation under the joint forces of the 2 great emperors, but his clear voice still reached Gao Shueting's ears, surprising her. She did not know how he could still spare some attention to care about her. Chapter 25-25. The Mad Blood Pill was a Tao Source grade high-rank spirit pill. It wasn't difficult to refine it, but it was difficult to find the materials. The materials needed to refine this kind of spirit pill were all priceless emperor-grade spirit herbs. Gao Shueting had collected enough materials by chance and was able to ask someone to refine one for her. She carried it with her in case of an accident. Once she took this spirit pill, her potential would be fully stimulated, and her first-order Emperor Realm cultivation might be able to exert the strength of a second-order Emperor Realm Master. This was her last trump card. When she was attacked by Zhu Hong and Zhu Tianqing together and was in a desperate situation, she endured and did not take it. But now, seeing that Yang Kai was in danger, she couldn't hold back anymore. But as soon as she took out the spirit pill, she was stopped by Yang Kai. A wisp of a bitter smile appeared on the corners of her mouth. How could she not know that consuming this mad blood pill would bring great harm to her? Perhaps it would cause her foundation to become unstable, perhaps it would cause her cultivation to drop, or even cause her meridians to break and her dantian to explode. But at this moment, she had no other hope except for the mad blood pill. Little brat, you still have the mood to care about others? Take care of yourself first. Zhu Tianqing roared as the burning sea of star saber in his hand slashed out a series of saber waves, as if he wanted to cleave a star field in this place. He attacked mercilessly, forcing Yang Kai to dodge without being able to fight back. Although the situation was in his favor, Zhu Tianqing had a very strange feeling for some reason. It made him feel like something bad could happen at any time. Elder Gao, disciple is fine. Don't take the mad blood pill, Yang Kai's erratic voice came from all directions. Gao Shueting's beautiful eyes lit up. Seemingly influenced by Yang Kai's confident words, she nodded slightly and said, "Okay, I won't take it. Be careful and don't try to be brave. If you can't beat them, retreat to my side immediately." Yang Kai laughed and said, "Disciple is no longer the same as before. Two trivial first-order Emperor Realm Masters are nothing in my eyes. Junior, you are too arrogant. Today, this king will teach you how to behave." Zhu Tianqing flew into a rage, his aura rising again. Zhu Hong's face was also livid. Although he did not say a word, he worked harder to stimulate the power of the 10,000 beast seal. All of a sudden, Yang Kai's figure came to a halt and suddenly froze at a certain spot. A pair of bone-chilling eyes stared at Zhu Tianqing. Zhu Tianqing could not help but shudder under Yang Kai's gaze. He did not know why, but he could not help but want to run away immediately. Suppressing the palpitations in his heart, Zhu Tianqing pushed his saber wave towards Yang Kai. Thousands of rays of light blossomed, and the sky shattered. Yang Kai said coldly, "I'm afraid you are not qualified to teach this young master how to behave." As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his fingers, and a series of long and narrow moon blades flew out leisurely. There were dozens of these moon blades, and they crisscrossed in midair, directly forming a large net, as if to envelop the heaven and earth, and moving forward in a net. Li Wu-yi had given him a stone that contained the mysteries of space. During that 1 month, Yang Kai had absorbed all the mysteries of the space force contained in this stone like a leech. Now, his attainments in the Tao of space had taken a step forward and he was much more proficient in using space force than before. Asterisk chi 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 chi, asterisk the dark moon blades flew out like a shroud of darkness that could devour all things, annihilating the thousands of lights in an instant. Even Zhu Hong's monster beast souls were cut into pieces. He lost dozens of them all at once. What kind of divine technique is this? Zhu Tianqing turned pale with fright. He could clearly feel the deadly threat from the crescent blade net. He knew that if he was hit by this kind of divine ability, he would either die or be seriously injured. How could he dare to face Ying Qifeng head-on? He could not wait to run as far away as possible. In a hurry, he condensed another blade light in an attempt to resist. But he was horrified to find that no matter how many blade lights he condensed, he could not stop the dark net in the slightest. In the blink of an eye, the dark net was in front of him. Zhu Tianqing's face turned pale and he hurriedly tried to escape. At this moment, a kind of world principle that seemed to freeze the world suddenly descended, making him feel like there were mountains in all directions, firmly squeezing him in place. Space principle. Zhu Tianqing's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he exclaimed. He finally remembered some information revealed by Yin Lusheng from the Netherworld sect. Yin Lusheng once said that this boy named Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space. But Zhu Tianqing did not take it seriously. The Tao of space was one of the most difficult forces to cultivate in the world. How could anyone be proficient in it? In the entire star boundary, countless people wanted to achieve success in the Tao of space, but how many were successful? Only Li Wu-yi from Spirit Beast Island had succeeded. Yang Kai was just a junior, so even if he had really mastered the Tao of space, he would not be able to use it against the enemy. But at this moment, Zhu Tianqing finally understood that Yang Kai's attainments in the Tao of space were simply beyond imagination. Even if he was not as good as Li Wu-yi, he was not far behind. What was there to fight? As everyone knew, a cultivator who was proficient in the Tao of space was the most difficult to kill because even if they could not win, they could still escape easily. No wonder he could enter this miniature world. As a cultivator from the Emperor realm who was proficient in the Tao of space, entering a miniature world that had just been opened was as simple as breathing. All kinds of distracting thoughts flashed through Zhu Tianqing's mind like a bolt of lightning. His hands and feet were cold all over. At this critical moment, he bit the tip of his tongue, spat out a mouthful of blood essence, and his aura soared. At this critical moment of life and death, he used an extremely powerful secret technique. It was this secret technique that allowed him to move his body. Asterisk chi 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 chi, asterisk there was a strange noise, accompanied by Zhu Tianqing's miserable scream, and blood suddenly gushed out like a fountain. Zhu Hong was shocked. Looking around, he was stunned. He saw that one of Zhu Tianqing's arms had been cut off at the shoulder. The incision was neat and clean, as if it had been carved by a knife. From the cut, he could even see Zhu Tianqing's heart beating violently. Asterisk hiss, asterisk Zhu Hong sucked in a breath of cold air. He couldn't believe his eyes. What the hell was going on? He clearly saw that Yang Kai was suppressed by Zhu Tianqing, so how could Zhu Tianqing be seriously injured in the blink of an eye? He couldn't help feeling a little dizzy. The monster beast souls that flew out of the 10,000 beast seal were also disturbed and began to scurry around like headless flies. Yang Kai, we'll meet again someday. This king will remember you. One day, this king will tear you to pieces to avenge my severed arm. Zhu Tianqing roared with a ferocious face, then turned around and flew toward the entrance. He wanted to escape from here. But it had to be said that this was a wise choice. Now that his arm had been cut off by Yang Kai and he was seriously injured, his strength had been somewhat affected. It would be extremely unfavorable for him to continue fighting. Moreover, Yang Kai was a cultivator who was proficient in the Tao of space, so there was no chance for him to kill him. Naturally, he could only escape first. Return to the Holy Land first and gather all the masters in the Holy Land. As long as Yang Kai is still in the Eastern Territory, even if the entire Eastern Territory is turned upside down, we must find him, set up a barrier, and tear him to pieces. Zhu Tianqing secretly swore in his heart, his whole body erupting like a volcano, raging with anger. Looking at his fleeing back, Yang Kai showed a strange look on his face, but instead of chasing after him, he stood in place and looked at him playfully. Zhu Hong was stunned for a moment, but he also knew that things were not going well. He quickly put away the 10,000 beast seal and followed after Zhu Tianqing. He was already seriously injured, and now that Zhu Tianqing had run away, wouldn't he be courting death if he stayed here? He cursed in his heart. His hundreds of years of friendship with Zhu Tianqing had gone to waste. This guy didn't even say goodbye to him when he was running away. That was too unkind of him. These days, the only person you can trust when you go out is yourself. The two, one in front and one behind, were extremely fast. This pocket world was not big, so they arrived at the entrance in the blink of an eye. Zhu Tianqing had one of his arms cut off, but he could only endure the excruciating pain. He made a hand seal with one hand and constantly struck out seals toward the entrance. He had already left a secret door before coming in, so that it would be convenient for Zhu Hong to follow him in and for him to leave this pocket world later. But now, even after striking out seals one after another, the entrance did not open. Zhu Tianqing's face changed and suddenly turned pale. He seemed to have realized something and could not help swallowing his saliva. Zhu Hong did not understand and urged vigorously, "Brother Zhu, hurry up and open the entrance." "What are you waiting for?" Zhu Tianqing said sadly, "It can't be opened." "How can that be?" Zhu Hong was shocked, wishing he could slap Zhu Tianqing to death. It was intolerable for him to drop the ball at such a critical moment. Hee hee. Yang Kai suddenly appeared behind the two, looking at them with a smile, and said indifferently, "After this young master came in, I completely sealed the entrance. Without this young master's unique technique, no one can open this place again." "What?" Zhu Hong was horrified. How do you have such a divine technique? How could an ordinary person be able to seal the entrance to a pocket world just like that?" Zhu Tianqing's face was ugly, and his heart kept sinking as if it had fallen into an abyss. He said bitterly, "Brother Zhu, this kid is proficient in the law of space." Zhu Hong was dumbfounded, as if he had been struck by lightning. Yang Kai snorted coldly, "We'll meet again? Elder Zhu, this young master likes to finish things today. Just now, you said you would teach me how to behave. Come on, hurry up and teach me. This young master is waiting." Zhu Tianqing's imposing manner fell to the bottom. Being ridiculed by Yang Kai, his mouth was full of bitterness, as if he had eaten a basket of Chinese gold thread. He could not refute a single word. His eyes dimmed, and he said dejectedly, "Little brother, today's matter is our fault, but it's not to the point of no return. Why don't we just disperse like this?" Yang Kai said with a cold face, "This young master doesn't know how to behave. Are you going to teach me or not?" Zhu Tianqing said angrily, "Why do you have to be so aggressive? If you won't teach me, I will." Chapter 25-26. Little brat, don't go too far. Don't go too far. Zhu Tianqing gritted his teeth, glaring at Yang Kai ferociously. Seeing this, Zhu Hong also chimed in, "Yes, even if you are proficient in the Tao of space, you are only one person. Brother Zhu and I may be able to defeat you. Even if we can't defeat you, can't we self-destruct?" Yang Kai curled his lips, "You speak as if you have a chance to self-destruct." While speaking, his expression turned solemn as he quickly formed a series of seals with both hands. Mysterious seals suddenly condensed, and a very strange aura suddenly filled the air. "Boy, what are you doing?" Zhu Tianqing turned pale with fright, instinctively feeling that danger was about to befall him. Yang Kai said coldly, "What am I doing?" "Of course I'm preparing to release a big move to kill you all. To tell you the truth, once this young master uses this move, you won't be able to fight back and are destined to be slaughtered by me. If you really want to self-destruct, do it as soon as possible. You won't have the chance to do so later." Hiss. Both Zhu Tianqing and Zhu Hong gasped and staggered back. Yang Kai's words were serious, but his face was full of murderous intent. They were very afraid. However, who would do something like self-detonation unless they had no other choice? Most of the time, it was just a verbal threat to serve as a deterrent. They never thought that this boy would be so indifferent and even talk nonsense about what kind of big move he was going to release. However, the seals he was forming were indeed mysterious and unparalleled. Even with Zhu Hong and Zhu Tianqing's eyesight, they could not see through them, but they were certain that this move was powerful. "Brother Zhu." Let's fight. Zhu Tianqing gritted his teeth. There was a look of determination on his face. Okay. Zhu Hong also knew that there was no way out at this moment. Yang Kai was so aggressive that it seemed like he wanted to kill them all. If he and Zhu Tianqing continued to be timid, they would definitely not be Yang Kai's opponent. Only by fighting to the death could they have a chance of winning. While speaking, both of them fiercely circulated their emperor qi, their auras sizzling. The wound on Zhu Tianqing's shoulder was bleeding profusely due to the surge of power. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper, and no one knew how many liters of blood he had spurted out. Suddenly, the two's aura reached its peak. Countless roars of exotic beasts came from the 10,000 beast seal, while the blazing ocean of stars blade buzzed incessantly. Yang Kai's hands suddenly. Slowly, he slapped his hand down with a solemn expression. The flowing time great emperor is like a shuttle, the grass and trees wither and flourish, like a dream. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Rumble, the time great emperor, of the seal was. It completely enveloped Zhu Tianqing and Zhu Hong. Both of the two. Time seemed to fluctuate in their eyes, and the scene of reincarnation flashed past. In that instant, they seemed to have spent countless years. Their peak aura gradually fell with the passing of the flowing time great emperor. Their skin rapidly aged, their vitality gradually withered, and even their hair turned white. In just a moment, the two turned from peak to old men, their eyes glazed over, as if they could die at any time. The flowing time great emperor was the divine technique of the great emperors. How could the severely injured Zhu Tianqing and Zhu Hong resist, and it involved the principle of time? When Yang Kai was still in the third-order Dao source realm, he used this technique to deal with a wisp of a third-order Emperor Realm Master's soul descent technique. Now that he was an Emperor Realm Master, his strength was even stronger than before. After one move, the two completely lost their fighting strength. Get your ass in here. Yang Kai snorted coldly, a strange light flashing in his eyes. With a sweep of his divine sense, he took the two who had lost their ability to resist into the small sealed world. In the small sealed world, the embodiment had been waiting impatiently. As soon as he saw Yang Kai throw the two in, he pushed his power and covered the two with one hand, yelling fiercely, heaven-devouring great emperor technique. What awaited Zhu Hong and Zhu Tianqing was nothing more than being sucked dry. The stagnant time flowed again, and peace was restored in the small sealed world. Inside the medicine garden's barrier, Gao Shueting's beautiful eyes were full of surprise, unable to recover for a long time. The flowing time great emperor's seal had also affected her to a certain extent, causing a moment of confusion in her mind. By the time she recovered, Zhu Hong and Zhu Tianqing had disappeared. He only saw Kai Yang turn around and fly towards him. Gao Shueting was dumbfounded and subconsciously opened the medicine garden's barrier. It was not complicated to control this barrier, otherwise, she would not have been able to hide here in the first place. Elder Gao, how are your injuries? Yang Kai came to her side and asked hurriedly. Gao Shueting looked up at him with a slightly complicated look on her pretty face, as if she was trying to get to know him again. A few years ago, there was a huge gap in strength between her and this young man, but now, it seemed that she really needed to look up to him, Elder Gao. Seeing that Gao Shueting did not say a word, Yang Kai could not help but call out again. Gao Shueting retracted her gaze and coughed lightly, although it's not light, it's not a big deal. I'll be fine after resting for a while. What about those two? Were they beaten to a pulp by you? But even if they were beaten to a pulp, there should be some traces left. It was as if those two had disappeared for no reason. They're dead, Yang Kai grinned. Elder Gao, don't worry about them. They're just two pieces of trash. Gao Shueting nodded with relief and sighed, you've grown a lot, more than Master expected. Yang Kai scratched his head and said, it's all thanks to the guidance and love of the various seniors that I have today. Gao Shueting said lightly, it's your own hard work. It has little to do with others. As she spoke, she coughed a few more times. Yang Kai hurriedly said, Elder Gao, it's more important for you to heal your injuries. I'll stay here to protect you. Okay. Gao Shueting did not say anything more. She immediately closed her eyes and adjusted her breath with all her strength. When Yang Kai was fighting with Zhu Hong and Zhu Tianqing, if she had a trace of power that she could use, she would not have just sat here and watched. It was obvious that her injuries were very serious. Now that the disaster had been eliminated, she naturally could not waste any more time. Gao Shueting's breathing soon stabilized. Only then did Yang Kai have the time to look around. This small world had been completely sealed by him. He did not open it. No one could come in, so Yang Kai did not need to worry about Gao Shueting at all. But this ancient medicine garden was able to arouse his great interest. As far as the eye could see, there were 2 herb gardens here. Each herb garden had at least 300 stalks of spirit herbs planted in it. These spirit herbs were all at least 10,000 years old, emperor-grade spirit herbs. Yang Kai was so excited that he could not control his emotions. Wow, the rainbow aurora ganoderma. This is the main material for refining the emperor transformation pill. It even gave birth to a small rainbow ganoderma. This is at least 50,000 years old. Heavenly mysterious thunder flower. Hiss, the stamen is golden. This. How can the Alcade Bodhi fruit be the size of a fist? How did it grow? Grand Essence Dragon Saliva Grass, this thing is not extinct. 9 Song Jade Flower. In Yang Kai's eyes, the spirit herbs were like beauties who took off their clothes and swayed their bodies, showing their best sides. It made him happy and excited. His eyes were shining with green light. As an alchemist, this was the happiest thing. Fields of mature spirit herbs were placed in front of him for him to pick and collect. This feeling was not something an alchemist could understand. He kept shuttling back and forth in this herb garden, dancing with joy. If he was not afraid of disturbing Gao Shueting's healing, he would have laughed wildly. There were so many emperor-grade spirit herbs here, but they only occupied 2 herb gardens. There were more than a dozen herb gardens here, but the others must have been collected by Gao Shueting and the others. In other words, most of the spirit herbs were in Gao Shueting, Zhu Tianqing, or Zhu Hong's space rings. What he saw was only a very small portion. Many of the spirit herbs he saw were rumored to be extinct, but they were still blooming with vitality here. Huh! Suddenly, Kai Yang's expression changed as he stared at a fruit tree that was about half the height of a person. This fruit tree was shining brightly, as if it was carved from the most exquisite jade. It was beautiful and crystal clear. On the fruit tree, there were 3 white stamens and a fist-sized fruit. The shape of this fruit was extremely peculiar. It was like a small person that had been shrunk countless times. At a glance, all 4 limbs, a body, and a head were complete. Not only that, there were even clear facial features on the head. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly became extremely fiery, and a storm was set off in his heart. He exclaimed, "Flesh incarnation fruit." There was actually a flesh incarnation fruit here. Yang Kai rubbed his eyes hard to make sure that he was not mistaken. This was definitely a flesh incarnation fruit, exactly the same as the information recorded in the jade slip left by Gong Sunmu, the 3rd disciple of the wondrous pill Great Emperors. The flesh incarnation fruit was the main material for refining the flesh incarnation pill. The flesh incarnation pill, on the other hand, was a heaven-defying spirit pill that could reconstruct the body. If a cultivator was killed, but his soul was not destroyed, he could use the flesh incarnation pill to reconstruct his body and live again. This effect was not even possessed by the immortal tree. Although the immortal tree could regrow flesh and bones, revive the dead, and even make people immortal, it could not reconstruct the body of a soul. This showed the heaven-defying effect of the flesh incarnation fruit. This object, like the soul-warming lotus and the immortal tree, only existed in ancient records. No one had ever seen one with their own eyes. Yang Kai never thought that he would be lucky enough to see the flesh incarnation fruit in this ancient medicine garden. Having the flesh incarnation fruit meant that he could refine the flesh incarnation pill, and having the flesh incarnation pill meant that he could fulfill his promise to Tian Yen. In the Divine Ascension Mirror, Senior Tian Yen, whose strength was comparable to the great emperor's, had been a soul avatar ever since he was born. He had never had his own physical body. When Yang Kai was training in the Divine Ascension Mirror, he told Tian Yen that one day, he would find a flesh incarnation pill for him and refine a flesh incarnation fruit so that he could experience what it was like to have a physical body. He would be able to break free from the shackles of the Divine Ascension Mirror and see the outside world. Tian Yen seemed to be very interested in this matter, but how could the flesh incarnation fruit be so easy to find? And now, one of them had appeared in Yang Kai's vision. Chapter 25-27. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn as he wrapped his hands with Emperor Qi and carefully grabbed the flesh incarnation fruit. After a short while, he gently plucked it and the flesh incarnation fruit immediately fell into his palm. Yang Kai hurriedly threw it into the jade box he had prepared beforehand and set up several barriers before putting it into his space ring. Phew! Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. With this flesh incarnation fruit, he had great hope of refining the flesh incarnation pill, but before that, he had to improve his alchemy skills first. Although he was now an emperor-grade alchemist, he had not refined many emperor-grade spirit medicines. Refining the flesh incarnation fruit in a hurry was not likely to succeed. In this world, there might only be one flesh incarnation fruit. If the refining failed and the raw materials were destroyed, Yang Kai would definitely be traumatized and it might even affect his future alchemy skills. Fortunately, there were so many emperor-grade spirit medicines here that he could choose some relatively low-value spirit medicines to practice on. He believed that in the future, his attainments in alchemy would be higher, and at that time, he would be confident in refining the flesh incarnation pill. After observing for a while, Yang Kai found that all the spirit medicines in this medicine garden were priceless, but there was nothing like the flesh incarnation fruit that amazed him. He immediately began to collect them. There were 2 whole medicine gardens and hundreds of spirit medicines. It took Yang Kai more than an hour to collect all of them. There were about 20 left in place, including the flesh incarnation fruit tree. There were 3 white flowers on this fruit tree. If it lived for hundreds or thousands of years, it might bear new fruit. However, Yang Kai had some concerns. He did not dare to touch these 20 spirit medicines. After doing this, Yang Kai glanced at Gao Shueting and found that she was still recuperating and it seemed that it would be a long time before she woke up. Yang Kai was not in a hurry. He used his divine sense to explore the small sealed world bead and took out Zhu Hong and Zhu Tianqing's space. Unsurprisingly, inside the 2 space rings, there were a large number of emperor-grade spirit medicines that had just been collected, which should be the products of this ancient medicine garden. In addition, there were many valuable treasures in their space rings, allowing Yang Kai to make a fortune. Their emperor artifacts, the Burning Sea of Star Saber and 10,000 Beast Seal, also fell into Yang Kai's hands. As for the Burning Sea of Stars blade, although it looked powerful, Yang Kai didn't like using blades, so he didn't have any thoughts of refining it. What's more, even if he refined this emperor artifact, it didn't increase his strength by much. The 10,000 Beast Seal, on the other hand, piqued Yang Kai's interest. This thing was not like an ordinary emperor artifact. It seemed to be able to seal the soul of a monster beast. When fighting, one only needed to release their soul to defeat the enemy. It didn't consume much of his energy. This could be given to Zhang Ruoxi. Although Zhang Ruoxi seemed to prefer swords. However, the power of the 10,000 Beast Seal wasn't small, so it was definitely a good treasure for her. As long as Zhang Ruoxi could refine it, her strength would definitely improve significantly. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's divine sense surged and erased Zhu Hong's soul brand from the 10,000 Beast seal. Not long after, a brilliant light flashed and the 10,000 Beast seal became gray and dull. He casually threw it into his space ring, planning to give it to Zhang Ruoxi after he left. After waiting for a while, he saw that Gao Shueting still showed no signs of waking up. Yang Kai simply took out his alchemy furnace and found some emperor-grade spirit herbs to refine pills on the spot. One day later, Yang Kai, who was concentrating on alchemy, suddenly noticed that someone was looking at him. His expression couldn't help but change, and he glanced to the side while his hands continued to refine pills. Sure enough, he saw Gao Shueting looking at him with her beautiful eyes. Gao Shueting seemed to understand that she had disturbed Yang Kai's alchemy and a look of guilt appeared on her face. She didn't dare to say anything and just motioned for him to continue. When an alchemist was refining pills, it was taboo to be disturbed. Gao Shueting had long known that Yang Kai was an alchemist. Otherwise, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to refine the extraordinary treasure pill back in the Four Seasons realm. Therefore, when she saw Yang Kai glance at her, she knew that her gaze must have disturbed Yang Kai's concentration. She couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. On the other hand, Yang Kai wore an indifferent expression and said with a grin, "Elder Gao, please wait a moment. Disciple is about to finish refining the pills. I'll come back to talk to you after that." While speaking, Yang Kai's expression turned solemn and he immediately immersed himself in alchemy again, surprising Gao Shueting. A series of mysterious pill condensing seals appeared from Yang Kai's hands. These seals seemed to be extremely profound and actually contained a trace of the heavenly way. Gao Shueting's heart shook violently as a strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes. She stared at Yang Kai's movements, unwilling to miss a single detail. She found that Yang Kai's alchemy technique could actually cause her to ponder deeply about the martial Tao heavenly way, allowing her to integrate everything she had learned on the path of martial Tao. This was simply incredible. As one of the top sects in the Southern Territory, Azure Sun Temple naturally had its own emperor-grade alchemist. Although there was only one, it was still an emperor-grade alchemist. Gao Shueting had once been fortunate enough to watch the emperor-grade alchemist refine pills from a distance, but compared with Yang Kai's alchemy technique, the alchemist in the temple was simply unbearable and clumsy. If that alchemist was like a child waving a hoe in the field, then Yang Kai's alchemy was like dancing under the moonlight with a long sword. There was simply no comparison between the two. Who did he learn alchemy from? How did he achieve so much at such a young age? Not only that, but he had also advanced to the emperor realm. Gao Shueting's heart shook. She suddenly found that those so-called genius disciples were all overshadowed by Yang Kai's current achievements. Perhaps even the children of the great emperors could not compare with him. Time seemed to pass very quickly, but also very slowly. Just as Gao Shueting was immersed in this strange enlightenment, the feeling that caused her to resonate with the heavenly way and martial Tao suddenly disappeared. She was slightly surprised and fixed her eyes again, only to see Yang Kai forming a seal and shouting, "Condense!" Asterisk ding ling ling, asterisk suddenly, a crisp and pleasant sound came from the small alchemy furnace. Yang Kai listened carefully and frowned slightly, seemingly a little dissatisfied with the result of this alchemy. Gao Shueting was surprised. Although she was not an alchemist, she knew that this furnace of spirit pills should have been successfully refined. From the fragrance wafting from the alchemy furnace, it could be inferred that this furnace of spirit pills was an emperor-grade spirit pill, and their quality should not be low. Even so, he was still not satisfied. To what extent did he have to be satisfied? Yang Kai stretched out his hand and patted the alchemy furnace. Under the vibration, 3 round rolling fragrant spirit pills flew out from the alchemy furnace and were drawn into a jade bottle by Yang Kai. After taking a look, Yang Kai curled his lips and casually threw them into his space ring. He then turned his head and looked at Gao Shueting with a smile. "I've kept Elder Gao waiting. How are you feeling?" "I've mostly recovered," Gao Shueting replied. "It wasn't a fatal injury to begin with." After a pause, she asked curiously, "How did you know I was here?" You even came to find me directly. Yang Kai said, it was junior sister Lu Wen who sent me a message. He briefly explained what happened after he passed by Earth City and received Lu Wen's message. After Gao Shueting heard this, she smiled and said, it seems that I'm not destined to die yet. I didn't expect you to pass by Earth City at this time. As soon as she smiled, thousands of pear trees bloomed and the whole world dimmed. She was a cold woman who rarely smiled. At least, Yang Kai had never seen her smile since he had known her for so long. So, Yang Kai couldn't help but be stunned. Gao Shueting noticed his strange look and quickly restrained her smile. Her expression was a little unnatural. Yang Kai said, Elder Gao, you should smile more. It's so beautiful. Impudent and glib-tongued. Gao Shueting coldly snorted. Yang Kai grinned and said, I can guarantee that if you smile at Temple Master Wen like this, he will definitely be bewitched by you. Gao Shueting snorted, he won't be bewitched. The first thing he will do is ask me if I've become the demon race while cultivating. Then, he will stuff a heart-guarding demon-expelling pill into my mouth and I will spit it in his face. Yang Kai opened his mouth wide and said absent-mindedly, Temple Master Wen is so unromantic. Thinking of this scene, Yang Kai was speechless, but judging from Gao Shueting's tone, it seemed that this had really happened. His forehead suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and he quickly changed the topic. By the way, Elder Gao, this disciple has prepared a small thing for you. A small thing? Gao Shueting was surprised and asked suspiciously, what is it? Yang Kai took out a jade bottle and handed it to her, this. Gao Shueting took it and opened the bottle cap to take a look inside. She immediately saw a round, dark red spirit pill in the jade bottle, exuding a strong bloody smell. A blood frenzy pill. Gao Shueting's beautiful eyes lit up. She had a blood frenzy pill. When she saw Yang Kai being besieged earlier, she wanted to take a blood frenzy pill to stimulate her potential to help him, but Yang Kai stopped her in time. Therefore, she recognized it at a glance. This is a high-rank blood frenzy pill, and its effect is 30% better than the one you had before. Moreover, after taking it, as long as you stop circulating your secret art within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, there won't be many sequelae. You'll be able to recover after a lot of rest in the future, and it won't damage your foundation. This disciple can only refine a high-rank blood frenzy pill for now. You can keep it for now and don't use it unless necessary. When I refine a better one in the future, I'll exchange it for this one. A better one. Gao Shueting was speechless. This was already a high-rank blood frenzy pill, so what could be better? After that, it would be a supreme-rank blood frenzy pill, followed by a blood frenzy pill with pill veins and pill clouds. It wasn't something that could be refined at will. Yang Kai said that her blood frenzy pill was of inferior quality, so she didn't know which trash alchemist refined it. He was obviously afraid that her foundation would be damaged after taking that blood frenzy pill, so he refined another one for her. Thinking of this, Gao Shueting's heart warmed. Chapter 25-28. It wasn't difficult to refine a mad blood pill. What was difficult was finding the materials, because all the materials required were emperor-grade spirit herbs, and many of them were very rare and difficult to find. Gao Shueting had gathered the materials for the mad blood pill by chance and found an emperor-grade alchemist in the temple to refine it, but in the end, only one pill was produced, and it was a low-grade one. Yang Kai now gave her a high-grade mad blood pill, so its value was naturally incomparable. Glancing at the dregs on the ground, Gao Shueting immediately understood that Yang Kai must have refined many furnaces and found the best one to give to her. Elder Gao, throw away the mad blood pill you gave her. That thing can't be taken, Yang Kai said seriously. Gao Shueting nodded and took out the jade bottle containing the mad blood pill from her space ring, poured out the spirit pill, and with a shake of her hand, directly crushed it into powder. She then put the one Yang Kai refined back into the bottle and looked at him. Are you relieved now? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and winked. Next time, if Elder Gao wants to refine an emperor-grade spirit pill, don't hesitate to look for me. This disciple is skilled in alchemy and can give you a 20% discount. Gao Shueting laughed. You're already an emperor realm master, so don't be as shameless as that surnamed one, lest others see you as a joke. Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he said, it turns out that Elder Gao has been treating Temple Master One as a joke. Gao Shueting snorted lightly and turned her head to look around before changing the topic. I see that there are still some spirit herbs in this medicine garden. Why didn't you take them? What are you going to do with them? After she finished speaking, she seemed to have thought of something. Suddenly, she said, I understand. You alchemists generally don't cut the weeds and root out the roots when collecting spirit herbs. Instead, you deliberately leave some as seeds, right? Yang Kai said, there is indeed such an unspoken rule, but that is for some immature spirit herbs. This medicine garden has existed for a long time, so all the spirit herbs are ripe and can be harvested. Then why did you leave some here? Gao Shueting was puzzled. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. These spirit herbs can't be touched. In this world, there are some spiritual medicines that, once plucked, will not disappear. No matter how well preserved they would lose their spirit chi in an extremely short period of time and become withered grass. Therefore, most of the time, when these spirit herbs were needed, they would be freshly picked. Elder Gao, some of the medicinal herbs you collected before were of this type. Gao Shueting was startled when she heard this and hurriedly searched her space ring. Not long after, she took out 2 spirit herbs that had lost most of their aura. He said regretfully, that's true. These 2 spirit herbs were the ones she had collected here before, but she didn't expect that in just a little more than a day, so much of their medicinal properties would have disappeared. If another 2 to 3 days passed, she was afraid that they would really turn into withered grass. Then wouldn't it be a pity for these spiritual herbs? Gao Shueting said as she looked at the 20 or so spirit herbs that were still there. Every single spirit herb here was extremely rare. It's nothing. Yang Kai smiled and said insincerely. The other spirit herbs were one thing. If they couldn't pick them, they could just leave them here. If they needed them in the future, it wouldn't be too late to come back. Only the flesh incarnation fruit tree made Yang Kai extremely reluctant to part with it. There were already 3 small flowers on the fruit tree. Although he didn't know how many years it would take for it to bear new fruit, this kind of thing was extinct. Now that it was in front of him, Yang Kai felt like a cat was scratching at his heart. However, he had the sealed world bead, so if he handled it well, there was still a great chance that he could take this medicine garden. But now, Gao Shueting was still here, so Yang Kai had to send her away first. If Elder feels that it's fine, then let's go. Then let's go out, junior sister Lu Wen is still waiting outside. Yang Kai suggested. Okay. Immediately, the 2 came to the entrance. Yang Kai waved his hand and released a few strands of Emperor Qi to unlock the barrier. He then left with Gao Shueting. When they arrived outside, a strong smell of blood assaulted their nostrils. As far as the eye could see, there were several corpses lying haphazardly in the wilderness. All of them were incomplete and had died miserably. Gao Shueting was startled, thinking that there was an ambush outside. But when she looked carefully, she only saw 2 women standing there quietly. One of them was about 20 years old and looked extremely unfamiliar. Although she wasn't very old, she had a powerful third-order Dao source realm cultivation. The other person was Lu Wen, a disciple of the temple. However, Lu Wen seemed to be a little frightened as her pretty face was a little pale. Seeing Gao Shueting and Yang Kai appear, the 2 women's beautiful eyes lit up and they came forward to greet them. Elder Gao. Lu Wen's eyes were full of joy, as if she had seen a family member. Her face was rosy. Zhang Ruo, she smiled slightly and said, Elder Sister Lu, you can rest assured now. There will be no problem with Sir's help. Lu Wen smiled a little unnaturally and said, thank you, Brother Yang, for your help." Yang Kai said, "Junior sister Lu is too polite. I am also a temple disciple. When an elder is in trouble, I am duty-bound." Gao Shueting said, "In any case, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise..." Speaking of this, she couldn't help but shudder. Thinking back to the previous crisis, she couldn't help but feel a little scared. Shaking her head, she said softly, "Now that this matter is over, I plan to return to the temple. Lu Wen, come with me." Lu Wen's face lit up and she quickly said, "Yes." Although she was in the Eastern Territory on the orders of the temple, she was still wandering alone. She often missed her familiar brothers and sisters and the familiar scenery. Now that Gao Shueting wanted to take her back to the temple, she was naturally overjoyed. "Yang Kai, what about you?" Gao Shueting turned to look at Yang Kai. Since Yang Kai appeared in the Eastern Territory, he must have something to deal with, so she didn't ask him rashly if he wanted to return to the Southern Territory with her. Sure enough, Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I have to go somewhere to find a friend." Gao Shueting nodded lightly and said, "Then you must be careful. Although you are now an Emperor Realm Master and your strength isn't weak, there are many capable people in this world. Many of them aren't as simple as they seem." "Disciple will remember," Yang Kai said respectfully. "If you have time, go back to the temple and take a look. After all, you are still an in-name disciple of the temple." "I will." He definitely had to go back to Azure Sun Temple because he still had to go to the Divine Ascension Mirror and fulfill his promise to Tian Yen. The fragrance was still there, but the person was no longer there. 100 kilometers away, Lu Wen looked at Gao Shueting in surprise and asked, "Elder, that Brother Yang is so strong, so why is he only an in-name disciple of the temple?" With the strength Yang Kai displayed, he was more than qualified to be an elder of the sect. She originally thought that Yang Kai was a top disciple like Xia Sheng and Xiao Baiyi, but she didn't expect him to only be an in-name disciple. Gao Shueting thought for a moment and said, "Because he didn't join the temple willingly. His Azure Sun golden token was forced on him by this queen." "Ah." Lu Wen was stunned. In the wilderness, in front of the entrance to the small world, Yang Kai watched Gao Shueting and Lu Wen leave before taking out the 10,000 beast seal and tossing it to Zhang Ruoxi. "Refine this and use it for the time being." Zhang Ruoxi took it and looked at it carefully. She was immediately filled with joy and said crisply, "Thank you, sir, for giving me this treasure." Yang Kai had never given her any treasures, but Lu Yen, Hua Qingxi, and the embodiment all had emperor artifacts, all of which were given to them by Yang Kai. Although Zhang Ruoxi didn't say it out loud, she was looking forward to it. Moreover, she knew that Yang Kai wouldn't discriminate. He just didn't have anything suitable for her for the time being. But she didn't expect Yang Kai to give her one so quickly. Not to mention a strange seal, even if it was a weight, as long as it was given by Kai Yang, it would still be a treasure. Zhang Ruoxi turned the 10,000 beast seal over and over in her hand, and a smile bloomed on her small face. The more she looked at it, the more she liked it. Yang Kai glanced at her and said, "Your hostility seems to be very strong. Next time when you fight with someone, control it a little." Zhang Ruoxi heard this and stuck out her tongue. "I don't know what's going on. As long as I fight with someone, it's like I become another person." Sister Lu Wen seemed to be frightened just now. Lu Wen's pale face was probably not because she couldn't stand the blood here. She had also fought and killed people before, so this kind of scene shouldn't have frightened her. Her reaction was definitely because of Zhang Ruoxi. Yang Kai also didn't know why. Zhang Ruoxi was so young, so how could she have such hostility? It wouldn't be strange if this kind of aura appeared on a villain who killed people like flies, but it was very concerning when it appeared on Zhang Ruoxi. The only explanation he could think of was Zhang Ruoxi's bloodline. If he had a chance to see Duan Hongchen again, he had to ask clearly. Otherwise, the brutal hostility might affect Zhang Ruoxi's future temperament. It would be terrible if she turned into a murderous monster. "Sir, where are we going now?" Zhang Ruoxi asked. Nowhere, wait for me to deal with things here first. Yang Kai opened the entrance to the small world again as he spoke, reached out, and brought Zhang Ruoxi in. In this ancient medicine garden, there was nothing else except for the 20 or so spirit herbs left behind by Yang Kai, so the world energy here was extremely rich. After entering, Yang Kai asked Zhang Ruoxi to find a place to rest while he went straight to the 2 innermost medicine gardens. After looking around for a while, Yang Kai had a plan in his mind. Next, he formed a seal with his hands and Emperor Qi surged all over his body. With a wave of his hand, he sent a stream of energy into the ground and disappeared. Although Yang Kai's movements were swift, he was extremely careful, as if he was afraid of destroying something. After working for an hour, even though Yang Kai had already broken through to the Emperor realm, he was sweating profusely. Obviously, he had consumed a lot of energy. However, since the initial steps were taken care of properly, the rest was easy. Yang Kai sat cross-legged for a while, recovering a little bit of his strength, and then stood up again. His divine sense rushed out like a tide, directly enveloping the 2 medicine gardens in front of him. Then, Yang Kai stomped his foot and shouted, "Rise!" With a rumble, the entire small world shook, and the 2 medicine gardens slowly rose under the support of a huge force. Chapter 25-29. Since he couldn't pick the remaining 20 or so spirit herbs, he would just move the 2 herb gardens away. Only Yang Kai could do such a crazy thing because he had the sealed world bead, which could accommodate the 2 herb gardens. If it were anyone else, they would only be able to look at the ocean and sigh. Hong long long, enveloped by his divine sense, the 2 herb gardens flew up like 2 tiny floating islands. Then, Yang Kai opened the sealed world bead's entrance and threw the herb gardens into the sealed world bead, placing them next to his own herb garden. After checking with his divine sense, Yang Kai was relieved after confirming that the 20 or so spirit herbs weren't damaged and showed no signs of withering. However, Yang Kai didn't plan to stop there. He turned his head and looked around. Ignoring the consumption of energy, he spent another half a day moving the remaining dozen or so herb gardens into the sealed world bead. This ancient medicine garden being able to cultivate so many 10,000-year-old spirit herbs was probably due to some kind of miraculous effect hidden in the earth. Such soil was naturally extremely fertile, so Yang Kai decided to bring them into his sealed world bead to expand his medicine garden. In the future, if he transplanted any spirit flowers or rare grasses, it would also increase their survival rate. After finishing this, Yang Kai carefully checked the ancient herb garden again. After making sure that he didn't miss anything, he left with Zhang Ruoxi. Half a month later. On the wooden boat, Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi flew quickly. As far as the eye could see, the surroundings were desolate and there wasn't a single soul in sight for 100 miles. During this period of time, the further they went, the fewer people there were. At first, they could see a few cities occasionally. But the further they went. After flying for a long time, they still didn't see a single person. Zhang Ruoxi didn't know where Yang Kai was going, but she didn't ask much. She just followed Yang Kai silently and refined the 10,000 beast seal when she had time. Time flew by quickly. On this day, a dilapidated city suddenly appeared below. This city looked extremely strange. It was as though someone had haphazardly piled them up. The entire city was in a mess, without the slightest sense of beauty. The various buildings that stood in the city were also in disarray, scattered all over the place. But such an extremely dilapidated city was extremely lively inside. Many cultivators were running around the city, each with a fierce aura, as if they were not to be trifled with. Yang Kai looked at it for a while. He directly controlled the wooden boat to fly down. Not long after, he and Zhang Ruoxi entered the city. This city didn't seem to have a name. There were many cultivators coming and going, but they were all in a hurry. On both sides of the narrow aisle, there were countless vendors setting up stalls and shouting loudly. This attracted the attention of the people pass. As soon as they entered the city, Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi's ears were soon filled with a variety of shouts. Emperor-grade material, lunar purple jade, an excellent material for nourishing Emperor artifacts. Don't miss it, come and take a look. Emperor-grade high-rank spirit medicine, profound dark spirit congealing grass. Even if you don't refine it into pills, it's still very beneficial to your soul. Only trading, not selling, please don't disturb. 1,000 years ago, a third-order Emperor Realm Master, Mountain Sect Master, Senior Duan Santai's diamond indestructible secret art. It can cast a golden body, indestructible and indestructible. I'm selling it cheaply, only 10 million mid-rank source crystals. I risked my life to bring it back from the ancient lands. If you miss this opportunity, you won't get it again. What? Who said this is a fake? Come on, speak louder. This uncle promises not to beat you to death. The location of the 12th Order six-tailed spirit fox cub. This is a rare beast with the bloodline of the nine-tailed spirit fox divine spirit. If you want to tame it, you can talk face to face. I will provide a paid guide service. Zhang Ruoxi's beautiful eyes widened as she looked around. Everything around her was new to her. After looking around for a while, she tugged at Yang Kai's clothes and whispered, "Sir, what is this place? Why are there so many Emperor-grade materials for sale? There are even people selling peerless secret arts and the location of monster beast cubs. And what is this ancient lands they're talking about? If they were selling Emperor-grade materials, it would be fine, but there were even people selling secret arts and the location of cubs. This was simply too rare." However, after listening for a while, Zhang Ruoxi more or less understood that the things sold here seemed to be brought out from the ancient lands. Those who sold the location of the monster beast cubs were also taking people to the ancient lands to tame them. Although this city was chaotic, it was extremely lively. Zhang Ruoxi looked around and found that the cultivator here was basically all above the Dao source realm. There were very few cultivators below the Dao source realm. She even saw several masters who passed by, exuding the aura of the Emperor realm. How could a place like this attract so many powerful people? What kind of charm did this place have? Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "This is near the ancient lands." The ancient lands they're talking about are the ancient lands. Ancient lands? Zhang Ruoxi was stunned. Obviously, she had never heard of it. Yang Kai said, "I don't know much about the ancient lands, but I heard that it is an unexplored territory. There are countless powerful monster beasts and even divine spirits living there. There are also many fatal dangers. Even the Emperor realm cannot guarantee their safety there. It's so dangerous, but so many people still go in. Could it be that there are many good things in there?" Zhang Ruoxi suddenly thought of the key point. Yang Kai smiled and said, "The world is bustling because it's profit. The world is bustling because it's profit. Without profit, how could it attract so many masters? Although the ancient lands are dangerous, they are extremely rich in resources. Most of the things sold here do have a trace of wild aura, so they should be found in the ancient lands. Even the mountain and river cauldron of the great emperors was taken out of the ancient lands." Mountain and river cauldron. Zhang Ruoxi's eyes lit up and she became excited. She had also participated in the Shattered Star Seas experience and naturally heard of the mountain and river cauldron, but she didn't know that it was now in Yang Kai's hands. Taking a deep breath, she asked, "Sir, are you here to enter the ancient lands?" Yang Kai nodded, "That's right, I came here for the ancient wild lands." According to the information provided by Yin Lusheng, Xiao Xiao was indeed teleported to the Eastern Territory with him, but Yin Lusheng was injured at the time and felt that he was not Xiao Xiao's opponent, so he didn't dare to find trouble with him. He just followed behind to see if he could find an opportunity to subdue this strange creature. Who would have thought that Xiao Xiao would directly enter the ancient lands? At that time, although Yin Lusheng didn't know about the ancient lands, he instinctively sensed the danger inside, so he had to give up and leave. After that, he never saw Xiao Xiao again. If he was right, then Xiao Xiao should be in the ancient lands now, but whether he was alive or dead was unknown. And under the constraints of the soul contract, Yang Kai estimated that Yin Lixing wouldn't lie, unless he had a secret technique to avoid the soul contract's punishment. But in any case, Yang Kai had to make a trip to the ancient lands. Yang Kai didn't know much about the ancient lands. If he hadn't come to the Eastern Territory, it would have been the first time he had heard of such a place. So, he had to find someone to inquire about it. Originally, Yang Kai had a suitable candidate in mind, Qi Hai of Qi Family Fort. In the Shattered Star Sea, this person had tried his best to invite Yang Kai to Qi Family Fort as a guest, and Qi Family Fort was near the ancient lands. As a member of the Qi family, Qi Hai must know a lot about the ancient lands and many secrets that others didn't know. With his help, Yang Kai estimated that his safety in the ancient lands would be increased by several times. Unfortunately, the main reason Qi Hai invited Yang Kai was because of the Phoenix True Fire. When Qi Hai's wife was training in the savage wildland, she was struck by one of the 10 great deadly poisons, Heavenly Frost and Earth Rain. She didn't have long to live, and in this world, only the power of nirvana contained within the true phoenix flames could bring her back to life. When Qi Hai entered the Shattered Star Sea, his main purpose was to find the Phoenix True Fire, subdue it, and then save his wife. Unfortunately, he didn't have that kind of luck. But now, the Phoenix True Fire was being refined by Lu Yen, and Lu Yen was taken to Spirit Beast Island by Jiu Feng. Yang Kai naturally couldn't ask Qi Hai for help, so as to avoid awkwardness. Qi Hai's thinking was too simple. He thought that as long as he had the Phoenix True Fire, he could save his wife's life. He didn't know that refining the Phoenix True Fire was very dangerous and time-consuming. Just as Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoshi were talking, a shifty-looking man with slightly squinted eyes suddenly approached Yang Kai and whispered, "Friend, I have an emperor-grade spirit fruit in my hand, the 9 Heavens Heaven fruit. I can sell it to you at a cheap price. Do you want it?" While speaking, he flipped his palm and a red fruit exuding strong world energy fluctuations suddenly appeared. But it was only for a moment before he put it away. The powerful world energy fluctuations shocked the surrounding cultivators and they all turned their heads to look in this direction. However, after a few stall owners glanced at it, they all showed strange expressions and quickly looked away. 9 Heavens Heaven fruit? Yang Kai raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a meaningful smile. Zhang Ruoshi furrowed her brow and took a step back. Not only was this person's clothes unkempt, but there was also a strange smell coming from his body, as if he hadn't cleaned himself for a long time. It was unbearable. What was even more unbearable was that when this person spoke, his mouth was full of yellow teeth. It was as disgusting as it could get. "Do you want it?" The man lowered his voice and asked, as if he was afraid of being heard, "I picked it from the ancient lands after risking my life. There is a 12th order monster beast guarding it." A 12th order monster beast guarding it. Yang Kai was speechless. With his vision as an emperor-grade alchemist, he could naturally tell at a glance that the 9 Heavens Heaven fruit was a fake. The real 9 Heavens Heaven fruit was indeed an emperor-grade spirit medicine, and it was extremely rare. Its world energy was restrained, and it definitely wouldn't emit such a strong world energy fluctuation. There was only one monster beast guarding the 9 Heavens Heaven fruit, and that was the 9 Heavens Thunder Python. It was indeed a 12th order monster beast, but this person in front of him had the cultivation of the 1st order Tao Source realm. If he really encountered the 9 Heavens Thunder Python, there was no chance of him returning alive. Chapter 25-30. This nameless city was a place where dragons and snakes were mixed together, and there were many cases of swindling and cheating. Although Yang Kai had just arrived here, he wasn't surprised by such things, so he didn't pay too much attention to it. This person probably saw that Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi were young and easy to deceive, so he took the initiative to approach them, hoping to make a windfall. Yang Kai didn't want to pay attention to such a person, but a similar figure suddenly appeared in his mind. When he first met the great emperors of the secular world in Maplewood City, he also seemed to have such a sloppy appearance. Thinking of Duan Hongchen's experience, Yang Kai couldn't help but worry, wondering how he was getting along with Wukong's dual soul. "Friend, do you want to say something? If you don't want it, I'll find someone else." Seeing that Yang Kai seemed to be lost in thought, the man couldn't help but urge him. Yang Kai glanced at him and pushed his emperor qi slightly, disappearing in an instant. The man's face changed and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. With a look of horror, he said, "So it's the master of the Emperor realm." He wasn't weak either, having reached the second-order Dao source realm, so when Yang Kai pushed his emperor qi, he was able to sense it clearly. Only then did he realize that he had made a mistake. This unassuming young man was not someone he could provoke. In his panic, he smiled and said, "Since master doesn't need it, this lowly one will take his leave first." What a joke! He only wanted to deceive those Dao source realm cultivators. Facing an Emperor realm master, he didn't have the guts to do so. He immediately wanted to leave, lest Yang Kai get angry and cause him trouble. "Wait!" Yang Kai suddenly stopped him. Cold sweat appeared on the man's forehead as he said in a trembling voice, "Master. Is there anything else?" Yang Kai said, "Look at you. Have you been here for a long time?" Replying to Master, "This lowly one has lived here for more than 30 years. 30 years. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "So, you know a lot about the ancient wild lands?" It seemed that Yang Kai's easygoing attitude had influenced him a little. The man's mood gradually calmed down and he hurriedly said, "Understood. Of course. I have something to ask you," Yang Kai said lightly. "Is it related to the ancient lands?" This person was quite quick-witted, immediately guessing. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Is there a place to talk?" That person smiled obsequiously and said, "Sir, if you don't mind, how about I take you to a place? It's just that the cost of that place is a little high. Don't worry, lead the way." Kai Yang waved his hand. The man was overjoyed and hurriedly led the way. Not long after, the three of them entered a tavern-like place. From the outside, this tavern seemed to have been built randomly. However, the interior was a completely different world. The interior decoration was extremely luxurious. The floor was covered with thick beast hides. It was unknown what kind of demonic beast they were from. The surroundings were decorated with fist-sized luminous pearls, emitting a gentle light. The entire tavern was brightly lit. The air was thick. There was also a faint fragrance wafting in the air, which made one feel refreshed when one smelled it. Looking at the environment of this tavern, Yang Kai knew that the owner of this tavern should have some skill, otherwise, it would be impossible to build such a luxurious tavern. Just as the three of them entered, a man dressed as a waiter came out. When he saw the man with the rat's face, he waved his hand and said, "Go away, this tavern is not a place you can enter. Hurry up and get out of here. Don't dirty the floor here." Although this waiter was just a receptionist, he was actually a third-order Saint King and didn't look very old. This made Yang Kai's eyes light up. He felt that this tavern was full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Although a third-order Saint King was nothing in his eyes, it was a bit overkill to use a waiter to greet a guest. The man named Pai San was furious when he heard this. The veins on his forehead bulged as he shouted, "Brother waiter, don't look down on me. I brought this master here to eat today. If you have anything good to eat or drink, hurry up and serve it. Don't worry about not having enough source crystals to pay." He acted like he was relying on Yang Kai's majesty to show off, which made him look very funny. "Master?" The waiter glanced at Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi and frowned slightly. Zhang Ruoxi looked to be in her 20s. No matter how good her aptitude was, it was impossible for her to be from the Emperor realm. On the other hand, Yang Kai seemed to be more reserved and didn't seem weak. The waiter served here all year round, so naturally, he had developed a very good eyesight. With just a glance, he felt that Yang Kai was most likely from the Emperor realm. Otherwise, Pai San wouldn't have called him master. Since they were here to eat, there was no reason for him to stop them. He quickly bowed and said respectfully, "Honored guest, please come in." Pai San also had a flattering look on his face. He nodded and bowed as he led the way. "Master, please come with me. I'll take you to a private room. It will be convenient to talk there." Yang Kai nodded and followed Pai San inside. As they passed by the waiter suddenly said, "Master, this Pai San is very good at swindling people, especially those who are new to this place. Many people have been deceived by him. Master, you must keep your eyes open. Don't fall for his tricks." Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at him, smiling, "Many thanks for the reminder. If he dares to deceive me, I'll make sure he won't see the sun tomorrow." The waiter smiled and said, "Master is wise." When Pai San heard this, his face paled and he hurriedly said, "Master, don't worry. I, Pai San, am very good at swindling people. Master is so wise, how could I dare play tricks in front of you? Wouldn't that be the same as courting death?" Yang Kai didn't comment and continued to wear a mysterious look, causing Pai San to feel even more anxious. Not long after, under Pai San's lead, the three of them entered a private room. Pai San seemed to know that he smelled a little bad, so after Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi sat down, he sat down far away from them and said with a smile, "Master, since this is your first time here, you must taste the wild wine here." Yang Kai snorted and said, "You can order whatever you want to eat and drink. Just consider it my reward for asking you questions." Pai San was overjoyed and quickly said, "Many thanks, master." As he spoke, he seemed to be drooling. He slammed the table and called the waiter over. Then, he listed more than 10 dishes in one breath, as if he was very familiar with them. When Yang Kai heard the names of the dishes, he couldn't help but be a little surprised because the dishes here seemed to be cooked with monster beast body materials and some spirit herbs. The ingredients used to make these dishes were all 11th order monster beast and Dao source grade spirit herbs. Whether these dishes were delicious or not, they were great supplements for any cultivator. If taken over a long period of time, they could definitely enhance one's strength. The waitress was a young maidservant, and after Pai San finished ordering, she looked at Yang Kai awkwardly and said, "Honored guest, this table of food and wine costs a total of 530,000 low-rank source crystals. Would this humble one be so bold as to ask honored guest to settle the bill first?" She seemed to know that Pai San definitely didn't have source crystals to pay, so she looked directly at Yang Kai. Pai San was furious when he heard this and slammed the table. "What's wrong? Are you afraid we'll dine and dash? At such a young age, your eyes are as big as the waiter at the door. What did your master teach you? Everyone here is a guest, is this how you treat guests?" The waiter was so frightened that her beautiful face turned pale and she quickly waved her hands. "No, no." Pai San seemed to want to teach her a lesson, but Yang Kai coldly snorted, causing him to shrink back in fear and immediately shut up. Yang Kai took out a cloth bag from his space ring and handed it to the waiter. "Count it." The waiter took it and scanned it with his divine sense. After confirming the number was correct, he smiled and nodded. "Guests, please wait a moment. The dishes will be ready soon." Saying so, he turned around and walked away. The efficiency of this restaurant seemed to be very high. It didn't take long for a table full of delicious dishes and wine to be served. The table was filled to the brim with food. Suddenly, a rich aroma wafted out of the private room, causing one's appetite to be aroused. When the dishes were served, they smelled good and tasted good. Pai San picked up a wine jug and respectfully came to Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi, pouring wine for them. "This wild wine is a treasure here. You too must taste it." Zhang Ruoxi frowned. "Hurry up and finish it, my sir wants to ask you something." She didn't have a good impression of this Pai San, so she didn't mince her words. Pai San said, "Young lady, it's not that Pai San wants to force you, but if you're going to enter the ancient lands, it's best to drink a glass of this wild wine. Why? Zhang Ruoxi looked at him with a puzzled look. Pai San smiled slightly, because all the ingredients of this wild wine are from the ancient lands, so it has a trace of wild aura. Drinking this wine will allow you to adapt a little to the wild force, so you won't be at a loss when you enter the ancient lands. Wild force. Zhang Ruoxi still didn't quite understand. Yang Kai, on the other hand, showed a thoughtful look and nodded. Ruoxi, you should drink more and feel the wonders of this wild force. Since Yang Kai had spoken, Zhang Ruoxi naturally didn't refuse and nodded, yes. She picked up the wine cup and took a sip, savoring it carefully. Not long after, her brow furrowed, as if she was a little surprised. She hurriedly urged her source qi, silently resisting something. Pai San had expected this and smiled. This wild wine is rich and continuous. Even the masters of the Emperor realm can't bear drinking a jug at a time. Young lady, you must drink it slowly and carefully. As he spoke, Yang Kai also took a sip and felt that there was a mysterious power hidden in this wine. After the wine entered his stomach, it invaded his physique, meridians, and dantian, affecting the circulation of his emperor qi. This power felt very familiar to him. Yang Kai raised his brow and immediately reacted. Wasn't this so-called wild force the aura released by the mountains and rivers bell? Chapter 25-31. When Yang Kai activated the mountains and rivers bell, the great desolate power swept over and suppressed the world. It was very similar to the power contained in the wild wine, except that the latter was countless times thinner. After understanding the mystery of the wild wine, Yang Kai circulated his emperor qi to dissolve the wild force in his body. Over on the other side, Pai San had already begun to eat heartily, looking like a reincarnated hungry ghost. He seemed to know that Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi weren't interested in this table of food, so he didn't bother to greet them and just stuffed the delicious food into his mouth, chewing noisily. He usually didn't have so many source crystals to eat in this kind of place. Since Yang Kai said that this table of food was his reward for asking him questions, he naturally wouldn't be polite. After stuffing himself with food, Pai San rubbed his round belly and let out a satisfied sigh. Throughout the whole process, Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi only shared half a jar of wild wine. Yang Kai only drank a cup while Zhang Ruoxi drank the rest. Her little face was flushed and her eyes were a little blurry. She had the cultivation of the third-order Tao source realm, but half a jar of wild wine still made her a little tipsy. It was obvious that the wine was really strong. It probably had something to do with Zhang Ruoxi having never drunk wine before. Now that you've eaten and drunk, I have something to ask you. Yang Kai looked at Pai San, who was reclining in his chair, looking like he had no regrets in life, and said lightly. Pai San immediately jumped up from his chair and said with a solemn face, Master, please ask. This little one will tell you everything he knows. Yang Kai was satisfied with his attitude and pondered for a moment before saying, This is my first time here. I know nothing about the ancient lands. Tell me everything you know. San Pai was silent for a while, as if he was sorting out his words. After a while, he said, Master, since you have come here because of its reputation, then you must know something about the ancient lands. The ancient lands are wild places that have never been occupied by humans. There are countless powerful monster beasts living there. There were countless natural dangers. Even those from the Emperor realm couldn't guarantee that they would be able to escape unscathed. It could be said that any cultivator who entered the ancient lands was basically putting their lives on the line. They could die at any time. Of course, the greater the danger, the greater the benefits. There were countless spirit herbs and miraculous medicines in the ancient lands, and there were also innumerable precious treasures. Therefore, although it was dangerous, it still attracted countless elites from the entire star boundary. Many people obtained opportunities in the ancient lands, and their strength soared. They were the famous great emperors of the Yuan Cauldron realm. It is said that he found the mountain river cauldron in the ancient lands and became the great emperors. San Pai continued to talk. Although what he said wasn't very useful, and Yang Kai had already understood it, he didn't intend to interrupt him and just listened attentively. The ancient lands is not a place that just anyone can enter. If you want to enter the ancient lands, you have to be at least a Dao Source Realm cultivator. Those below the Dao Source Realm don't even have the qualifications to set foot in the ancient lands. There is only one way to enter the ancient lands. It is a huge canyon that is shrouded in a strange fog all year round. It is extremely dense, and when you step into it, you won't be able to see your fingers in front of you. Moreover, it can also interfere with your divine sense. If it was just that, it would be fine, but the key is that from time to time, there would be invisible astral winds blowing in the canyon. If a Dao Source Realm cultivator were to encounter those astral winds, they would die 9 times out of 10. The astral winds are very dangerous, but what is even more dangerous is the falling thunder. Even the Emperor Realm can't easily resist the power of the falling thunder. A few years ago, there was an Emperor Realm cultivator who had just arrived here. He relied on his strength to force his way into the ancient lands without properly investigating the situation. As a result, he never returned. It wasn't until 3 years later that someone found his body 50 kilometers away from the entrance. The top masters of all the great sects in the Eastern Territory have come to investigate the situation of the ancient lands. According to them, there is a natural barrier at the entrance of the ancient lands. The strange fog, astral winds, and falling thunder are all natural barriers that will erupt from time to time. There is no pattern to them. Entering the ancient lands is 30% strength and 70% luck. If you are lucky, you will be able to pass through safely, but if you are unlucky, you will die. Of course, if Master wants to enter the ancient lands, you have to be wary of another danger. This danger is more lethal than the strange fog, astral winds, and falling thunder. What danger is it? Naturally, it is people. There are some people who hide in the canyon all year round, looking for lone cultivators to rob and kill. Because these people are always in the canyon, they are very familiar with the surrounding environment. If you accidentally encounter these people, it is more troublesome than encountering the astral winds and falling thunder. If Master wants to enter, you must be very careful. Just the passage to the ancient lands is so dangerous, and the ancient lands are even more dangerous. To tell you the truth, Master, because the ancient lands are very special, it is filled with the wild force. No one can explain what kind of force this is, but according to those who have entered, if one is enveloped by the wild force, one's strength will decrease by varying degrees. The lowest is 10 to 20%, and the highest is 50%. Many masters are unable to display their full strength because of the wild force, which is why they have fallen. This is also the reason why this lowly one wants Milord and this young lady to taste the wild wine. Although the wild force contained in the wild wine isn't strong, it is still extremely authentic. After drinking the wild wine, one will more or less understand this strange force and won't be too flustered after entering. The most dangerous part of the ancient lands is the canyon and the wild force. As for what dangers you will encounter after entering the ancient lands. Master, you don't need me to say anything more, right? Monster beasts roam everywhere, and there are countless natural barriers and spirit arrays. It is even said that there are divine spirits inside. In the entire star boundary, the most dangerous place is the ancient lands. After listening to Pai San, Yang Kai's expression became slightly solemn. According to Pai San, the passage to the ancient lands was already so dangerous, so the dangers inside must be 10 times more dangerous. He was not worried about whether he would encounter any danger after entering, but when Xiao Xiao entered this place, his cultivation was only equivalent to an origin king. Could he survive safely in the ancient lands? On the other hand, he did not care too much about the wild force. The mountains and rivers Belle's great desolate force was many times denser than this so-called wild aura. Even without drinking any wild wine, Yang Kai was very familiar with this aura. Moreover, as the current owner of the mountains and rivers cauldron, Yang Kai believed that the ancient land's wild aura would not have much effect on him. Seeing Yang Kai's dignified expression, Pai San thought that he was afraid. This was a very normal thing. Many people came here because of its reputation, but there were also many people who, after hearing about the dangers of the ancient land, left dejectedly. Every year, countless cultivators would pass through this desolate city. Sanpai had lived here for 30 years and had long since become accustomed to this sight. He pondered for a moment and said, "Master, although the ancient lands are rich in opportunities, if you are just looking for treasures, Master shouldn't go in. Isn't it better to take this young lady somewhere else?" The banquet cost Yang Kai 530,000 low-rank source crystals, but Yang Kai did not even frown, so Pai San was very grateful to him and could not help but persuade him. Yang Kai said, "I must enter the ancient lands, not to look for treasures." Xiao Xiao disappeared in the ancient lands, so he had to look for him no matter what. "Is that so?" Seeing Yang Kai's firm attitude, Pai San naturally did not say anything more. After thinking about it, he gritted his teeth and took out a jade slip from his space ring. "Since Master has made up his mind, Pai San will give this to you." "What is this?" Yang Kai asked. Pai San smiled meaningfully and said, "A map of the ancient lands." "There is such a thing?" Yang Kai's interest was immediately piqued and he quickly took the jade slip and poured his divine sense into it. He found that the jade slip really did contain information about a map that was easy to understand at a glance. This is just a map of the periphery. No one knows how big the ancient lands are, but after so many years of exploration, some information about the periphery has naturally leaked out. Someone has combined this information to create this map and marked some dangerous places. If Master enters, you should avoid those places as much as possible. What do the black dots on this map represent? Yang Kai looked at the map for a while and asked. Pai San said, "They represent some natural barriers and spirit arrays. The darker the color, the more powerful the barrier or spirit array." "What about the red dots? Do they represent the monster beast?" Yang Kai asked again. "Yes, the red dots do represent the monster beast. Similarly, the redder the color, the more powerful the monster beast." Yang Kai nodded slightly and found that many places on the map were large red dots, too many to count. This obviously meant that there were groups of monster beast living in those places, which was an extremely dangerous territory. If he really entered the ancient lands, even he would have to avoid those places. Pai San smiled meaningfully and said, "If it was someone else, this little one would sell a simplified version of the jade slip and not so detailed, but this jade slip for Master is the most advanced, so Master can use it without worry." He had eaten Yang Kai's feast and knew how to return the favor, making Yang Kai feel that the 530,000 source crystals were well spent. "Many thanks." Yang Kai nodded. "Master, you are too polite." Pai San couldn't help feeling a little flattered. No one from the Emperor realm had ever been so polite to him. Most people, no matter how strong they were, would show a look of disgust when they saw his face and stay as far away as possible. Yang Kai brought him to the best restaurant in Desolation City and ate a table full of good food and wine. "Master, there is one more thing this little one wants to tell you." "Speak." Pai San said seriously, "If Master insists on entering the ancient lands, it is best to find Old Ban." "Who is that?" Yang Kai raised his brow. Pai San said, "This person's surname is Ban, but no one knows his name. He has lived in Desolation City longer than I have and is very familiar with the passage to the ancient lands. If you can ask him to lead the way, Master will be able to safely pass through the entrance to the ancient lands." Chapter 25-32. A guide? Yang Kai was surprised. It was quite novel to have someone to lead the way into the ancient lands. But when he thought of the many dangers in the ancient lands passageway, he quickly understood. Master, don't underestimate old Ban. He's only a first-order Dao source realm cultivator, and he's quite old, but he's the one who has entered the ancient lands and returned safely the most. I've lived here for 30 years and have heard of him more than 100 times. It's already a great achievement for others to return safely 3 or 5 times, let alone 100 times. He's the best guide in the entire desolate city. No one can compare to him. Yang Kai couldn't help but be shocked. How can he enter and exit so many times? Pai San smiled bitterly. I also want to know, but old Ban has never told anyone his secret. But according to my speculation, he should have a safe way in and out. Yang Kai nodded. I'll have to meet him. I wonder if old Ban is in Desolate City now. It was better to be safe than sorry. Although he was bold and skilled, it was still a good choice to have someone to lead him safely into the ancient lands. Yes, I saw him yesterday, but it'll cost at least 300,000 source crystals if you ask him to lead the way. Source crystals are not a problem, Yang Kai smiled slightly. 300,000 source crystals was just a drop in the bucket for him. Pai San's feast had cost him 500,000. Then shall I lead the way, master? Pai San asked politely. Yang Kai nodded and thought for a while. Then, he called the restaurant's waitress. He asked her to bring 10 jars of wild wine and pack them up. He didn't need to drink it, but it wouldn't hurt Zhang Ruoxi to drink more. Not long after, the waitress brought 10 jars of wild wine, but to Yang Kai's surprise, before he could pay the source crystals, the waitress smiled and said, "You don't have to pay for these wines. My shopkeeper said these are for master. Please accept them, master." Shopkeeper? Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. On the other hand, Sanpai looked at Yang Kai in shock, his eyes full of surprise. Why is your shopkeeper giving me these? Yang Kai looked at the waiter and asked. The attendant shook his head and said, I don't know either. Yang Kai frowned and waved his hand, taking out some source crystals from his space ring and placing them on the table. Only then did he put the wild wine into his space ring and beckoned to Zhang Ruoxi and Pai San, let's go. The attendant was slightly stunned. She didn't expect that someone would reject a free gift. By the time she reacted, Yang Kai had already left the restaurant. After leaving the restaurant, Sanpai wanted to say something but stopped several times. In the end, he couldn't hold it in and said, Master. You know that shopkeeper? I don't know him. This is my first time here. Yang Kai replied indifferently. That's strange. Since you don't know him, why did he give you 10 jars of wild wine? Yang Kai chuckled and said, one who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. Who cares what his purpose is? After a pause, he asked, what's the background of this restaurant? Sanpai said, I don't know. It seems to have been here for a long time. The shopkeeper has always been mysterious and never shows up. So no one in the desolate city knows the origin of this restaurant. However, everyone speculates that it has the shadow of a great force behind it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to establish itself in the desolate city and open such a luxurious restaurant. Even a local snake like Sanpai didn't know the origin of this restaurant. It seemed that it really had the shadow of a great force behind it. Kai Yang had refused the free wine because he didn't want to have anything to do with this restaurant. He didn't want to be soft-hearted in the future. On the second floor of the restaurant, a pair of bright eyes looked in the direction Yang Kai left. After a long time, she sighed slightly and suddenly said, send a message to the young master. Tell him that the person he mentioned has arrived and will enter the ancient land soon. Tell him to be prepared. Yes. A person's reply came from the darkness. Desolate City covered a large area. After walking for an incense stick's worth of time, Yang Kai and the others arrived at a place in the western part of the city. Sanpai pointed to a stone house in the distance and said, this is where old master lives. Master, you can go there by yourself. Old master doesn't have a good impression of me, so I won't accompany you. I don't want him to see me and have prejudice against you. Yang Kai nodded and said, thank you for your hard work. Sanpai smiled and said, master is too serious. I wish master a safe journey and come back early. I'll take my leave now. While speaking, Sanpai jumped up and down and quickly disappeared. Let's go, Yang Kai called out and walked straight to the stone house Sanpai pointed at. The houses here were built without the slightest sense of beauty, but they were extremely sturdy, very much in line with the style of Desolate City. Not long after, Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi arrived in front of the stone house. Looking around, this stone house looked like a small farmhouse courtyard. It was surrounded by a wall made of stones and there was a door in the middle of the house. At this moment, the door was open and two cultivator guards in black clothes stood behind it, one on the left and one on the right. Seeing Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi arrive, the two guards looked at them coldly with cold expressions. Yang Kai was slightly stunned. He thought he had come to the wrong place. There were guards at the door, so it was obvious that some kind of master lived here. Moreover, these two guards were both Dao Source Realm cultivators. Their auras were deep and rich, and they seemed to be extremely strong. But according to Sanpai, this old man shouldn't have any noble status. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come and gone through the ancient land's passageway to make a living as a guide. What are you doing here? The black-clothed cultivator on the left and right asked in a deep voice. Excuse me, is this old man's residence? Zhang Ruoxi asked. I don't know. The black-clothed cultivator replied coldly. Zhang Ruoxi frowned and said, what do you mean you don't know? Why are you standing here if you don't know? Her question wasn't difficult to answer. Yes, no. But the other party actually replied with, I don't know, as if his words were as precious as gold, which made Zhang Ruoxi very angry. The black-clothed cultivator glanced at her and sneered softly, no longer answering. Zhang Ruoxi was annoyed. Yang Kai looked inside and smiled slightly. This should be the right place, but there seems to be someone inside. Speaking of this, he glanced at the black-clothed cultivator standing at the door and asked, is that your master? Friend, you talk too much. Hurry up and leave, the cultivator on the right suddenly said coldly. Yang Kai grinned and asked, why? The cultivator on the left snorted coldly, friend, are you looking for trouble? Didn't you hear me tell you to leave? Yang Kai was surprised, isn't this old man's residence? Why are you asking me to leave? My young lady is inside. If you don't want to die, get out of here. Yang Kai was very surprised. He didn't know which force these two cultivator came from, and who the young lady was. How could she be so domineering in the Desolate City? The Desolate City was a place where good people mixed with bad people. If she provoked someone she shouldn't, she would be in big trouble. But these two guards didn't put anyone in their eyes. It was obvious that their background wasn't small, so they could be so unscrupulous. However, he had even killed a third-order Emperor Realm Master and fought against a great Emperor, so there were not many people in this world who could make him afraid. Looking at the two black-clothed cultivators who were trying to intimidate him, Yang Kai didn't get angry and just said politely, I'm here to talk to Old Ban about something. I'll have to trouble you two to make way. As he spoke, a strange light flashed in his eyes. The two black-clothed cultivators, who were originally aggressive and arrogant, suddenly groaned as if they had been struck by lightning. They took a few steps back, and their faces suddenly turned pale. An extremely oppressive feeling made it difficult for them to breathe. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on their bodies. Even moving a finger was extremely difficult. Cold sweat slid down their foreheads as they could only watch Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi walk past them. Zhang Ruoxi couldn't stand their overbearing attitude and waved her fist at them fiercely. Before Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi could enter the inner room, a shout suddenly came from inside, followed by the sound of something piercing through the air. After a soft bang, a muffled groan was heard. At the same time, the shrill cry of a child reached Yang Kai's ears. Yang Kai's expression changed and he quickly rushed into the room. Looking around, he saw a white-haired old man curled up on the bumpy ground. The old man's aura wasn't strong, only at the level of the first-order Tao source realm. Because of his old age, his vitality had decreased, and his cultivation in the first-order Tao source realm was a little weak. This man should be the old man that Pai Sen mentioned. At this moment, he was facing the door with his side, holding a little girl in his arms. On his shoulder, there was a shocking bloodstain, as if he had been whipped by something. His clothes were tattered, and a large piece of his skin and flesh was missing. Blood flowed freely from the wound. The little girl in his arms was crying loudly at this moment. She must have been frightened by something. In addition to the old man and the young girl, there were two other people in the room. One of them was about 50 years old, with a dignified expression on his face, looking coldly ahead with an indifferent expression. The other person was a young girl in a fiery red dress. This young girl looked about the same age as Zhang Ruoxi. Her face was extremely delicate, and her figure was full of curves. Her tight dress outlined her delicate figure, and together with the fiery red dress, she looked like a blooming rose. However, at this moment, the young girl was holding a soft whip as thick as a thumb. She raised it high and looked like she was about to swing it. With a fierce expression on her face, she shouted, "Old thing, don't be so shameless. This young lady let you lead the way because she thinks highly of you. If you dare to say no again, this young lady will whip you to death." From the looks of it, the wound on the shoulder of the old man who was curled up on the ground was obviously caused by the young girl. The little girl was also scared to tears by her. "I'll ask you one more time, will you lead the way or not?" The young girl glared at the old man fiercely. The old man lowered his head and gritted his teeth. "Young lady, can you give me a few more days? Little Ling is sick and needs someone to take care of her. If I leave, what will happen to her?" Chapter 25-33. What does this dirty girl's illness have to do with this young lady? This young lady's time is very precious. Let alone a few days, I can't afford to waste even a moment. I'll ask you one last time, are you going to lead the way or not? The girl in red snorted coldly, unmoved. Old man begged bitterly, "Just 2 days, this old man only needs 2 days. After 2 days, this old man will definitely bring young lady safely into the ancient lands. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Old thing, you're courting death." The girl in red shouted. She seemed to be in a bad mood, and with a wave of her hand, the soft whip whizzed towards old man. The girl in red's cultivation wasn't low. Like Zhang Ruoxi, she was in the third-order Tao source realm. The whip she lashed out in anger had an astonishing momentum, accompanied by the faint sound of wind and thunder. It was unknown what kind of secret technique she had used. If this whip hit, old man wouldn't be able to resist it with his first-order Tao source realm cultivation. He would probably be whipped half to death. However, her whip was caught in midair by a hand. The other party didn't seem to use much strength, but she couldn't move. The girl in red was furious. She turned her head and saw a girl about the same age as her standing behind her, glaring at her angrily. The one who grabbed her whip was naturally Zhang Ruoxi. Although this Zhang family girl had a violent aura and cruel means when she fought, she was usually a weak and innocent girl with a kind heart. At this moment, seeing such violence in front of her, she naturally couldn't stand it anymore and took the initiative to attack without waiting for Yang Kai to say anything. "If you have something to say, say it. How can you hit people?" Zhang Ruoxi shouted. The girl in red frowned and said angrily, "Little girl, who are you? How dare you meddle in this young lady's business?" Zhang Ruoxi snorted coldly, "Call me a little girl. Aren't you a little girl yourself? No matter what, it's wrong for you to hit people. Didn't this old man say that he wanted you to give him 2 days? Can't you see that this little girl is sick? You dare talk back to me? The girl in red erupted like a volcano. Her whole body was covered in flames of anger as she shouted, "Believe it or not, I'll kill you." While they were talking, he suddenly pulled the soft whip in his hand, wanting to pull his weapon back. But no matter how hard she tried, Zhang Ruoxi firmly grasped the whip in her hand. Zhang Ruoxi's delicate hand seemed to be carved from jade, and although she didn't seem to be exerting much strength, she was still able to hold on to the soft whip tightly. The red-clothed girl's expression changed slightly as she realized that Zhang Ruoxi wasn't someone to be trifled with. Although both she and Zhang Ruoxi were cultivators of the third-order Dao source realm, this red-clothed girl was obviously just a figurehead with very little experience in actual combat. She tried several times but failed to retract her whip. Her small face couldn't help but redden as she stomped her feet angrily. "Old Fu, why aren't you doing anything? This young lady is being bullied. If you don't do anything, I'll go back and report to my father, master, and tell him to break your legs. Also, what are those 2 pieces of trash doing? He didn't even try to stop someone from barging in. Later, this young lady will definitely extract their souls and refine them into soul slaves." She gritted her teeth and shouted for a while, but old Fu still didn't make a move. It wasn't that old Fu didn't want to make a move, but he couldn't. When Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi broke in, he saw them, but he didn't pay much attention to them. After all, whether it was Yang Kai or Zhang Ruoxi, they didn't look very old, so even if they had some skills, they wouldn't be too strong. When Zhang Ruoxi reached out to grab his young lady's whip, he wanted to stop her, but when he met Yang Kai's eyes, his heart skipped a beat. His heart skipped a beat, and his mind was in a trance. He couldn't immediately take action. After that, he and Yang Kai stared at each other for a long time. At this moment, old Fu's heart was in turmoil because he found that the young man in front of him was actually from the Emperor Realm. At such a young age, he was already an Emperor Realm master. Was he an outstanding disciple of some great force? Or did he obtain an incredible opportunity in the Shattered Star Sea? Recently, many rising stars in the star boundary had broken through to the Emperor Realm like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. This was no secret. In old Fu's opinion, Yang Kai should be one of those rising stars. But even though he was a little shocked, he still didn't put Yang Kai in his eyes. In this world, there were only a few people who dared to provoke his young lady, and among those few people, Yang Kai was definitely not one of them. So, under the repeated urging of the red-clothed girl, he finally took action. Suddenly, a divine light bloomed from his eyes, turning into an invisible force that stabbed towards Yang Kai's mind like a sharp sword. A soul attack. Yang Kai raised his brow, a little surprised. He and old Fu were both first-order Emperor Realm masters, so their cultivations were about the same. If old Fu didn't have great confidence in his soul, he wouldn't have used a soul attack as it was too risky. If Yang Kai's soul was stronger than his, old Fu might suffer a backlash. Judging from the strength of his opponent's attack, old Fu's soul was indeed strong. It was above the average first-order Emperor Realm Master and could even be barely comparable to a second-order Emperor Realm Master. This was probably the source of his confidence. As soon as the soul attack was launched, old Fu no longer paid attention to Yang Kai. He seemed to think that even if this attack couldn't hurt Yang Kai, it would definitely make him panic for a while, so he reached out to grab Zhang Ruoxi. Seeing that old Fu finally made a move, the red-clothed girl couldn't help but shout excitedly, "Good, good, good. Old Fu, catch this cheap servant for me. This young lady will shave her face and let her know the consequences of offending this young lady." As soon as old Fu moved, Zhang Ruoxi couldn't help but tremble. She immediately felt like she was being suppressed, and even her breathing became slightly rapid. When she heard the vicious words of the red-clothed girl, her face turned even paler. She was only in her early 20s and was just a girl who hadn't seen much of the world. If her face was really disfigured, she probably wouldn't dare to come out in the future. although she didn't care much about her appearance, who would be willing to suffer such torture? The red-clothed girl saw Zhang Ruoxi's panic and couldn't help but laugh proudly. Now you're afraid? It's too late. This young lady will not only shave your face, but also strip you naked and throw you out in public for those dirty and smelly men to see. Zhang Ruoxi felt dizzy, and her pale face became even paler. In his mind, he couldn't help but think of the scene where he was stripped naked, surrounded by countless people, and pointed at. He was so frightened that he almost cried. If this really happened, she would no longer have the face to live in this world. Humph. Whose little girl is this? How could she be so vicious? Yang Kai suddenly snorted coldly. Even though he was a man, he couldn't bear to listen to this. This red-clothed girl opened her mouth and said that she would shave her face and strip her clothes. That was too vicious. Old Fu, who was about to grab Zhang Ruoxi, trembled as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. He quickly withdrew his fierce aura and at the same time, let out a muffled groan and staggered back a few steps. His heart shook violently, and he couldn't hide the horror in his eyes. His soul attack had been countered by Yang Kai. Fortunately, he was anxious to save his master and didn't release too much spiritual energy, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. This young man, his soul is stronger than mine. How is this possible? Old Fu knew how strong his soul was. Because of some opportunities in his early years, he had refined the waterfall divine grass, which could greatly increase his soul's strength. An ordinary First-Order Emperor Realm Master couldn't compare to him, but this young man not only survived his attack, he even slightly injured him. Is he a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master? He had long heard that there were dragons and snakes mixed together in this desolated city, and now it seemed that this rumor was true. Old Fu's face was gloomy as he looked at Yang Kai with some fear. He thought that with his identity and strength, he could at least protect himself in this desolated city, but now it seemed that he was too naive. This random young man had such strength. How many monsters were hidden in the entire barren city? Without the suppression of Old Fu's aura, Zhang Ruoxi quickly recovered. The red-clothed girl was still chattering, saying that she would use the most vicious means to punish Zhang Ruoxi. Zhang Ruoxi was furious, so she let go of her whip and slapped the red-clothed girl's chest. Ah! The red-clothed girl had been counting on Old Fu to save her, so she didn't expect such a turn of events. She was caught off guard by Zhang Ruoxi's slap and immediately let out a scream as her petite body flew backwards like a kite. Old Fu was shocked and stretched out his hand, sending out his Emperor Qi to catch the red-clothed girl. He didn't even dare to touch the red-clothed girl's body with his hand. What stunned Yang Kai was that after taking Zhang Ruoxi's angry blow, the red-clothed girl was completely fine. She staggered a few times to regain her balance and looked at Zhang Ruoxi blankly. It took her a long time to react and ask in a daze, "You hit me?" She seemed to be in disbelief of what had just happened. "You bitch, how dare you hit me?" The red-clothed girl suddenly became hysterical, as if Zhang Ruoxi had done something absolutely unforgivable. Her pair of beautiful eyes turned red, and her face became frighteningly ferocious. As she shouted, the soft whip in her hand whistled through the air again, fiercely lashing out at Zhang Ruoxi. Zhang Ruoxi was also stunned. She had just slapped the red-clothed girl in anger, but she didn't expect the red-clothed girl to be completely fine. Moreover, the feeling of the slap on her chest was very strange, as if it wasn't a human body, but a ball of cotton, making Zhang Ruoxi feel like she couldn't exert her strength. This was the first time she had encountered such a thing, so she couldn't help but think a little too much. It wasn't until the whip hit her that she came back to her senses. Gritting her teeth, she flashed a few times like a ghost and instantly rushed in front of the red-clothed girl. Her pair of jade palms turned into countless afterimages as source qi surged, quickly greeting the red-clothed girl. You're tuning in to the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.